sloppy.
Marek, hold on to that kiss for a second. I gotta go refill my coffee. Dang it. I knew I was forgetting something. Can we refund Bannikin the I love you? Dang it. I knew it. I knew it. I was starting stream and something felt wrong. I was like, I feel like there was something I was supposed to fix. And that was it. Some of the memes are still not on the starting screen. Starting screen? There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. What about my kiss? It's coming, Marwick. It's coming. Not Terra's stream schedule messing me up. I knew because I streamed so much last week that I would have to take a weird day off this week. So Tuesday was. But hi, guys. Hello. Let's swap over here. Hi. Hello. Hello, hello. Marwick, you want forehead kiss? You redeemed it so early. I was like, I don't even have my second cup of coffee. I need 1 second. I need 1 second. Too late. Hi. Mwah. Here's your free kiss. Bannikin pressing all the buttons. Hi, Bannikin. Don't refund me. Just admit you hate the Circle of Life lyrics. Bannikin, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's in my rules, but it should be. It's supposed to be an English only chat room, despite my Japanese in my bio that I need to fix. Telling people it's okay to talk to me in Japanese, because it's not. Because I'm the only one that can understand it and my mods can't moderate it. Yeah, use English only. It isn't there. So I need to fix my bio, my little Japanese blurb. I prefer the schedule I actually get to watch. I don't know. There might be some slight schedule changes in the future. I'm feeling like... Oh, how do I word this? I'm feeling a disturbance in the force, if you know what I mean. I'm feeling like some shifts might be coming in the near future. And if they do come, they'll start slowly, but... There's a disturbance in the force, and I must answer it. I must adjust accordingly. But hi, you guys. Happy Wednesday. Does anyone remember my last Wednesday stream ever? I don't. I don't know if I can specifically say the last time I ever streamed on a Wednesday. Shifts on what? Like schedule. Like stream schedule, Marwick. If you're ever needing a hand of the light character, let me know. Wait, Muffin, how many classes do you have leveled up? Do you only have DPS classes? I'm actually very glad that I unlocked Sage, because if I'm ever doing something offline, I know I can quick queue with Sage, and Sage is really fun. Our glasses are similar. Thank you, thank you. Mannequin a stretch? That's a good idea. How are you feeling this Wednesday, Tara? I'm feeling a little low energy, if I'm being perfectly honest, but like I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy, just like a little bit low, a little bit slower. I don't remember never. I don't think I ever have, Molly, but I did not want to drop a Final Fantasy stream. I've been loving this game too much to only stream it once this week. So I will gladly be a little bit tired on a Wednesday and continue our MSQ adventure. Exactly, Froggo. Tara, have you done the Halloween event? I haven't even launched the game. If I'm being perfectly honest, I launched yesterday on my day off. I was playing No Man's Sky for like 2 or 3 hours, just doing some things, like selling some things. That game has got me by the heart. That's why we're playing it on Saturday again. No Man's Sky is so much fun. But that unfortunately means I didn't install G-Shade and I didn't get any side quests that I wanted done in Final Fantasy because it stole my it stole my spare time. Mayhap event this stream because you will love it. Yeah, we could start with it. That's a nice easy thing to start up with while we try and figure out where we left off in the MSQ. This is fine. Molly, I love No Man's Sky so much. I'm glad you were such a positive force in my life, being like, Tara, play No Man's Sky. Tara, play No Man's Sky. You will love it. Hi, Terraria. I mean, Tara. Hi, Kyo. Launcher. I barely know her. Free glam and emote for only 2.5k yield. That's nothing. Yeah, let's do it. Is it really time strenuous, or is it like a quick little hop in, hop out kind of thing? I knew you would like it. It's so my game. It's so my kind of game. You know me so well, Molly. You know me so well. It's fast? Yeah, let's do it. Let's start with that then. Very quick. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where does it begin? Yeah, where do I go to start it? Because I'm actually so down. Usually I'd want to jump right back into the MSQ, but I'm feeling a little event. Old Gridania? Bet, let's go. Not New Gridania? Wait a second, now I'm confused. New old, I'm going to New Gridania. Hashtag cancel Terra. Hi Mac, happy Wednesday. How the rest of y'all feeling today? I'm a little slow. I'm a little low energy, but like I'm happy. How's everyone else? No Man's Sky on Switch now, but no multiplayer at the moment. I heard about that. I heard it's not included in the crossplay, but the other consoles are. Old Gridania is in New Gridania. Oh, like the upper part is old? Stop. Oh my god, it is. If I had to take a wild guess, I would guess the amphitheater. Probably not, but I'm gonna guess the amphitheater. Of all those options. Wait, this looks right. Look at all the little, oh my god! Look at all the little things! Wait, this is so cute! Oh, there's so many, this is definitely the right spot because there are so many players here. I saw you missed your cue, Muffin. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not my fault. Froggo, you said you finally found a quiet spot at your college you can do work that you love, has a good view and everything. That's so good. Finding your quiet places that you can do whatever you want to do is so good. What? This person, I'm assuming? Where everyone is huddled. Hello, you. A mad masquerade. Wait, Wake Doctor's hat? You get a whole little glam out of it? Oh, that's cool. Let's do it. I've been hooked on watching videos on how poorly North American cities are designed around cars compared to places like Europe. In Europe, like the Netherlands, where kids can actually go outside by themselves and enjoy the great outdoors. Dude, I know it'll never ever happen, but I've watched many videos on traffic and like traffic lights and things like that. In that if we surrender our need for control in our cars and like allow automated driving, traffic lights can be completely done away with, because the cars, obviously it will require lots of perfecting like the systems for it, but the cars would be able to just maneuver past each other in intersections and not crash. But that's obviously been very, very helpful. Cars suck. I don't drive, so I don't understand the need to like be driving and be in control of the vehicle. When you see how well cities are designed in Europe and people can walk to places instead of driving. Expensive death traps, I love it. Yeah, literally. I love Europe. It's a comparison to the US that I don't need. I already know it's shit here. We don't need any more reminders. I really wish NA cared more about human infrastructure. Literally, in my city, they have only just started adding bike lanes on the sides of streets. And they're not even remotely like at the level that they should be. It's like you'll have a bike lane for like a handful of blocks and then the bike lane just disappears. So it's like, okay, like be on the road with all the cars that no cyclist and no like car driver wants, or be on the sidewalk, which also has its own problems. Gonna go finish my essay. Catch y'all later. Fargo, I love you. Good studying. Be safe. Be comfy. Hi, Soma. Soma, welcome in. How you doing? Okay, let's see what this quest is all about. Why, hello there. You strike me as the goodly sort of adventurer, eager to help strangers at a moment's notice. And you couldn't have come at a better time. You're eager to help, aren't you? Yes, I am. Look at all the pumpkins. This is so cute, dude. You have my thanks. Now tell me, does a traveling circus troupe known as the Continental Circus ring a bell? Each year, when it comes time for All Saints Wake, which is their version of Halloween, All Saints Wake, they set up shop here in town, conducting all manner of suspicious activity. Though they appear to be ordinary performers, each and every last member is a most vile and despicable void scent. Under the guise of events and festive merrymaking, they carry out acts of both mischievous and malevolence. Currently using the event chess piece for healer and red mage. Did you dye it? Where are you? Oh, there you are. That looks so good, dyed. Wait, it looks like, forgive me, but it looks like Full Metal Alchemist. Karen, hello. Karen, have you started the Final Fantasy XIV Halloween event? Welcome in. Being on the road on an electric scooter with drivers in Seattle is how I fell off and cracked a rib. I'm so sorry that happened, Vatican. Like, the road is so scary. The road is so scary. Give us pedestrian infrastructure, please. Did I just make a meal out of pretzel sticks and avocado salsa? I sure did. Hey, Marwick, that sounds fire. I'm not judging. But worry not, for I have a plan. This year, we shall hold an event of our very own, thereby supplanting their modus operandi. A brilliant scheme, would you not agree? The main spectacle shall be costume cortege. I'm having trouble reading right now. Novel, thank you for the hydrate. Once you're done talking, I'll be on the stage, that way you can see better. It really looks like Full Metal Alchemist when it's dyed red. Oh. There was 2? Did I miss one? Oh, I did. Noble, thank you so much. Okay. Not yet. Found your S-Class freighter! When you transferred everything over, it didn't give you the option to transfer your... Oh no! You have to build from scratch. But that could be exciting in and of itself, Karen. That's an opportunity to remodel. Huh? Gotta look on the positives there. I think you're just joining us, Karen. Yesterday, my day off of stream, I think I played 3 or 4 hours of No Man's Sky. I have a problem. I have a problem. It's such a good game. Okay, the main spectacle shall be costume cortege. Cortege? But for those without suitable guises, my colleagues at the Alchemist Guild have devised a most ingenious solution, a special concoction that will temporarily transform any individual into a most ghastly visage. That is where you come in. You must transform yourself with our potion and speak with the townspeople to spread word of the event. After giving them a good fright, you will need to dispel the enchantment, thus allaying possible concerns of ill effects from our wondrous brew. So, wait. This man's wants us to go drink a potion to become a ghoul, run around scaring people, and then come back. Am I understanding correctly? Completely unfazed even by the headbutt. I'm a little slow today, Noble. I don't usually stream on Wednesdays, so like if my energy and my reaction time is very low, that would be why. You guys are seeing like Terra at his most comfortable. I actually get Stein from Soul Eater vibes, but I see FMA. In white, definitely would be Stein. 100%. It is, and that's exactly how I took it. Great minds and all that. It's been taking way too much of my time, so completely agreed. Because it's like, this is what I said yesterday. I was like, I'll just like hop on for like an hour and just sell off some of the things that I know I have in my inventory. Like just manage a little bit of my inventory. Then I went on my freighter, and then I built a few upgrades, and I added a few rooms, I put a couple decorations around, and then suddenly 3 hours flew by. Then I was landing on a planet because I needed some more material. It's wild. 1,000 thanks. I've prepared a selection of 4 elixirs for you to choose from atop the benches beside me. Choose the one that suits your fancy, then go forth and spread word of our costume cortege. When you finish, let us rendezvous near the Leatherworkers Guild. Best of luck. So there's 4 different potions. Seasonal event. There is the... Oh, can I not see which one is which? Okay, well, I think that one on the end turns you into a gorilla from the looks of things. How about this one? A Gaily kitten? I don't even need to look at the others. I don't even need to look at the others. This one turns you into a Gaily kitten. Hi, Warlord. Welcome in. Oh, Jolly. Meet me up on the stage. Come here, Jolly. I want to see your coat. It's 4:30, so at 5:30, I'll get off and do the adulting stuff. Then you realize it's dark outside. 9:30. Literally. How do I... First person. There we go. Oh, I see why you're saying it looks like Stein. Because of the stitching. Oh, I really like it. Yeah, I'm gonna probably use it in my Red Mage Glam. Also, it's quite the head. The stitching is really cute on it. That's a really cool code. I like it. I like it. Okay, so who do we have to go scare? As a Gaily kitten. I think I'll use that, and I wonder if it'll match that one hat that I have. Probably not. This hat is a bit much. Maybe. Maybe I can make it work. Hello, adoring child. Why, if you aren't the most adorable little thing I've ever seen. But where did you come from? Did you get separated from the rest of your litter? Dispel the enchantment and inform them of the costume cortege? Yes. Oof. Eek, who are you? And what have you done with that darling little ball of fur? That was you? I refuse to believe you could have been anywhere near so cuddly and cute. I'm a Lalafell. What do you mean? I'm a Lalafell. Guess what? I'm still catching up. Toon, I hope you're enjoying it. It's good to see you. But also, by the way, great skincare recently. Promise that's the weirdest thing I'll say this stream. Okay, thank you. Lil sus. Lil sus. I will say I have to limit it though, because I do want to hop on 14 for the event too. They said it's a really quick thing, so you don't even have to spend a lot of time on it if you don't want. You mean I too can transform into one of those adorable creatures? Then why am I still talking to you? I have a potion to drink. Wait, is this one of the transformations? What are they called? Arimans, I think? It's so cute with its little hat. Oh my god. Mahez, welcome in, by the way. There's one other quest you will love to see after this one that adds extra to the piece. Gotcha. In my catch-up, you just started Stormblood, so that's not too far away. That's like 5 VODs? 6 VODs, maybe? After this quest, there's another called Be Our Guest. Unless you do something amazing. Cool. Be our guest. Be our guest. I want to be a little Ahriman. I want to be a little Ahriman with a little witch hat. I think it was the first one. Yeah, look at that. The little hat is so cute, dude. The little spider webs on it. I hope we can get this hat as like glamour. I would love, 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 love to have this hat. Time, welcome back. How are you? I'm enjoying it. Skipping the Red Mage quest because, yeah, I don't want to spoil yourself. Almost there. Let's go. Catch you in the VODs. Enjoy, Toon. It better involve singing dishes. I'm really hoping it does. You can have it without the cobweb. I have a similar hat, but I want it with the cobweb. That is 100% a Pokemon. It's a minion, possibly on Mog Station. Can't remember. Gotcha. What an unsettling glare. Has anyone ever told you it's rude to stare? Boop. Oh my, what a terribly clever disguise. I must say I did not see that coming. He's a prudent Gridanian. A costume? Is it cortege or cortege? I don't know how to pronounce that word. C-O-R-T-E-G-E. And that alchemical concoction will allow us to masquerade as monsters, you say? If I might see how the world looks from the perspective of a void scent, the one with a singular eye at that, consider my interest piqued. Doing good, just trying to do some art for some Twitch panels. Let's go. Cortage? Cortege? Let's look it up. Also, hi studs. Let's look it up. I'm curious. Define cortege. Cortege.
Cortege.
Cortege. Cortege. It's a solemn procession, especially for a funeral. So it's a costume procession, is what they're calling it. Cortege. Did I instantly forget how it's pronounced? Maybe. Possibly. Whoa, everybody's in a cutscene down here? What? I wonder if a cutscene will play right here. It's totally possible for a cortege to rhyme with protege. They look exactly the same. Why does it not? So very sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been gravely busy attending to my own preparations. Tell me, how did you fare? Were the townspeople at all interested in attending the cortege? Yes, they were. My, it sounds like they were simply trembling with excitement. And to think no small few wished to transfigure themselves. Oh, what a joyous occasion. That they would give themselves so willingly. Why did I never think to simply take this human form before? You're creeping me out, bud. Sus. It's the Adventurers Guild investigator, definitely the imposter, 100%. Watching the alien ripoff Deep Star 6 in the background. Just got a really cute scene. Deep Star 6. Alien ripoff? I've never even heard of it, studs. I wasn't fishing for a compliment, but it seems you're giving them out freely. He's an impy boy. I really must thank you for being so gullible. I did not realize there was another clown in town. Oh, her hair is fantastic. Fantastic hair. Papa Gruff, my darling. It looks like all your hard work is finally paid off. What? What? What the? Indeed, my beloved. All proceeds apace. And once I've finished settling matters here, we shall enjoy a magnificent feast. That's what he meant by another clown. He's the real clown. Dear, oh dear, you appear to be confused. While the effects of the potion I gave you lasted for only a short while, the potion we've brewed for the townsfolk is a touch more potent. With but a single sip, none shall return to their original form. Uh-oh, we fricked up. We fricked up. First time I knew him was last year's. Oh, so he's a returning All Saints Wake character, this one? We shall harvest the dread that overwhelms their feeble minds when they discover this truth, and use it to summon forth our brethren. Then we shall have our night of devilry at long last. The Gruffs will be the envy of all Voidsent and live as royalty. All is falling into place, just as I schemed. This character was introduced last year, got it. The creature is motioning at you hysterically. What could it be trying to say? Ah, yes, the investigator from the Adventurers Guild. The fool drank our potion with all the concern of a newborn babe. How fitting he will remain just as helpless for the rest of his days. Even as we speak, the townsfolk are lining up to be transformed, blissfully unaware of the monstrous fate that awaits them, and we owe it all to you. Indeed, you've done a jolly good work this day. Oh, my sweet, you've never looked more dashing. Hang on a second, I just realized, are they going for like a Joker Harley Quinn aesthetic here between Papa Gruff and Mama Gruff? Because it's giving that energy. The only thing she's missing is doll face. Seeing as you have matters here well in hand, I'll return home to our little honeycomb and ready a feast for my hardworking husband. Not really. It's just giving that vibe. I think it's because of the green hair. They actually have a son. Oh, well then, I'd best be off to finish my preparations. 'Twill be a night to remember. And he's gone. All right, now we take you to the Alchemist Guild. You poor, poor thing. A lost child at wit's end. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Hoomst? Hoomst?
Sloppy.
Cute. Time, thank you so much for the lurk. Boom, 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 boom. There's an underwater accident in an early scene. Afterwards, one of the guys checks in on the submariner whose coworker just died, and then they hug it out. Took you totally by surprise when you first saw it, because like het dudes supporting each other in a horror movie couldn't be studs. Het dudes giving emotional support? Can't be. Raid has been done, and in time for your meds. Let's go, Muffin. Why do you look at me with such mistrustful eyes, dear? Your dubitation is quite misplaced. You're in league with Papa Gruff, aren't you? There's something off about you. Back to work, we keep streaming on. Enjoy your lurk. Very dubitable, this one. Is this how you always treat newly met strangers? What if I told you I have a remedy to dispel this enchantment? Here, drink this. Given the situation, I do not blame you for being wary of gifts from a stranger, but I will gladly drink it myself should that ease your concern. Poof. Hey! It worked! You have my thanks. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, though I wish we had met under better circumstances. As our fiendish friend exclaimed amidst his gloating, I'm an investigator working for the Adventurers Guild. I knew that red-nosed charlatan would be up to no good. knew he would take advantage of the season's festivities as he did once before. Yet for all my vigilance, here I am, his very first victim. Oh, the shame of it all. 'Tis a spear piercing my very soul. But thanks to you, I am free of that foul enchantment. I owe you my life, Miss... I fear you'd sooner forget a name as unremarkable as my own. I am but a passing woman of science. I see. May I assume that you are the self-same individual who created the remedy? You may indeed. 'Tis a remedy which has required no small amount of fine-tuning. A frog tongue here, a rat's tail there, but I will spare you the details. Rest assured, the townsfolk too shall be returned to their original forms with a sufficient dose. As fortune would have it, I made plenty for everyone in case such a tragedy were to befall the city. Now, if you'd be so kind as to distribute the remedy to those in need, investigator? Understood. I know not your motives, but I'll not look a gift chocobo in the beak. This is the best hand we have to play, and I will accept the full responsibility for the outcome, whatever it may be. While I tend to the townspeople, may I interest you with capturing our crafty clown? Stores of the remedy are like to run dry should they claim too many victims. In that case, I will remain here to assist. Excellent. Once I've administered the remedy to the afflicted, I shall await you in Miketo's amphitheater. It will be no easy feat to apprehend Papa Gruff. I have no doubt he will be expecting you to come after him. This is why I propose you give him a taste of his own medicine, with a disguise. Ideally, the guise should be of one dear to him, one whom he would let down his guard around. What's more, I would suggest someone whose appearance you can recall clearly. His dear little Gruff? Hang on. I want to say little Gruff, because I don't even know what they look like. Oh my, his very own son? Well, an excellent idea. Can you say with certainty you can recall his appearance? If not, the transformation will undoubtedly fail. I don't even know what he looks like. I just wanted to do it. But you recently laid eyes on his mistress, did you? Excellent. Then he will never see you coming. When you're certain his guard is down, give him one of my special cookies. I've baked in an ingredient that will return him to his natural demonic form. Though I wish I could do more to help, I am little more than a simple doctor. An adventurer of your obvious talents is far better suited and accustomed to such risky undertakings. When you're ready, I shall provide you with a dose of my own transformative mixture. I'm ready. Put me in. Put me in, wake doctor. It shan't be hard to locate Papa Gruff. Knowing he prepares for the night of devilry, I suspect he will be waiting for more void scent to gather. As such, he is most likely hiding in the vicinity of the riverbank, out of sight and out of mind. He will no doubt have returned to his guise as the Adventurers Guild investigator, so as not to arouse suspicion. Now recall an image of his beloved in your mind, and I shall weave it into reality with the power of alchemy. Remember, once you've found Papa Gruff, use whatever guile you can muster to trick him, then offer him my special treat. Okay. How do I get out of here? Can I climb up the rock? Or no, this way. Is this what it's like playing a Here female? Wait, she's here, right? Yeah, she is here. I'm just like 50% of the player base. A cute anime girl. Let's go. I feel like I belong. Where am I supposed to meet? Where's all the players gathered? There they all are. No, let me click him. Oh, my sweet Snurbbleberry. I thought you returned home. Is autumn miss? Here's your cookie. Here's your cookie, friend. Don't tell me. Is it because I didn't return your goodbye kiss? You know I'm easily flustered. Besides, my love, our plans would be in tatters should a passerby catch us sharing an intimate moment. Oh god. Oh god, dating start. Why, I merely wanted to make sure you were safe and sound, dearest. Terra RPing. We are RPing right now. You're not quite sounding yourself, dear. Is something the matter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I know you've been up to no good, mister. Face suck Fantasy 14. You did not. What are you saying, my love? I'm in the midst of preparing for the Night of Devilry. Now is not the time to be joking around. We can have our fun later. I'm actually RPing. Uh-oh. I'm actually RPing. Send help. Why are you so sus, Terra? You came all this way because you were worried about me. Oh, I am not worthy of such a caring succubus. But fear not, your beloved has everything under control. Thanks to that wide-eyed adventure, the idiot humans are drinking our concoction in droves. Studs, no. Enough with the act, you're not fooling anyone. You'd better not be lying. You must have worked up an appetite with all this scheming. You clearly want to be sus. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, Kyo. I like how Terra's picked all the wrong actions. It also worked better that she is a succubus, yes. You always know just what I need, but moments ago I was thinking that I wouldn't give, or what I wouldn't give for a snack. I knew you were cunning, but if I didn't know better, I'd say you were a mind reader as well. Oh, stop it, you'll make me blush. For you, darling, I picked up a delicious batch of cookies. Here, have a bite, or hope you're hungry for ripe souls? I want to RP properly. I'm RPing the wife. Here's I got left, Marwick. Cookies, my favorite. Well, then don't mind if I do. Marwick, thank you for the biddies. The kitty biddies in particular. Cookies. There you are, my darling. Eat your cookies. Goodness, it smells delicious. Oh, how I love a treat from my sweet. It's a pumpkin-shaped cookie. That's so cute. What is this? What is the meaning of this? You got bamboozled. You got tricked, idiot. That was the emo, by the way, eating cookie? Why, you conniving little... You may have put a damper on my plans, but all is not lost. Yes, if I start again now, all can be ready in time for supper. Surely you jest. Lalaboozled. You were very sus. All Saints' Wake is meant for all to partake in and enjoy. Who? You, it cannot be. The great gourd of legend herself. You poor misguided soul. Gone are days when you might wreak havoc as you please. This truth I will drill into your head, slowly and meticulously, until there is naught else you can think of. It's the great pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Oh, sorry, it's the great gourd. Lala Brown? It's Jill the Pumpkin Queen. Have I frightened you, child? Forgive me. Such was not my intention. I wish only for man and monster to enjoy the revelry of All Saints' Wake in equal measure. Nothing more. Drill my head, Halloween mommy. For a mercy, his mischief-making was brought to a halt, thanks in no small part to your efforts. But if the day's festivities are to be cancelled, despite all we have done, the townspeople would suffer for his transgressions. He has caused much grief, and I will punish him accordingly. Punish me, Jill, mommy. So I ask that you place your faith in me and allow the festival to continue as planned. There will be no further disruptions. You have my word. I trust you. You love her jacket. Tell me it's not Mog Station. Actually, I'll even accept it if it's Mog Station. You have my gratitude. Perhaps you should apprise the real Adventurers Guild investigator of the present situation. He said he would wait for you at Keto's amphitheater, as I recall. Once you've done so, come and speak with me. There is something I would somewhere I would like to take you, by way of recompense for the trouble this ill-mannered child has caused. Trust in Spoopy Mommy. I'm doing it, Trini. I'm doing it. Big Gourd Goth GF. It's not even Mog Station. It's a glam item. Wow. I love the little bats on the on the robe, like for the buttons. I want spooky Halloween aesthetic. I need it. Whoop. I gotta get my way back up there. I'm following that person's parkouring. Huh. Huh. Easy. Bring on the jumping puzzles. Apparently it's from Recompense Officer? Where are they located? I saw there was like a stall over here. Oh no, that's not a Recompense Officer. Never mind. Ah, there you are. You'll be relieved to hear I've finished administering the remedy up to all afflicted. But tell me, how did matters fare on your end? Might have been an old glam. Oh, okay. There's one in Gridania, Limsa, and Ulda. Oh, got you. So the fiend has been reverted to his true impish form. I see. Well, eccentric though she may be, if the doctor claims she can keep him on a leash, I believe her. And with a surplus of curative potions, I can see no reason why the costume cortege should not continue. I will, of course, remain vigilant for other disturbances. Your assistance has been truly invaluable, my friend. With this trouble now behind us, I trust you will take at least a moment's respite. Why not spend it donning the guise of monstrous and mischievous creatures? Boop. Be our guest. Be our guest. By the way, there is a vendor here that will give you the emote. Gotcha. Terra. Jolly. Might have needed to have it before. I know there was some glams that I was looking up that like you needed from previous events. Hip is killing me because I'm 90 inside. I'm gonna relax in bed. Mark, I love you so much. Thanks for being here. So you remember my request? I am pleased. I don't think there's any way for me to get out of this, Jolly, so if it locks me into a cutscene, I'm doomed. As I mentioned earlier, there is somewhere I would like to take you, though I'm afraid it is a place not easily reached. When you're ready to depart, pray speak to the usher here and he will escort you. Okay, show me. Show me Devinda. Bum, 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 bum. Oh! I didn't even see them there because there's so many players. Ballroom etiquette, pumpkin pleasures, caged wisp. It's a tabletop thing. Magic prism, pumpkin. I don't know what this magic prism thing is, but I will buy the ballroom etiquette. The emote, eat pumpkin cookie. Emotes. Where is it? I want to eat pumpkin cookie. That's so cute, dude. That's so cute. It's slash cookie. We're just sitting here vibing. You could probably do it while sitting in a chair too. You can just like sit somewhere. It reminds me of so there's like a TikTok meme going around right now with a person like eating food and they just like put it over like different situations, and this is giving that like same energy. I can't believe I'm gonna make that TikTok later. It is my civil duty as a content creator. Okay. Let's go on. Did I say civil? I meant civic. You must be the guest of honor. If you please, I shall escort you immediately. Yes. I shall take my leave first and make the preparations necessary to receive you. Do not be alarmed by what you see, child. We shall not be far behind. Now, if you would follow me. Hello, what's going on in here? The Haunted Manor is now accepting guests for the marvelous masquerade. Shall I escort you to the front door? No? Maybe? Maybe not. This environment's so cute. What is this? Hi, Darby. Welcome in. Wow, it's so cute. Dude, little pumpkin patch. What is this? Welcome to my humble abode. Surprised to see I have a home of my own, are you? Even the great Gourd needs a place to rest her head. What you up to in 14? We're just quickly doing the Halloween event, and then we're gonna go right back into MSQ post Stormblood. I've never invited a mortal to my home before. Consider this my show of thanks for ensuring All Saints' Wake could be celebrated this year unimpeded. You may make yourself at home and stay as long as you like. Won't spoil the end of the game for you? I appreciate it. If you're concerned about Papa Gruff, do not be. He and I have come to an understanding. Some children must simply learn the hard way. So what can I do here then? Is there mini games? Are you? Hello? 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 Why are you Roban? What happened? What happened? You can transform in characters. Oh, does that mean the potential for like? Do I view character spoilers as spoilers? You were in Kuiper's chat. Yes, I was. You showed up on recommendation. I recognize the name. Darby, thank you for clicking the recommendation. Welcome in. Kuiper was recommended to me because they've raided Mollyberry before. And then I was told that they also play Final Fantasy XIV. And I was like, boom, boom. I know they're about to end, but we have to go say hi. We were both playing No Man's Sky. We both play Final Fantasy XIV. It just felt like such a connection that needed to happen. We were watching Kuiper Bowl. Yeah, we joined like at the end of their stream because they were also streaming No Man's Sky. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Only mild. They didn't use any characters that are huge spoilers to the game. Oh, okay. Yes, I did raid Kuiper. Yeah. Aww. Do. How are they doing it? Oh, here? You wish to have words? Jolly just whispered, oh, I didn't cover my chat. That's my bad. I need to cover my chat. I got too excited to play. You guys can see the whispers. Let me hide that. Boop. Woo! You guys don't get to see the secrets anymore. Chat's now hidden. Okay. Pray return to the Waking Sands in Minfilia outfit. Streamer fail. I did. Sloppy indeed. We don't spend what, like 5 days in Final Fantasy? I forget how to stream Final Fantasy. Good peoples all around. Yes, indeed. I have a number of streamer friends playing No Man's Sky, so I didn't remember. I'm back to No Man's Sky on Saturday. I loved that game so much. It's gonna be hard to resist streaming it until Saturday. But with how in love I am with Final Fantasy, it's like I have to equal them out, equal measure. You wish to have words. Very well. What would you know? What is this place? Is your memory as fleeting as your lifespan, child? As I told you before, this is my home. You're welcome to come and go as you please. Okay. Everyone's poofing over here. How are they poofing? Inscrutable imp. Up to something. Me? Never. I'm but a fun-loving imp, here to help my fellow revelers enjoy the wake, and I can fashion you a very convincing guise for the masquerade. All I need is for you to recall a journey unforgettable. Traverse your memories and tell me what you see. A dauntless Huron man of integrity from the Far East? The transfiguration can be removed by using the unveil action or by canceling the transfiguration status effect. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I remember the Halloween event last year was good. Oh my god! I'm blanking on everyone's names right now. Lufa. No, I don't remember. Sir Hien Rebellum. No, for real, I came back to TwitchCon and played 14, forgot how everything works. It was so bad, I died like 4 times in a dungeon! So usually I stream Final Fantasy right now Tuesdays and Thursdays, and the only reason we're doing it Wednesdays is because the Drops event for No Man's Sky like shifted my whole schedule like weirdly this week. Usually I don't even stream Wednesdays, but I had to get back to it. Sad dude. Sad dude, that's what it is. You can also become the strongest boss in the game. I'm like being selectively blind right now. I'm not really looking at anyone else. The strongest, hardest boss in the game. I'm trying not to really look around what other people are turning into in case there's like outfit or character, or I don't want to make any sort of like logical connections in my brain. So I'm using selective ADHD to like block out everyone else's transformations. A haughty but valorous Ori man with a yearning heart. A haughty but who? Who? My boy! Even though he's a massive asshole, even though he's a giant, massive asshole, I still love him. He's still beautiful. He still has aesthetic design. And I still ship these two. I still ship them. Hang on, how do I box you? I know I have the boxing emote. I just don't remember where it is. There it is. Magni, aka Little Sun. Thank you guys for remembering all the names for me. She's a blessing and a curse. I'm undiagnosed, but some days I swear. Some days I absolutely swear. I'm literally punching you in the head. I didn't realize how tall he was, dude. Jesus. Is this how, wait a second. Is this how other people play the game? This is a cursed height to be playing the game at. Lullafell, only correct height. Same here, trying to get a diagnosis. Isn't it like pulling teeth, Darby? Absolutely pulling teeth. I wanted to see what the rest of these are. A Huron man inspired to take up arms of his Far Eastern allies. Who would that be? I need to see. Oh, this is supposed to be the Warrior of Light. I am John Final Fantasy. I've done it. I'm John Final Fantasy. Legit the biggest pain in your ass, yeah. Welcome back, Warlord. By the way, you can become the Derplander in his many forms. I love it. Meteor, thank you. That's the name of like John Final Fantasy. A sweet Ori woman who lives according to her faith. That would be the little pink one. I'm blanking on all names and I'm so sorry. Crimson garbed Huron woman. Lise? I loved this outfit for Lise. Can you like emote? Oh yeah, we were literally shadowboxing. Xenos' second boyfriend. Tataru? Wait, is Tataru one of the options? Oh, we just met this character. I'm blanking on his name, but we just met him at the end of like last Thursday. Boy, I want to stop playing XCOM, so not going to stress my comp. Catch you later. Absolutely, Warlord. Enjoy XCOM. Asahi, thank you. Serena, thank you. Thank you guys for keeping track of all these names for me. I saw a TikTok where it's like when you're reading a book about like a fantasy adventure and they're like, I went with my comrade Flibdihub to the village of and that's how I feel sometimes with this game. With all the unique names that they throw at you, my brain can't handle. Who else is here? Ori woman, strong body. Okay, that's Sadu. Sadu. Ori man with yearning heart. We did that one. Devoted Ori woman who has mastered the art of the shinobi. Let me be you, Giri. I'm so happy. God, I can't take Asahi. We just met them. We just met them. We like literally finished off that cutscene with the meeting with Asahi. And like, I'm sus. I don't trust him. But we did that. I swear my brain has a stroke half the time trying to read the names in this game. Darby, imagine trying to read it out loud for a Twitch chat. It's the same. It's bad. What else do we got? A journey to end a conflict of 1,000 years. Hey? A blue-eyed Elysian man with a heart noble and true. A tenacious half-Elysian woman who fights for what is just. A robed Lalafellan woman of this is Krile for sure. A proud Elysian man unmatched in the art of the lands. My boy? My husband? My boy! My boy! The French names killed me. I learned to read phonetically. Did you beat the game yet? Absolutely not, Mac. Not even close. By the way, you cannot become characters from DLC you have not. Yeah, because they literally said, like, recall stories that you've experienced. My boy! He's so beautiful. This outfit for him is so fantastic, dude. I ship it. I ship it. Amaric and Estinian? I ship it. They didn't show us who Estinian was going to deliver flowers for. My headcanon is Amaric. Proud Elysian man, unmentioned in the art of the lance. An Elysian man of noble birth, fond of gossip and hearsay. That's probably Amaric. A Huron man who turned his gaze heavensward. Okay, this is the Derplander. Let me be the Derplander. Dragoon Derplander! Dude, that's me anytime I read anything Eorzea says. I love Eorzea, but man, that boy is verbose. I love him to death, but he is too verbose. Who's this? Hello, redhead cat boy. Nice to meet you. I am Derplander. I'm a character you must miss. I have zero recollection. I have no memory of this place. You don't know who that is? Hold up. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a complete blank. Do-do-do-do-do. A Pajali woman is gentle yet indomitable as nature itself. Stalwart Rogadin woman of unshakable conviction. Melwib von Blifishfin. I love her. Oh, the Crystal Tower raids. Okay, I gotta be honest. The Crystal Tower raids were a blur. They were absolutely a blur for me because I was just so excited to get to Heavensward. So I don't fully remember. I don't fully remember. Red hair cat boy. The bestest of cat boys. I'm sorry. Terra, that was Grahatia. You've met him during the Crystal Tower stuff. Right. Right. Still don't remember them. Boop. Who else can we become from A Realm Reborn? A journey to forge this realm anew. Compassionate Huron woman who leads a secret organization. Oh, is this, hang on, wait, who is this? Secret organization Huron? Oh. I mean, I do still love Infilia. It's just not who I thought it was. Never mind. How far into Stormblood are you? I think we're in 4.2, Darby? If I'm not mistaken. A Huron man who began life anew in A Realm Reborn. A stunning Mikote woman famed as a peerless songstress. Aww. It's it's what's Minfilia's mom technically? Am I wrong? I'm trying to remember all my deep lore. Can't wait to experience Shadowbringers again. I'm so excited. When we raided Kuiper Bull Darby, Kuiper was like, Terra, Shadowbringers is so good. Shadowbringers is so good. They were like, I'm so excited for you to get there. And I was like, ah. Rogadin man, recognized for his tactical brilliance. Is this Roban? Is he Rogadin? I always thought he was Hyur. Oh. Roban is Hyur, right? Fiamin, thank you guys. She's right, it is. Just prepare the tissues and lots of them. Okay, well, Stormblood spoilers. If you're in my channel, you know to be wary of Stormblood spoilers, obviously. But even Xenos, I like didn't full on cry, but I was crying a little bit. And people were like, Terra, how are you crying to Xenos? You're dead. You're dead when you reach Shadowbringers. So I was like, okay. You think Ro is here? Oh, Terra. Oh, baby, no. Oh, sweet summer child, no. He's a Highlander. Wait, Muffin. He's a Highlander. He's a Thylander at that. Trying new dish tonight. What's on the menu, buddy? A Garlean man who hates to be outdone. The best loser in the game. I love him. Thylander, step on me respectfully. The best boy. I hate him so much. I love to hate him so much. Nero, Terra, Scalva, exactly. Creamy roasted red pepper sauce for noodles and chicken with spinach. That sounds so good, Muddy. Please share. I want to show you something funny. What's up, Jolly? Who's this? Show me the funny. Make me laugh. Are we? Is this like a mating dance? What are you doing? If you do some inside stuff, you might end up liking him. I already do like him. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this stance he's taking. I already do like him, but I hate him. He's so obnoxious. He's so obnoxious, but I do like him. Okay, let's run away from here now. Let's run away from here before I see anything that I shouldn't. Terra hasn't done any of the Manderville quests. Yeah, I'm like, hey? That's the Manderville guy, right? The guy that was in the what do you call? The golden saucer that we were talking to for our quest. And everyone was like, Terra, this is the only time you're gonna see this character being serious. And I was like, okay. Okay, yeah. Thankfully, I don't really have a frame of reference for a lot of the characters I'm seeing. It could just be regular players, or it could be characters I haven't seen yet. So before I see anything that may potentially be a massive spoiler, I'll run away. I'll be honest, I like Manderville, but it's not my favorite. I haven't touched a single Manderville quest because I'm specifically saving them for when we hit like the emotional devastation of the next two expansions. Okay, so I think we're ready for MSQ, hey? Huh? MSQ time? Or did I miss anything here? You definitely think the Manderville quests are overhyped. Got it. I will manage my expectations. We're gonna use them as like an emotional reset. Also, Izagi, when did you sneak in here? Izagi, I love you. Hope your day's been great. I like saw your name, reacted to what you were talking about, and like didn't acknowledge you. Hi. Mwah. Also, World snuck in here at some point. World, hello. Acknowledging you. Love you. Thank God I'm not the only one. The one in the golden saucer was Godbert. The character she was glammed as was Hildebrand, main character of the quest, and son of Godbert. Oh, so they're not one and the same. Got you. I waved. Yeah, you came in with a little like O slash, little waving thing. There's a repeatable here, right? Oh, it gives you pumpkin print. I'll do these later. This is, I'm assuming, it has like a recycle quest thing. I'm assuming that's a daily. Also, is this part of the event? Or is this something else? No, this is something else. Okay. Let's go to the MSQ. I just want to quickly look at you. Are you selling anything? We're closed. Come back later. Would that every day could be a festival. Dude, the man gets a vacation and he's just sitting on his... he's just sitting on his display. Yo, I'd like to buy that ass if you don't mind. No, I'm sorry. Let's leave. Let's leave. We're leaving. 2 authored. Woo, that's an expensive teleport. Bum, 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 bum. That was cute. And now we can eat cookies. We can eat cookies whenever we're sad. We can stop for cookie break. No. And I have something to admit, you guys. I didn't do side quests for Flight because No Man's Sky consumed my life in a very loving and amazing way. But we do not have flight. So bear with me. I love the Hilbrand stuff because I love non-serious, stupid physics messing stuff. You guys said they were very like experimental with the Hildebrand quests, right? In like cutscenes and whatnot. I have to be honest in that I didn't fully understand. Speaking of, I just got to my first freighter encounter and I have to start. My save's coming. Yes. Do you know all the steps that we took, Izagi, to get S-Class? Were you like zeroed in? Were you zeroed in and paying attention? Because Molly perfected the system and we found our S-Class in no time. Thank you, Molly, for beta testing. Hildebrand is love. Hildebrand is life. All I know of them is that they're supposed to be funny. And so we're saving them for when I'm like emotionally devastated. Most of you should recall what happened during the vault cutscene. And I could have used a cleanser, an emotional cleanser after that. I still love this mop design right here. Following what she did exactly is how I got mine, even up to skipping the fight altogether. It's the best trick. It's the best trick. I wonder if the devs are gonna be like, we don't like that. I wonder if they're gonna like patch it out. So do it while you can. Hildebrand is very much a huge cleanser. There's another series of quests you guys were mentioning that are also supposed to be like a cleanser emotionally. But I can't recall. Dome and Enclave, please. I'm assuming this is where I was meant to go. Yes, yes it is. I could have warped here, bro. Whoopee. Can you remember any details on it? No, just that somebody was like, they're like the Hildebrand quests. Finish the essay! Proud of you, Froggo. Does that mean you can relax for the rest of the day or always more studying to do? Alize, hello, long time no see. His forgotten home. Forgot to do your work cited? Not done yet. Not done yet. All right, for want of a better suggestion, what say you to a brief tour of the newly liberated Doma? I'd be interested to hear how the people are faring in their own words. And it's not as if we'll be missed here, or will be. Sir, a moment if you would. Ah, Yugiri and Asahi, was it? You have some business with Sir? Business? No. Pleasure, my lady. I merely wish to exchange a few words with the famed slayer of gods and champion of Eorzea. It is truly an honor. Hi, Perline! Perline, welcome in. How you doing? By the way, in that area before you got there, I found two Lalas called Pocket Alphino and Pocket Alize. I love it.
Hi,
I literally wanted to buy from the Mog Station the Alphino like getup and just like make my character Alphino, like tiny little Alphino, because I love him so much. Hi, gay. I do not know all the steps. I know 3 hours and 5 jumps required. Yes. Yes. Yes, Izagi. Yes, yes, yes. I was like, huh? It took my brain a second. What even is relaxing? It's never a thing. It's never a thing, Froggo. You have class too and you have to study more. That pause, it was like I had to re-establish in my brain what Izagi was referencing. I thought stream froze. Such heartfelt admiration. One could almost forget that you're an envoy of the Empire. Oh, is that so strange? We may have stood on opposing sides in the past, but I see no contradiction in lauding the man who would do battle with our common enemy. And lest you forget, this is my homeland. It would be remiss of me not to at least thank him for containing the threat posed by the Kojin's vile icon. Now, if I may continue, as we speak, Lord Hien deliberates over my proposal, and I would take this time to see the land I once called home. I thought he was meant to be talking with Alphino and Hien. Or is Hien and Alphino just like talking like stonks? Terra, please hold. Rebooting the system 100%. I thought stream froze. My stream deciding to buffer. RIP. Though Lady Yugiri is certain to be a jovial escort, the excursion would be all the more pleasurable for your company, and safer besides. What, Yugiri's not good enough for you? Unbelievable. The ambassador has the right of it. He is not like to come to harm with you at his side. Will you join us? It would be my pleasure. Boom, 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 boom. In that case, I will join you as well. There is naught else to do until Lord Hien has reached his decision, and I can think of no finer way to learn more about the current state of Doma. It's settled then. The four of us shall make a brief excursion through Yangzhe. Might we start at the town of Monzen? I would see what became of Doma Castle. We got some news for you, bud. We got some news for you. Tell me why I saw these characters immediately informs me about where you are in the MSQ, because we literally just met Asahi, like at the end of last stream. We finished off the meeting with Asahi, and then I was like, okay, we're done. I have to stop now. So I feel we're at a very pivotal moment of when the story starts to establish whatever's happening with Asahi and this very, very weird proposed piece that I am very sus of. Hamster! I saw you post this in the Discord, Golsov. Hamster's so cute. How hard is it to get Hamster? Oh my god, it's precious. It's running animation. I want a Hamster. I want Hamster. And it flies, obviously, right? Because they all do. We just met him. We just met him. Yeah, Charon's got all the stats right there. Yep. Thank you, Charon, for all the in-depth detail. Hamster. It should be every mount flies. Not hard to get, just a bit of a grind. I'm always down for a grind. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not that set up for it. I just traveled out of a pirate system I'd saved in, and there it was. Yeah, pirate system is probably one of the most important steps. Mac, thank you for the bonk. Huh? Love you. Huh? No. Mwah, love you. Svess being cute. Svess being cute off stream. Max says hi. Mahez, did you headbutt me? I don't deserve this. Off to class, bye, Froggo. Enjoy your class. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Yeah. Oh, as I was saying, No Man's Sky, the pirate system, as we were told, gives you a 1 in 20 chance, because it boosts the chance of finding an S-class freighter to 5% instead of the, what is it normally? Does anyone know? Like less than 1%? So it's just significantly better odds.
Sloppy.
No, that comes later, Perlene, if you catch my meaning. Was more thinking cute cat headbutts. Oh, that's way more precious. Terra. Hey, all I said was Spess was being cute in the distance. That's all. You can infer whatever you want from that. The music here is max comfy, dude. No combat music. I was relaxing. Browse. I was way too excited about that redeem. Kudos. I love it. I love it. It's perfect because I want to start adding more just like random little like not super disruptive but still fun redeems, and it's perfect. It's exactly what I was looking for. I can turn combat music. Oh, but there's some combat music that's a banger though. No combat music, sir. This is an MMO. Nay, can this truly be Monzen? Home to the cream of Doma's samurai? I had heard that Yotsuyu intended to send some few of our automata here, but only by way of warning. It should not have come to this. Indeed, her savagery served only to incense the people and spur them to rise up in protest. It was folly to think such methods of governance could ever prove effective. The sooner we begin to make amends for this senseless destruction, the better. Securing supplies and support for the reconstruction effort should not prove difficult. Once our nation are formally at peace, of course. I don't like this. I don't like this, Asahi. He's just coming in and I just noticed our miniatures are fighting. He's so cute. I don't like this. Asahi's literally coming in and being like, oh, once I get my sister and we agree to peace terms, everything will be solved. All your problems will melt away. I don't trust it. I'm so sus. Yes, of course. If you would have a better view of what remains in the castle, we must proceed through the ruins. Not sure if you fought him yet. There's someone that you fight and the music is my favorite. Is it one of the primals? It might be Ravana. I think Ravana had a fucking super bop theme, if I'm remembering correctly. I managed to finish the game in 4.5 months of playing every day at ungodly hours, and honestly some parts of the game feel blended together. For you, that's an absolute blur. For me, I'm having the issue of the break from Thursday to Tuesday has me not culture shock, that's not the quite word. My brain has holes in it. I forget everything all the time, exclamation mark memory. And so there's like a solid 3 hours at the start of every, usually Tuesday, today it's Wednesday, but usually every Tuesday stream where I'm like, who is this? What's happening? Where am I? And then it all starts rolling back in. Thank you, Mac. Oh, it's one of the Asians. What themes have I really loved? I can't recall fighting an Asian and be like, this theme though? This theme? I can't recall. So you're not a fan of Asahi? I'm not gonna say I'm not a fan of Asahi. I'm just really suspicious that Asahi's like, oh, we're gonna fix all Doma's issues all together once we're at peace and I have my sister back. The primal music is amazing. Actually, all the music is amazing, just varying degrees, yeah. I even really loved Sri Lakshmi's theme. I was bopping to it. It is a travesty, a travesty. I remember the keep being so beautiful in the light of the setting sun. One would swear it was a flame. And there's a snowman. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will Hey, get out of snowman! Let Halloween be Halloween. Come on. Come on. You can wait. It is indeed a doleful spectacle. Mayhap we will rebuild it one day when we have finished helping our people to rebuild their lives. Oh no, I'm being eaten. Spoken like a true popularis, the needs of the people must, of course, come first. Speaking of whom, would you be opposed to my seeing how they live firsthand? The village of Namai is but a short journey from here, if I'm not mistaken. By river, yes. If you follow me, I will ready our boat. I'm being consumed. I am become snowman. How can you not love his dumbass hairstyle with that horrible weird bowl cut? Hang on, I feel like you're shading him unnecessarily. Listen, bowl cuts are efficient. You just put the bowl on your head and you just snip. No thought. No thought. Maybe he grew up in a poor family with fancy ass clothing. To be fair, he did actually grow up in a poor family, right? And then he was just like trained by the Garleans and then like quote unquote adopted by them. Is this the boat spot? Yes, it is. Asahi really wants to make Doma great again? Yeah. It's suspect, is what it is. I mean, I guess it is his homeland, but like, it's all too convenient. It's all way too convenient. I just don't trust it. Ready to cast off? Yes. It's all too perfect. And I still just don't sit well with giving Yotsuyu back to the Empire.
I'm warning you! Someone's in trouble.
Oh no! The guy! Isahi. And his little sister. I can't remember his name. Issei? Might be Issei.
Are you all right?
Hi.
Issei, yeah.
What do they want with you?
Yuki. And you lot too.
What trouble did you... Oh, these are the Kojin.
I don't know. We were returning from the Enclave when they came at us.
It seems they won't go quietly.
Why are the red Kojin riled up?
And neither will we.
AKA the bad Kojin. But I thought they were pretty, like... Placated isn't the word. I thought they were pretty, like, beat down. After we killed their primal. I thought they were going to stay in their little bubble. Slick Shell Captain says, kill them all!
Away with you!
Asahi is fighting
It
alongside
is
us.
nothing.
Very suspect indeed. Oh, I got snapshotted in that for sure. Yes, I did. Sasahi. I almost feel like maybe I'm being unnecessarily suspect of Asahi. I don't know.
Leave it to me.
Whenever somebody comes in with like a somewhat easy resolution to all my problems, I just don't trust it.
An opening.
Associate. Oh, a stack marker. I'm coming. I don't think I made it in time. Issei almost died. See. Oh, I flew right back into that. That's unlucky. There's a
Art of my
lot of
forebears.
Kojin on Alizé. I'm sure she's fine. She's doing great over there. Alizé, are you okay? Yotsu's brother and Garlean soldier, like this man is super related to two bad things. Yes. And that's why I'm like raising an eyebrow at him being like, don't worry, we're going to fix everything. The only caveat is you must give me back my sister. And it's like, but your sister has the opportunity to like turn over a new leaf and actually be not a garbage person. So obviously I'm hesitant to give her up. Okay. Mission complete. When you think about it, you can see how heavily invested you are in the game's story when you, as the player, are sus of this Garlean. I've been paying attention. I may be forgetful, but I have been paying attention.
That seems to be the last of them.
I would say emotionally, I'm very much in my
You
character's
have
shoes.
nothing to fear, child. You are safe now.
Thank you, sir.
To specifically a pirate sector, Izagi, yeah. It'll say pirate controlled. Nothing to fear except for that face.
You saved us again. Thank you. If you're ever passing by our village, look us up. You'll always be welcome.
Okay. So now we're gonna have to figure out what's pissing off the red Kojin.
Thank goodness we arrived when we did.
Indeed. But what could have prompted the Red Kojin to stray so far from the Ruby Sea?
My question exactly.
I presume these are the sellswords hired by Eorzea. If so, the answer is simple. Desperation. Bereft of Imperial employment, they seek other means to line their coin purses. Another sad legacy of the Empire's mismanagement.
The Empire to which you have sworn allegiance.
Thank you, Yugi, for saying what I'm thinking.
Must you always be so pointed? If we are to bring about lasting change, we must look beyond narrow allegiances. You have every right to doubt me.
Yeah.
But in time, I hope you will come to see that we share a common goal. You and yours have fought fiercely to change the Empire from without. But if we are to end the cycle of conflict, the Empire must change from within.
Or disband.
Am I wrong?
Or just like, go join another nation that's not full of garbage. Everyone just leave the Empire, is what I'm trying to say. It's just that easy. His voice as well just sounds like a snake. He sounds so, I don't know. I'm so suspect. Not about that. True reform can only come from within. I genuinely feel the Empire will never change. I genuinely feel that way.
Never? I wonder, would you have said the same of Ishgard?
It's different.
Believe what you will, but I assure you, the Empire can change.
No, but Ishgard's, you can't compare the two. See, the difference is I like Ishgard. my return is still in Foundation. Maybe I'm biased, but you can't say that about Ishgard. Katie. I felt a little called out when he compared the two. Because like the Ishgardians were kind of very, very resistant to change and causing a lot of problems, and there was a lot of internal. Okay, you know what? It's totally different. It's totally different, I swear. Dear me, I had hoped to convey my views on our nation's shared hopes under more peaceful circumstances. Yet this regrettable little interlude did afford me a chance to see the famed hero of Eorzea in action. And few Imperial soldiers can say that. At least few who live to tell the tale. Yes, Jolly, exactly. Creepy slime uncle. His voice sounds like he's attempting to be too disarming. And when somebody speaks that disarming, it makes you more armed up. The uncle you don't trust around your kids. But he's a child himself. After that little ordeal, I believe it may be time for us to return to the Enclave. Return, my lord? But what of Namai? You seemed so eager to observe the villagers going about their daily lives. To be frank, I still am, but I rather doubt the good people of Namai would take kindly to the sight of a man in Imperial uniform with blood still dripping from his blade. Even in your company, my presence would only prove a distraction. Fret not, however. Thanks to the three of you, I have seen a great deal more than I otherwise would. With any luck, Lord Hien will have finished considering my proposal by the time we return. He's in his 20s? He's 27? Bro, he looks 19. To Terra, that is a child. I mean, I'm 31. Anything 30 and below is a child to me. Now hang on, I can just warp there. Can't I? Wait, how do I just warp there? Hingashi? Hingashi. No, not Kugane. I swear to cripes, I can just warp there. Don't make me take the boat every time. Do I have to? Oh, never mind. We're good. So you're saying he's 12? Yes, I am. 100%. Chaos, thanks for the hydrate and the fence. You cannot warp there from the map. Get fricked, Jolly. Guess what I just did? I warped there from the map. I'm just really dumb. No, you're not. You just didn't know. I had to click in a really awkward way, to be fair, in order to get here. Whoops. You're not the NPC. Wait, this is such a... How did they make a bun boy not look like a woman? No, come back. I was admiring you. This is such an attractive bun boy. Help, I'm swooning. It doesn't look like a female. All bun boys look like females except for that one. Help? Help, I am swooning. Thank you again for agreeing to join me. If not for your aid, the Kojin may well have overwhelmed us. Pray, go on ahead. Lord Hien is expecting you. I will remain without the keep watch over our guest. Well, we had best not keep him waiting. Oh, wait. I mean, Jolly, have you seen you? At first glance, have you seen you? It's the pink hair for me. Okay, Hien, what have you decided? Maybe it could have just been the armor, to be fair. Your bunny is very cute, Jolly. Your bunny is very cute, but that's the first like mask. That's the first mask bunny boy that I've seen, and it could very well have just been the big armor in hindsight. Welcome back, my friend. Yugiri tells me you accompanied her and Asahi on your tour of on a tour of Yangzha. I had hoped you might take the opportunity to recover from your exertions at Sakazuki, but I gather your time was well spent. Until Ambassador affords Yugiri a chance to make a full report, however, I must rely on you to supply the details. So please, tell us how it all unfolded. The Red Kojin? Here? Have there been any other incidents since the liberation? Not that I am aware of. If they're planning some new venture here in Yangzha, we will need to increase patrols. In any event, I am indebted to you for fighting them off. But tell me, and be modest, and don't be modest, was Asahi truly the first to leap to the youngster's aid? He actually was, but like kind of suspiciously. What's this? Thank you. Thank you for bringing nibs. Guys, we were talking about nibs the other day, and then when I was in the grocery store, I bought myself nibs. I blame you guys. You guys have enabled me. Just by simply talking about it. Sus sleeping. I don't know how Asahi can convince me that he's not sus. Everything he does, I'm gonna find a reason to be suspect of it. Ray, I've been thinking it the whole time, because their name is Asahi. What are nibs? They're like licorice, but small. If my camera would ever, hey, there we go. It's like licorice, but small. It's like little bite-sized licorice. It's very, very good. He was. I was quick to doubt him when we first met, but his desire to save them seemed quite genuine. It's possible he truly believes what he's saying. In the time I've known you, you've always been an excellent judge of character. What do you make of the ambassador? Sus! Sus! I still don't think he can be trusted. And the question of what his true intention may be remains. Regardless of his aim, I am resigned to playing his game, for now at least. And you know what? I can't blame Hien, because part of the deal was getting all the prisoners back, right? And like he said, he can't leave his people there if he has the option to free them. Oh, you don't have them in the UK? They're not like mind-blowing, but they're a good little snack. I really like them. Well, forswearing summoning should be simple enough, considering you never dabbled it in the first place, which just leaves the somewhat thornier question of how to police the Red Kojin. It was with that very question in mind that I sought Alphino's counsel. Thanks to his knowledge of the icons and rituals used to invoke them, I believe we've identified a workable solution. As you will recall, Susanoo was summoned forth using the power of relics locked away in the Kojin's treasure vault on the Isle of Zeki. Though said relics remain there to this day, it is all but certain the act of summoning exhausted their stores of ether, making subsequent summonings impossible. Assuming that is the case, preventing the Primal's return rests on denying the Red Kojin the means to amass new stores of ether, either via the acquisition of crystals or the relics they are wont to collect. So, to stop the Kojin from summoning, just don't let them have anything they love. It's easy. This is a simple solution. Let's say Rise Up with UK rising up is what caused so many Independence Days in the world. For this, I plan to enlist the aid of our friends, the Blue Kojin. Since Doma's liberation, we have forged closer bonds with Bunchin and his people, and with their support, I am quite confident we can keep the Red from obtaining what they require to call upon this Susanoo. And what of the prisoners? They will be exchanged as agreed, and I will give full credit to Asahi for the success of the transaction. If there is aught we can do to help the Popularis garner favor, I mean to see it done. Fair enough. I can't be mad at him for this. I understand. But first, I have some unfinished business to attend to. Would you all come with me? Yes, of course. But what manner of business? A past mistake which I would see put right. One which has weighed heavy on my mind. My mother raising me. If you don't give them anything they love, they will be fine. Mostly a joke. Oh God, no. I don't feel right about giving Yotsuyu over. I despised
I had
her.
her brought here in secret while the three of you kept our guest company.
I despised her in her previous iteration, but now she's like a lost little lamb. She's like a lost little lamb, and this is a perfect opportunity to mold her in a proper upright way. So I don't I don't feel good about giving her over to the Empire. Pepper's nice and roasted now. Let them rest and cool while covered to make the skin easier to feel. Muddy, you're making me hungry. Stop. Stop this. She is, isn't she? She is. She has no recollection of who she was, and she's reverted to a very childlike state. Don't.
The world has not been kind to you, it is true. But that does not excuse your sins. You should be at the bottom of the river.
I did say this. I said almost these exact same words in the castle, like during that cutscene. When we like found out her full backstory. I still said it's no excuse to be the way that she is. It's pure revenge. However, she's not the same person, Hien.
Yet here you are. The living, breathing proof of my failure. A failure for which I would now make amends.
Jolly, yes. Tsuyu is what Yotsuyu should have ended up as. Yes, 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 yes. Hien, chill. Hien have zero chill right now.
What did I do? I don't remember. Was it really so terrible? Tell me, please. What did I do?
You speak of sins, my lord. But at whose feet do those sins lie? With the soldiers who committed the crimes, or those who commanded them to do so? With both, I would say. For all have a conscience, and all must choose. But with no memory of who she is, or what she has done, what sin remains to be cleansed?
Thank you, Gosetsu. Thank you. This is exactly my opinion. I don't blame Hien either, but Gosetsu, goodest boy in saying these words.
You ask that I show mercy.
You'd be executing somebody that has no idea what they've done. So how is it fixing the situation? God, Setsu, literally. Jifuya died on his way back to his home planet. No!
I ask why the heavens saw fit to deny me my rest.
And her
Why
as well.
Yotsuyu was spared not only death, but the bitter memories of her life.
Go off, King. This is what I love to hear.
You truly think it the will of the Kami? If so, her life is not mine to take. It is yours to safeguard.
Yotsuyu's sins are not cleansed completely since Tsuyu lives, but Yotsuyu's sins are not Tsuyu's. Exactly. Because they are not the same person. Exactly. Yotsuyu wasn't actually bad. Disagree. Hard disagree, Kyo. Oh, I'll know by soon? Oh, okay. If I'm missing from my information that I have currently, hard disagree, because I genuinely believe no matter how horrible of an upbringing you have, you can find ways to still do good and be good and not make people kill their own parents. Like, in
Come the
revenge.
hour of the exchange. If her memories have not returned, she may remain here in Doma to live out her days as Tsuyu.
But hang on. That... Wait. Doesn't this screw the whole deal?
But if they do, the Guardians shall have their viceroy. Though the people will protest, they will come to accept my decision when they have been reunited with their loved ones.
But is he still going to give you back your people if you don't give him Tsuyu? Is she not the linchpin to this whole deal? There's no moral ambiguity if everyone dies. You know what? True. Being good, not on their lives. I love, you guys can't see it because my chat is blocking it. Let me just move it for you. She has a plate of dango. She has a full plate of dango. How cute is that, dude? An entire plate of it. If she doesn't get her memory back, he doesn't have to turn her over. This is the current deal. But is
Thank
Asahi,
you, my lord.
is Asahi gonna agree to these terms?
Now then,
I don't remember
I believe we
consulting
have kept our
Asahi for
guests
this.
waiting long enough.
She loves this stuff. It's so cute. I haven't had dango in forever. It was mainly featured in Monster Hunter Rise as well too, so I have like such a craving for it, and it's been a long time since I've had it.
Did Gosetsu not seem strange to you?
He seemed like resolute. I wouldn't say strange.
His sympathy for your Tsuyu part, I mean.
How do you mean?
I know his powers of endurance only too well, but after all he has suffered, even he should not be on his feet. He puts on a brave face for our sakes, but it would not surprise me if he lacked the strength to raise his blade.
Don't even joke about it, Hien.
Though I suppose if he and Yotsu are to enjoy a life of peace and quiet, he will have little use for it.
The implication there is that this could be like one of those situations, you know how like the elderly, if they're given a child to take care of or something to take care of, they will literally live longer in order to see that duty fulfilled. And the implications of what he just said kind of implies that Gosetsu's only reason for living, or living as long as he has despite being in a weakened state, is to look after Tsuyu.
It falls to
I don't
us
like the
to
implications.
shape that future.
I don't like the implications.
One in which he need never again set foot on the battlefield.
I don't like the implications of that. They cannot take away my boy again. I just got him back. You'll find out soon, smiley face. I love the cryptic smiley faces that you guys give me. Me, spitting wild theories. Chat, smiley face. Gonna sing the Dango family song from Clannad. I haven't seen Clannad. An ugly cry about it. Oh, great. And the Council. Golsif likes the Council. Rise of a New Sun. Striking, maiming, fending. None of these are for me. What am I most likely to play? Probably fending, because I'd probably play a gunbreaker at some point. So I'll take the fending coffer. With Tsuyu safely in Gosetsu's care, all that remains is to answer Asahi's proposal. I realize other matters demand your attention, but I would ask that you stay a while longer and listen to see this business through. Tara, when you coming for dinner? My God, with all the cooking you've been doing lately, Muddy, and how you've been talking about it, tomorrow. Can you accommodate me tomorrow? Bending is good for Dark Knight too. If I understand it, it's just fully the tank set, right? Haven't gotten used out of Council since Omori. You've definitely used it a couple times in Final Fantasy. Just not as much as Omori.
My apologies. Our deliberations took longer than expected.
I'm interested to see how Asahi's going to feel about this. I feel he'll be not on board. Fending is the tank identifier, right? I swapped from Gladiator to Gunbreaker and I love it. Have not looked back since. Yeah, if I'm gonna play any tank, it's gonna be Gunbreaker. I just want to shoot myself in the foot and have a DPS class as... I play Sage. I picked it up recently, so I have a DPS class as a healer, and then if I pick up Gunbreaker, I'll have a DPS class as a tank. And then I'm always playing DPS no matter what role I'm filling. I'm not so far from the best part of Stormblood. Let's go.
Think nothing of it. The time afforded me the opportunity to go on a rather rousing excursion through Yansha. You have reached a decision then?
Okay.
We are willing to
Big moment.
cooperate with you in combating the Icon threat, and also in the exchange of prisoners. Assuming you accept our conditions, of course.
Ah, he's introducing new conditions to the deal. Okay. Please be on board, Asahi. Please be on board. Just give us Tsuyu. I know that's like one of your linchpins, but like. I had a dungeon run as a sage earlier with a gunbreaker who not only didn't use mitigation, but pressed the wake up button very early. Was a fun dungeon then, hey? Do, 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 do. Boo. A test of your reflexes.
As you know, your sister is in our care. Due to certain complications, however, we are hesitant to release her into your custody.
Complications?
She was inside Doma Castle when it collapsed. Though she survived, she remembers nothing of her past life, not even her name. To clarify, she is in our care not as a prisoner, but as a vulnerable citizen of Doma.
Are you saying you refuse to release her?
Potentially.
Not at all, if her memory returns before the appointed hour.
And if not, what exactly? You will accommodate her here in Doma?
Quite that.
Well, I sincerely doubt she will be of any great strategic value to the Empire. She spends her days daydreaming of Dango.
It's quite cute.
Dango. How dreadful.
Or dreadful. See, this is why I don't like Asahi. Let's talk shit about Dango? Rude.
Very well. In light of our recent misstep in Sakazuki, it seems only fair that I show you the same understanding you have shown us. Though I do have one small request. Regardless of Yotsuyu's value to the Empire, she is yet my sister. Before I leave, might you permit me to speak with her in private?
In private? In private, though? In private? Are we sure? Yes?
Of course. Perhaps you could even bring her a plate of Dango. She would be most pleased.
I don't like this. I don't like this. Have you met the Garlean Rite of Asahi yet? I don't think so.
Yugiri will see you to her chambers.
I don't like the Yugiri, spy. Spy on them. Spy on them, please. Do the shinobi thing where you're always in the background. I don't like this. I don't trust it. I'm literally just waiting for one thing to happen for me to go, I knew he was bad. I knew it. I didn't trust him from the first moment I saw him. Oh, forgive me, my lord, but has he not been gone over long? Perhaps I should... Calm yourself, Gosetsu. I understand your concern, but we have to wait. He deserves that much. He's in there right now shaking her. Chrissy, wake up. Get your memories back. That voice, though. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. Thank you for your understanding. Long did I dream of this reunion, but never did I imagine it would be so joyless. A part of me hoped your stories of her condition were just that, but alas, it is as you say. Tsuyu, do you remember anything of this man? Anything at all? No. I am a stranger to her. That much was clear to me from a single look. I leave her in your care. Wow, just like that? What? As you wish. Now, if you will excuse me, my superiors are long overdue a report. They'll be elated to hear of our agreement. Of that I have no doubt. As for the exchange itself, once I've obtained the relevant permissions, I will arrange for your people to be relieved of their various duties and sent here to Yangsha. This will take time, of course. Of course. You may rest assured your soldiers will be well cared for until your return. We will also begin taking steps to better counter the threat of the Kojin and their icon. Before you take your leave, there is one other matter. I am informed it was you who took the lead in rescuing 2 young domans from a band of Kojin sellswords. I have not yet had the time to thank you properly. Please, there's no need to thank me. I only did what anyone would do under the circumstances. Fortunately, I was in good company at the time. The blight of the Red Kojin is of the Empire's making. Was it not for our transgressions, those children would not have needed saving. The people of Doma have suffered enough, my lord, and I promise to do all in my power to spare them further pain, be it at the hands of the Kojin or indeed the Empire. I pray the Emperor will see things as you do. There may yet be hope for us all. This was a weirdly amicable exchange. Until we meet again. Damn it. He's not falling into what I had planned for him in my mind. Or suspected of him, I guess I should say. Gosetsu, as before, I leave Yotsuyu to you. Well, if anything was going to jog her memory, it likely would have been her brother. So, given that that didn't happen, maybe she'll have a blank slate forever. The most interesting scenario will be if she begins to be a good person and then suddenly gets all her memories back. What then? What then will happen? Because she'll have new memories of being treated with patience and care from Gosetsu, mixed with the old memories of like super pain and trauma and everything she did in accordance with that. That will be a very interesting dynamic if that comes to light. I invite the rest of you to join me outside. Let's treat Asahi to a proper farewell. Everything works out and the Garleans no longer wage war on the rest of the world, and we cut to credits. Okay, yeah, something's gonna happen. Obviously something's gonna happen. Terra expects character to be evil. Terra, one character doesn't. Why aren't you evil? Why are you not trying to kill everyone so I have a reason to hate you? I'm literally like, just give me a reason. Just give me a reason. Say something sus right now. If my dear sister's memory does not return, I pray you'll take good care of her. Why are you being... I don't trust you. I don't trust you, sir. I do not trust you. You're evil, I know it. The minute I let my guard down, you're gonna be like, haha, we killed everyone you love. Starting with Eorzea and Alpha. Darby. The ambassador's airship awaits at Castrum Fluminus. Let's be off.
Sloppy.
Sloppy indeed. I don't like this. There's a big flashing neon sign above my head right now being like, tragedy striking in, insert timer until I reach whatever cutscene. Terracasts versus. I do.
I wish you a safe journey.
This has been a most enjoyable visit. I look forward to our next meeting. Maxima, would you take the others and see that all is ready for our departure?
Is Maxima slightly daddy? Sorry. What? What are we talking about? Sorry. Sus? I'm very sus of Asahi.
I simply cannot leave without first giving thanks to the Warrior of Light for accompanying me through Yantia.
I don't trust any of this. Maxima, good boy. Maxima is absolutely daddy. Okay, thank you. Thank you for corroborating. Zaddish. Zaddy adjacent? Huh?
Mark me, savior of the savages. There will be a reckoning.
What? 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 What just happened? Hello? What just happened? There it is. This is it. This is what we... Yeah, baby. This is what I've been talking about. This is what I've been waiting for. This was the sign I was waiting for, but I was still shooketh. Oh, there it is.
You've nowhere left to run, traitor.
Liberation Front Samurai.
Ignorant savages! Killing us will avail you naught. For every Imperial you cut down, 1,000 more will come. Abandon this foolish endeavor and surrender. You may yet serve our righteous cause.
He's been brainwashed. He's been brainwashed.
How dare you speak of righteousness? You who forsook kith and kin to serve conquerors! Be glad I grant you this mercy.
Oh, they really went for it. He was absolutely as good as dead. Xenos?
What in the...
My boy. I miss him already.
Reinforcements? No, just one. Cut him down!
Oh, chat, they don't know. They don't know, chat. They don't know. Pepe laugh. And this is why he sims for Xenos. I mean, this is also why I sim for Xenos. They lack critical information. For all intents and purposes, Xenos literally saved his life. He was already faithful to the Empire. This would have just solidified it for him. And then Xenos was like, ooh, what's this shiny sword? Was this the birth of his golf bag of katanas? Xenos was like, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Xenos was like, this definitely wouldn't make me a virgin if I collect these.
This one is promising.
Xenos virgin confirmed. He wanted to level up Samurai. Oh, he was just job switching. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. What's this? Notices your Odachi.
Who remains to offer us resistance?
A host of rebels led by Lord Cayenne hold the enclave across the river.
Oh.
Lord Cayenne.
The king of the former king of Dorma, sir. They say he is one of the greatest swordsmen alive.
So this is when the oopsie started.
Is that what they say?
Who was that?
He's as starstruck as I was.
Surely you jest. That was Xenos Galvus, legatus of the 12th, the crown bloody prince. I heard he was strong, but that was frightening.
Look at those eyes.
That was Lord Xenos.
He's simping respectfully. He has a crush, 100%.
Everything you are, your power, even your face, it vexes me.
I'm so glad I was at least a good judge of character with Asahi. It was all way too convenient.
Go on. Lash out like the beast you are at an emissary and jeopardize the newfound peace between Dorma and the Empire.
What a psycho. He's a yandere! He absolutely is! And the act drops, just like that. Just like that. Asahi, I liked you better when you were a light beer.
My lord was destined to lead us unto a glorious new age. Your light is nothing to his radiance.
Then why am I alive and he's dead? Bitch. Although I'm still not happy about it. Oh my god, personal space? Hello? Help? Nobody cares?
I will cherish this moment. Lock it away within my heart. Until the day we meet again.
Yikers? Yikers? I think that cutscene was even better because I was a Lalafell. So he was literally like, like right down in my face because Lalafell. I feel like that cutscene is not as interesting for any other race. Yep. That's how you see him if your Warrior of Light is a Lala. He just wanted a kiss on the forehead. The back pain he must have right now. I imagine that scene is really funny if you're Ro, because he's probably like trying to be intimidating, but like half your size. Ray wants forehead kiss. Here you go, Ray. So no one else heard that, right? He went on a whole monologue. They're all looking at me. Do they know? Alphino, what do you have to say about this? Are you quite well? You look as— oh, they didn't hear anything. You look as if you were about to faint in the ambassador's arms for a moment there. Why the frown? Did he say something to upset you? They don't know. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. It smells so good. Oh my god, it actually smells divine. Ooh. I have supper. I have supper, guys. How do they have spaceships but use swords for war? They're like magic swords. Well, actually, it's mostly magic. I wonder if there's any fan art of Asahi in existence. People who like Yandere would probably make fan art. Because the katana in the right hands can bisect a Magitech armor. That as well. There's literally a whole class based around it.
You look troubled, my friend. Was it something he said?
They have both Waffle. They do have magic ballistics. That's the core basis of the Magitech. So the Empire, the Garleans, they don't innately have ether in their bodies, so they can't cast spells. None of them can be casters. Like, none of them can take on classes that use magic. So instead, they made Magitech, basically engineers. And that's how they, like, funnel the ether, is in their, like, machinery. It's magically infused, like, ether-infused armor, basically. Mechas, things like that. If I'm understanding my lore correctly, that's the way it works. You look troubled. Oh, he read that. He read that. This is voiced. I went off on a rant there. Sorry. Truly, I do not dislike Asahi. I despise Asahi.
Of all the memories to witness.
I'm just glad I did not fall for it.
I have my doubts about him, but I would never have guessed he was a disciple of Xenos.
I'm just glad I did not for a second fall for it. The whole time I was like, this is so suspect. This is all way too convenient.
My lord.
Calm yourself, Yugiri. I set no store by him or his enlightened brethren. But if by treating with them there is even the faintest hope, we might secure the return of our conscripted brothers and sisters, I must play this game.
I still get you, Hien. It's still fair.
After the way I risked their lives in the rebellion, I owe them that much.
I 100% sympathize with Hien's motivations.
My lord, you bear no blame for their fate.
Ah, it won't spawn in the pirate sector. You know what you should do, Izagi? Keep playing. Just keep playing normally, and then once a freighter spawns, reload your save. Reload your save, and then, in particular, warp to a pirate sector. That would be my advice. Because that's actually what I did, because I warped in and a freighter spawned.
Then responsibility.
And chat was like...
They were prisoners, and still I chose to fight.
And chat was like,
they could
reload.
be executed in retaliation.
And we got it together pretty quickly. Oh, it is spawning, just not in the pirate sector? That's weird. He only gets worse, frick. Of course, of course. He's shown his true colors now, so of course he's gonna get nastier. Oh, not if you go to a pirate sector. That's so dumb. You're getting robbed, Izagi.
But now we have a chance to bring them home. If it means bargaining with a monster, so be it.
Once again, I agree.
My lord.
Besides, I think he likes me, which is more than some can say.
Bitch, you talking about me? Bitch, disrespectful, first of all. He's like, he likes me, unlike you, stinky. Lemon, welcome back. How you doing? It makes no sense. Why would he bother keeping up the pretense for so long, only to drop it right before the very end? Perhaps he no longer thought it necessary, having secured Doma's cooperation in the prisoner exchange. If he truly is a disciple of Xenos, 'tis possible emotions simply got the better of him, remaining calm around the man who slew his lord will have taken its toll. Whatever the explanation, now is not the time for hasty reprisals. We shall proceed as planned. The Red Kojin must be placed under surveillance and the Garlean prisoners made ready for the exchange, but you need not concern yourself with the details. Leave the affairs of Doma to us. When the hour of the exchange draws near, we will call for you. Okay. You are disrespectfully correct. I should certainly hope so. Whatever the Empire's true intent, we would be on hand to play our part, either to defend Doma or to help usher in a lasting peace. I had thought we might use this time to return to Eorzea, but given the volatility of the situation, mayhap it would be best if we remained in Kugane. Agreed. Between Yotsuyu's amnesia and Asahi's dubious agenda, I'd say we have ample reason to remain in the neighborhood. If anything should happen, anything at all, you must send for us at once. Lemon, how could you headbutt me? What is this game about? It's about the last fantasy. The 14th one, to be specific. I'll be like, ugh. It's about pain. That is very accurate. It is about pain. Oh, I will. On that you have my word. Charting a path through this sea of troubles promises to be difficult enough. I'm not so proud as to attempt the feat alone. To Kugane then. Tataru and the others must know of what transpired here.
Sloppy!
Tataru! We come bearing news. Most of it being bad news. Redeems. Oh, I need to give you guys that, Mac. I need to give you guys that. Hang on, let me write it down. Where's my pen? We need an emotional damage sound. Emotional damage. Redeem. Okay, is written. By the way, I wonder how many normal Final Fantasy games will be launched until 14 ends. At least 2 more. Are you kidding me? At least 2 more. This game is showing no signs of dying. We need to go there. The Ruby Bazaar. Is XX really the way to display 20? There's no way. I hate Roman numerals. I hate them so much. 11 servers are still alive. Yeah, it is. Ugh, I hate Roman numerals. Other than 1.0, 14 has been infinitely more popular. Yeah. It seems you're all in quite the predicament. Well, should we receive any urgent missives from Doma, rest assured you will be the first to know of it. Why is it 250 points to hurt you, but 500 to pet you? I should make them more expensive. You're right, Lemon. Ahem. I'm making this an official note. Make pain more expensive. Do you know what the actual reason is? It's because the pets last a lot longer on screen. But I do need to bleed you guys of your channel points faster, so. The prices are going up. You heard it here first. I got my handy dandy notebook. I do. I'm gonna have lots of stream notes written in there. It's been really useful. Whew. Yeah, 14 and WoW alternate years for expansion. So the next expansion for 14 should be next year. That's so exciting. Maybe I'll be there by then. XX is 20, triple X is 30, extra large is 50. Yes, of course. We're discussing ideas to replenish our coffers, but I suppose that all can wait if any urgent news should come through to the office. About that, I wish to apologize, Tataru. It was reckless of me to make such a purchase without first consulting you. You may be certain, however, that I mean to reimburse the Scions, even if it means drawing upon my personal funds. It's very thoughtful of you, but I'm sure it won't come to that. Look at Tataru's face. Absolutely evil. Evil individual. Thank you so much for that follow, by the way. Welcome in. XXL would be 30. But I think XXX is conventional. I hate numerals. I hate Roman numerals so much. XL is 40. I hate Roman numerals. I'm so bad at them. If Soroban's business proposition is as promising as it sounds, Sir should have no difficulty wiping the red from our ledger. Bro. Forgive me, sir. It would seem I have unwittingly heaped my financial troubles onto you. I swear I will pay you back. Liar! Liar, Alphano. Do you hate numerals or the wrong pronunciation of pasta more? I can confidently say I hate numerals more. Terra's turning into Spamton, like prices are going up by now. I'm just getting footed with the bill is all that's happening. Though I fear I will struggle to cobble together anything of monetary value, knowledge I can gather in abundance. To start, I plan to investigate the divisions forming within the Empire. Mayhap Riol and his associates have heard something on the subject. Regardless, the more we know about the politics of Garlemald, the better our chances of predicting the Imperial's next move, which might yield you an advantage on the day of the prisoner exchange. Knowing what we do of Asahi's... I love this theme, by the way. My brain understands this music as Alphino's theme, but I think it's called something else. But it's like the pretty piano, and it's very like mystical. I love this theme. Another one. Wait, it's out of stock. Rip. Most of the sound redeems, I think, either have a 5-minute or a 15-minute cooldown. I don't recall. Terra can never be a big shot because his character is too small. Rude. Knowing what we do of Asahi's apparent resentment towards you, I cannot say what he hopes to gain from it. But if there is even the faintest chance that a lasting peace could be forged between Doma and the Empire, what choice have we but to try? Lord Hien had the right of it. Asahi may very well be a monster, but we must play his game for now. I am in agreement with this. Hi, Mir! This is called Canticle. Canticle of something or just Canticle? 1995 was MCMLXLV. This is why we don't use Roman numerals, guys. This is why we do not. Because, what is that? What even is that? That was just purely speculation for the next X-Pack. Just judging off of prior patterns, eh? Arranging the prisoner exchange proved easier than I thought. Yes, my lord will be most pleased. Everything is going according to plan. I knew he was bad! I knew it! Didn't doubt it for a second. Oh no, what did he give Tsuyu? I'm scared! I'm scared!
Can you truly remember nothing? Nothing at all?
Look how happy.
Friends?
Look how happy. I can't reach. Oh, my hand gets cut off. Let me pet you, Tsuyu. Oh no, I came in at a terrible time. This little fucker. Hi, Gray.
Yes, we were good friends, you and I. In fact, I've brought you a gift.
I'm miserable.
I pray that one day soon, as you gaze into that mirror, you will remember the woman staring back at you.
No. We don't want her to. If you couldn't tell, we really don't like Asahi. Brendo!
It's so pretty. Who are you? Who are you?
Don't remember. Don't remember, it's not worth it. No, sweetie, stay innocent. Remember nothing. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, Simpage. It's funny because I hated her too. I absolutely despised her. I love a good Dami mommy, but she was too much. She was too far off the deep end. But now that she's Tsuyu, I love her. Father?
How are you feeling, my lord?
Sorry. He would be way more daddy if he had mustache, but like still father.
Fine, now leave me.
What? What do you mean? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hello? 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 It has to be the Asian. It has to be Elidabussi. It literally has to be a little bussy. He's no longer with us. Don't worry, Xenos will be back in the multiverse of madness. What? It has to be a little bussy. Don't confirm, don't deny. You guys know the way I am with my theories. But it has to be a little bussy. There's no way. Gosetsu and Tsuyu. Guys, I have to take a pee break. We gotta go for a pee break, okay? This is too many crazy things are happening all at once. Everybody go pee. Go pee, go get water. We'll be back. Let's go to the beach each. Ninky Minjaj. Thought I was dead. Oh my god, people run! People run! I'm coming. We gotta go zoomies. Zoomies. John, why did you stop? Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, he caught you. I saw that. Now,
don't look at me.
Now Andy won't love you, you freaking.
Don't look at me.
The drive-by. The drive-by trash search. Jesus Christ. Okay, to say this. Pneumono ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. Nailed it. What's this? Okay. Oh, he just so quietly came around. Hey guys, how come vampires don't have more friends? Because they're a pain in the neck. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Do you want my head delivered to your door in a box? No, I'm going. Well, there's my head. Would you like it in a box delivered to you? You get back and study him. Oh! Do you think he's tired out, guys? Do you think I did it? Autopilot, please don't kill me. Jindiana Jones, hello. What are you currently trying to figure out in this game? Can my answer be everything? Because everything. Oh, autopilot! Echo! Thank you for Timberlands.
Sound alerts aren't working for me, so pretend this is a realistic knocking noise.
Okay, here we go. Let me hang on. Give me a second. Knock. Oh my god, Echo. Oh, Jesus. Did I sell it? Did it work? Did it was that good? Did you get the dopamine? Did you get the dopamine? Yes! I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We fucking did it. It's like it's. I'm getting sucked. Fuck my ass. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Do it. Do it. Take me. Huh? Why isn't it doing it this time? Hello? I'm confused. Okay, well, it's gonna eat our ass eventually. But yeah. Bees. Guys, we can make a move. Guys, we can make a move. Is it too early? Do we make a move? Would you feel sufficiently like swayed by this point if you were in here and this lady was singing about Sandani? Would you be like, oh yes, kiss me, Arthur, kiss me? Oh, I hate. Are you kidding? Miss, I fucking saw that. You take that 9 damage, dude.
Shut up.
I don't think your sword is strong enough to... There you go.
My god, that was frame perfect, dude.
You're welcome. I liked watching you like fail horribly at trying to parry him, and I just walked in front of you and parried him for you. I hate that. I don't even want to like this first part. Actually makes me so emotional. If it's not legal, you can't do it, okay? Oh! In here? Is this a thruster? It is! Here we go. Oh! No! Come back! Come back! Come back! Goodbye, beautiful thruster. Farewell. Farewell on your journey through space. If something suddenly makes a loud noise, I'm not even gonna... Is this moving or is it just... It's just shadows, okay. I'm putting my glasses back on now. Oh, why? Mac, your timing was great. What the fuck? Holy... that like... I guess we're not buying that. I choose me. I will fight the goblin. Since nobody else wants to, I'll do it. Am I winning? Ah. Then I see Kitty. I'm not confident that we can get Kitty without murder. Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. You died. Oh, you died horrifically. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Please tell me nobody saw that. Oh! Oh, we are here. No! I'm back. I'm back. Hello? Hello? Go Setsunsuyu? Hi, guys. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Hello? Only been to 5 systems at this point. Don't have the scanners. Oh, wait, did you not get it from the drops, Izaki? Did you get all the Twitch drops? Because one of them has a conflict scanner on it. So that'll absolutely help you find a pirate system. Gosetsu your reflexes. Hi back. Hi back, I'm Kyo. You didn't complete the dad joke, Kyo. You tried. Ah, sir, impeccable timing. We've just received a letter from Lord Hien. He writes that Domans are coordinating their efforts with the Blue Kojin to maintain a constant watch over the Red. By staying on the lookout for signs of crystal hoarding and the like, they mean to nip any summoning attempts in the bud, thereby satisfying the conditions for peace set down by the ambassador. For the Garlean's part, the Popularis have sent word that a vessel bearing Doman conscripts is soon to arrive in Yangzha. It would seem that the prisoner exchange is to proceed as planned. Lord Hien requests your presence, and I share his view that you should be on hand. I feel like we should be on hand, but we should be hidden. I don't think we should be, like, goading out Asahi's psychopathic tendencies at all. They just expired after like 24 hours. Oh, you missed all but the last day. That's so heartbreaking, Izagi. Just packaged all the tech I wanted from the drops, installed it on a ship I liked, scrapped the denuded dropships. Because I don't have many ships right now, Brendel, I'm scared to scrap them. But I know it's a lot of free units for doing that. But I'm a hoarder. According to the letter, Yotsuyu's memory has yet to return, so it looks like she'll be living out the rest of her days in Doma, assuming the ambassador means to honor the agreement, of course. Also, Nitro, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hi. Hi, Nitro, love you. Tips hat, my hoarder. Fair, I have 3 sets of drops. I think I got all 5 days, thanks to the wonderful, magnificent, and beautiful Molly Berry. Before we get to that, however, I think it would be wise to assess her condition one last time. If the Domans have missed any change in her mental state, however slight, it would be better if Asahi weren't the one to spot it. Agreed. Let us make straight ways for the Enclave then. Lord Hien will be waiting. I've always been here, but soon driving home. Drive safe, please, Nitro. Oh, you mean 3 sets of 5 days. Also, I love Alize. Me too. I trust you will cope in our absence, Tataru. Who's your favorite twin, Brendel? Is it Alize over Alphino? I have a hard time choosing. It's maybe like 5% more Alphino right now. But I just love how crass Alize is. The contrast between them, the two, is lovely. Red Alphino is great. For me, it's just because we've spent much more emotional time with Alphino. And that's 100% why, and I can admit that freely. Alize is so spicy. Yes! Always a snarky comment. Yes. Alize is usually saying what we're thinking, and that's why I adore her. But I do still love Alphino just a smidge more. But Alize is a newer addition to the party, so there's still time for that to change. Hi, Ray! Look at this coat you got on. Looking snazzy. Looking ready for business casual. Red Alpha, hello, welcome in. Yes, you may show me in. Alize, the friend who is not afraid to call you a dumbass, then join you doing the dumbass things. That's really accurate, Jolly. Absolutely, Alize, because I spent all of ARR loathing Alfie. Okay, so we talked about this in Kuiperbol's stream, and they asked me which one I loved, and I said Alphino, and they were like, thank God, another person that loves Alphino. Because I am a sucker for growth. Like a character can go from, how do I word this? Let me word this correctly. If there's a character who's like 70% amazing and they grow to 100, I'm less impressed by it than a character that goes from 10% amazing to 100, because I like to see the growth. And so that's why Alphino ekes out just a little bit more, because he was insufferable. He was insufferable in A Realm Reborn, and then Heavensward he won me over. And then watching that massive growth made me love him. And I haven't had that time. Alize came in and was instantly like, okay, I love her. So she didn't have as much room for growth for me personally, because I loved her right away. I hope that makes sense. I think I'm weird in that regard. I just like seeing a character develop. I see my letter reached you across the Ruby Sea. Thank you for coming so swiftly. Though I wrote at some length on the subject of the forthcoming exchange, there was one other matter I neglected to mention. It concerns Gosetsu. As you may have observed, he returned from his ordeal rather the worse for wear, and despite his best efforts to conceal his condition, or perhaps because of them, he recently collapsed. My response as well. Good gods, is he all right? Confined to bed and grumbling without cease, but he has shown signs of recovery, thank you. He made me promise not to tell you, lest you worry unduly, which was all very well when you weren't here. Now that you are, however, I think it is high time he received some visitors. Might you spare him a moment? Yotsuyu has scarce left his side, and I imagine you are curious to see what has become of her as well. Alfie and ARR, whoo boy, he was absolutely insufferable. Painfully accurate. I love that they have such different personality types. They're complementary. I absolutely agree. I love their dynamic. I would die for both of them. I would too. At the end of the day, I only like Alfie just a smidge more. Alfie's the one to be with you from the beginning doing the dumbass things just to be of help. Yeah. All the while telling you that like the logistics of it and telling you that it's not a good plan. He's like, we're doing it anyways. Just let me complain. And I resonate with that. It really was a Gosetsu reflexes. We will visit him at once. I'm gonna be sad when we change our outfit. I love this red mage set.
Open wide now.
No, this is too cute. To you. You reach a point eventually where you will swear to die for them and adopt them both. And spoiler alert, I'm already there. I'm already at that point.
Pleased to you. I'm not so frail that I cannot feed myself.
This is too cute. He took care of her, and now she's taking care of him.
I grow weary of the taste of gruel.
You don't like it? Can I fetch you something else?
Maybe some dango?
Aye, wine. Or if that is not wholesome enough, I don't know. A sweet persimmon from Namai? I enjoyed them in my youth.
Time for Gosetsu to act tough again.
Persimmon.
Nay, pay me no mind. I am full. Besides, we have guests.
Always the stoic grandpa.
I hope we are not interrupting your meal. We had heard you were confined to bed and thought you might welcome some visitors.
Confined to... A gross exaggeration. A trifle drained from my exertions, perhaps. But with a little rest, I shall be fighting fit again in no time.
What a liar.
Take off your clothes.
Literally, Jolly. That's accurate. Wait, did she say...
Gosetsu, is this how you've been spending
Did she say take
your
off your
time?
clothes? Alize, yes.
My lady, I assure you, this is not...
Alize immediately jumping to conclusions.
Off with them. We need to wash you. You stink.
So you straight to the point, yeah. Go Stinksu. He's so buff? I am looking respectfully at
What are
Grandpa.
all these scars? There are so many of them.
I bet you she's to blame at least for a couple of them. Oh, she shot him! Those are bullet holes!
A life of battle will leave its mark upon a man.
Those are literally bullet hole scars. No. No!
Is something wrong to you?
It's nothing. I'm fine.
No! No! I wanted her to stay innocent!
Leave me be, woman! I will not be fussed over like some newborn babe.
No! No! I'm so mad! I don't want her to remember nothing. Stop remembering.
Hi, Gay.
Stop remembering. Hi, Waffle. They make a convincing pair, do they not? On first acquaintance, I would think him a doting grandsire and her a model grandchild. Indeed, had someone told me a year ago that I would live to bear witness to such a scene, I would have declared them mad. That aside, I'm relieved to see Gosetsu has lost none of his spirit. But what of a turn of events? I mean, for her to suddenly be watching over him. You couldn't make it up, although I suppose Gosetsu is an old man. With the way he charges through life, it can be easy to forget. Aye, he has resisted decrepitude with the same defiance he showed the enemies of Doma. But no matter how adamant his will, no man can carry on forever. He has pushed himself beyond the limits of endurance too many times. Even if his health returns, the fact remains, he will never again be the warrior he once was. He has given his all for liege and land, and we will ask no more. And what of his nurse? If Yotsuyu is feigning that, well, she certainly has me fooled. This is no pretense. Glad to Madge in Check's Watch 15 minutes. Yeah. This game, genuinely, this whole game, it could be described as emotional damage, but it is legitimately just one of the biggest emotional roller coasters that I've been on in general. Yugiri, out of all of us, I would think you the hardest to convince. So what makes you so sure? I've been spying on Yotsuyu from the shadows, waiting for the misstep that would betray her charade for what it was. But her mask has never slipped, not once. She's remained in character from the first. One evening, I watched her as she sat in her chambers, unguarded and alone. She had taken the dishes from the cupboard and was pretending to prepare dinner right there on the tatami, a child's game. Even the wariest shinobi would not go to such lengths. I can but conclude her mind is truly broken. Well, that's good enough for me, and everyone else, I would hazard. Aye, the matter is settled. Yotsuyu will become Tsuyu, and begin a new life here in Doma. Before that can happen, however, we will need to present her to the ambassador one last time, to prove that her memory is truly gone. But I would not risk parading her in front of our returning conscripts. Her presence at the exchange would only stir up mutinous thoughts. Understandably, she as good as fastened the chains around her neck. Aye, which is why I mean to conclude this business with Tsuyu first, out of the sight of the countrymen. Will you help me? We are at your service. There is no higher purpose than the pursuit of peace. It goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Yeah, with no warning too. Does Gladge exist? I think it does. I would like to be emotionally abused. Presents a bouquet of Shondaland shows, but interactive. Pockets Shondaland digs up 14 studs. Yes. My thanks. The Garleans are on their way, and we must prepare to welcome the ambassador. We will meet you at the docks with Tsuyu. Okay, this is I'm stressed. I'm stressed. If she got one memory back of literally shooting Golsetsu, the others will join. The others will join the memories. So I'm stressed. There's a lull when then hits the heartstrings so hard. Yep. Story goes back and forth so much that it wears you down. So the actually emotionally scenes hit harder. It's true. Like I've been telling everyone when I gush about this game has been making me laugh, it's been making me cry, and literally everything else in between. I can't remember the last time that I was like legitimately furious about developments in a video game. But this game has been doing it. God, my reaction to Xenos just now, or like Xenos, question mark. I slipped out of my chair because I couldn't process. Like, such a good game. Speaking in vague terms, shall we try to get a party together for the mini level for the next instance? I would be so down. If we have enough players to do the level restricted again, that was so fun when we did it last time. Not level restricted, item level restricted. Shall we wait here then? Lord Hien should not be long. Xenos ye Galvsas. If I'm working off of my previous theory with Elidabusi taking Xenos' visage, I think that's what's happened. My friends, have you seen Tsuyu? She's nowhere to be found. What? But the Garleans will be landing in a matter of moments. If she's fled, could it mean her memories have returned? I know not. Yugiri is scouring the streets as we speak, but it is possible Tsuyu has left the Enclave altogether. For post-Stormblood MSQ, Xenos needs to be louder, angrier, and have access to a time machine. 2, whenever Xenos is not on screen, all characters should be asking, where's Xenos? Simpsons quotes nobody gets anymore. Captain, a word. Did you perchance carry a fair-skinned woman across the river? A fair-skinned woman, my lord? I did not rightly know. I think, yes, my lord. Now that you mention it, there was a lady among the passengers, whom I do not recall having seen before. Her face was hidden by the brim of her hat, but I remember her taking her hand to help her onto the boat. White as new fallen snow it was. Was she someone important, my lord? Have I done something wrong? Oh boy. Wrong? No. I was merely hoping to catch our guest before she departed. Be at ease, Captain. Studs, thank you. That went over my head, but now I get you. I've seen How to Get Away with Murder. What region am I playing in, by the way? I'm on the Ether data center, so NA, I think. I have never hated anyone quite like I hate Asahi. Asahi and Joffrey from Game of Thrones. They're the same character. Oh my god. There is not a more apt comparison. I'm getting too excited. If you've seen Game of Thrones, Joffrey is the perfect example of Asahi. Corporate wants you to decide. Corporate needs you to determine which picture is different or whatever. They're the same image. It's Joffrey and Asahi. He almost threw his mic. I did. I have so many feelings about Asahi. None of them are good. So seeing that Tsuyu has crossed the river, Kami, help me. No good can come of this. Casting coffer. Oh, please look good. Please look good. Please look good. Don't be ugly. Don't be ugly. If only I can nod hers harder. Don't be ugly. 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 I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Don't be ugly, don't be ugly. And other things your Tinder date should never hear you saying. Glamour plate time. Am I in a sanctuary? Let's put on a glamour plate. Do I have any good up-to-date glamour plates? This one's cute. This one's edgy. Oh, I forgot about this one. Do we have any others made? No, we don't have any others made. Should we be fancy boy for a little while? Yeah, should we fancy Tataru outfit for a little while? Little Bile? Did I just say little Bile? I think I did. Edgy boy? We could be pointy. We could be pointy. By the way, this is a theme from 6, so pure nostalgia if you've played 6. I like that if I decide to go back and play a lot of the Final Fantasies on stream, I'm gonna have reverse nostalgia. I'm gonna have 14 nostalgia for an older game. Little Bile, Terra 16 vomit. do. I kind of feel like being fancy boy for a little while. Or how many, hang on. How many stones do I have? I think Jolly gave me like 1,000,000. I have 94. Forgive me, guys. Forgive me. I'm going straight back to what we were.
Hi, Gay.
La fancy. I'm going straight back to Red Mage. I'm doing it. It's just such a good look. It's such good armor. Forgive me, no. We'll figure out another proper glamour plate later. For now, I just really dug this outfit. Making some toasted tea, be back soon. See you in a little bit. Also, hi Time, welcome back. How was your lurk? I will put it in the glamour plate next time I'm in, now that I'm no longer using it, I can stick it into my, my dresser. So next time I'm in it, I'll do that. Terry, you can go to glamour plates and there's a full glamour Oh, I didn't know that. Just finished the art? Are you feeling proud of it? I'm going back to the second outfit Tataru makes for you. I forget what it's called. I really like that first one. It's so fancy. It seems Tsuyu has gone unrecognized thus far, but Kami, help us. If someone catches a clear view of her face, I must find her before that happens. The responsibility for her disappearance, for all of this, lies with me, but I would ask for your aid nonetheless. We're at your service, Lord Hien. Now as before, let us make the crossing and begin our search. You go on ahead. Someone should let Yugiri know what we've learned. I'll join you on the other side. Hello from the other side. We have no way of knowing where Tsuyu is headed, so we had best divide our forces. I will take Kusakari and its surrounds. Alphino, would you take the road to Castrum Fluminus? Sir, forgive me, but could I ask you to interrogate the residents of Yuzuka Manor? One of the Namazu may well have seen our quarry. If everyone is in agreement, let us board the skiff and hope that Takami smile upon our efforts. There is an art channel, yes there is. Oh, did it just straight up warp me there? Yes it did. I wanted to do something. This, first of all. Was it glamour related? Was it plate related? Was it gear related? Oh, I remember what it was. It was because of the Halloween event. Armory chest. Oh shoot, I have a problem here, guys. Uh-oh. Ooh, I need to make some space a little bit. I need to make some space. I'm not gonna be using this. I'll figure it out later. This is what I wanted to look at. Wanted to see if I could fit this in aesthetically. Where's my Dalamud red? This applies only to the preview window, right? Yeah. I think I would need to devise a full glamour for this. It's not fitting in nicely with what we currently have. So I'll figure out a full glamour later on. Just posted them. I'll check them out later. Time, thanks for sharing. But I want to use this coat because it's very nice, but it's just not quite working. Not with what we currently have. So happy I found a fellow armor chest hoarder. I can't stop. It's like if I delete something, what if it's cool looking? Then I'll never know. Where are these residents? Inside the manor? Are people living in here with sprites existing? Oh, the Namazu. Wait, my brain didn't connect what the Namazu were. None of our red mage gear is broken, so we can just shove it. We can shove it straight into the dresser. You need to put some of that shit in the glamour dresser? I really do. I really do. Anything that I even remotely like is going in the glamour dresser. Welcome to Yuzuka Manor. Yes, yes. If there's anything you care to know, you need only a pale-skinned woman. I have seen no such traveler. I'm sorry to say. Most sorry. Scaly-skinned Namazu, on the other hand, we have in abundance. I'd logged off, but now you're logged back in for reasons. Unusually pale skin? Yes, yes. I saw this woman on the way back from my fishing trip. She had just crossed the shallows east of here and was headed in a northeasterly direction for the most part. Her steps did not seem certain. If you hurry, you might still catch her. Go to you! We're coming! I want to think the Namazu are cute, but I'm still mad at them after betraying us. I blame all the Namazu for the actions of one. Hey, an Aether Current. Cat Mango did the same thing a couple days ago, not such low. Oh, what did they do? Fuzz Pringle came to take a little nap in the dark. Aw, comfy. Pringle's mostly just a little daddy's girl. Charon, she likes to come visit when your door is open. It's like an invitation when you leave the door open. It's too bad Zimmy has been slightly destructive in my stream room lately, because I liked when he was coming in here to visit. Just not when he was breaking things. Hello again! Hi, Warlord! How was your adventures? I blame all the Namazu for the actions of one. There's a word for people like that! That's right, you're a Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson? Liam Neeson's knees, son. Liam Neeson's knees on his... Knees on a Nissan? I don't remember the full thing. You see no sign of Yotsuyu in the north. Perhaps she is somewhere farther off in the northeast. Liam Neeson, exactly. Hisoka? Wait. I know there's plenty of Hisokas. It's not Hunter x Hunter Hisoka, is it? I love Hunter x Hunter Hisoka. There's like a million Hisokas. It's probably not. Anyways, hi, welcome in. Is stuttering so badly? Take a breath. 4 seconds in, 6 seconds out. Calm your nerves. When Mango and Linus get tired of playing. Wait, Charon, please tell me you named the cat Linus after Linus Tech Tips. Please. I know you didn't, but please. It's the only time I get cuddles. It's on their time, not yours. Oh, Jolly might be talking about their internet. Jolly might be talking about their internet stuttering. Not them, the person. Nope. Though if I had a dime for every time someone asked that, you'd have a few bucks minimum. Minimum a few bucks. Listen, listen. Us Hunter x Hunter fans are very passionate about Hisoka. He's our freaky, monstrous individual. But we love him. Still no sign of Yotsuyu. Perhaps she is farther to the northeast. I don't see Yotsuyu. I don't think she's here. Jolly, I can't believe you're gonna make me buy this mount off the Mog Station because you're chasing me around with it. Lying on the ground a short distance to the north, you spy a familiar-looking, wide-brimmed hat. I don't like the sounds of that. If somebody recognized Tsuyu just walking through here, they would have definitely have jumped her. Are you kidding me? We rescued them from the shelter, and those are the names they already had from their foster parent. But that's what I like to think as well. That or Linus Torvald. But you usually go with Linus Detectives. Right on. I am capital D Datums for Lil Prim Prim. So she mostly wants the boop and the belly rub and the scritch scritch. If I lay down on the couch, she likes to come and do a lappy. God, so cute. God, so cute. A cursory glance is all that is required to confirm your suspicions. It is the same hat Yotsuyo was wearing when you found her in Sakazuki. Mac was correct. Tara gets pat on the back for trying. I was looking out for you, okay? We'll tell you our cat's name right after this segue to our sponsor, Squarespace. Sir, before you ask, our search of Kusakari and its surrounding has yielded exactly naught. Save this chance reunion with you, I suppose. Mistress Alize has gone to assist her brother at the castrum. It was she who informed me of the situation. I joined Lord Hien shortly thereafter. How did you fare at Yuzuka Manor? Any sign of our missing guest? Sort of. Not good, though. Towards Namai? By the Kami. If the villagers recognize her, it will not end well. I literally just said that. We must hurry. Yugiri and I will check the paddies. The village square is yours. Especially without her hat if she gets recognized. Oh, oh my god. Oh my gosh, she fucking dead. Time, thank you for the pets. Ah, she's crazy. She's out of her mind.
Greetings. Might I have one of your... Wait, please. I only wanted a persimmon.
She came here for a persimmon. My heart. Lurking today, don't know much about Final Fantasy. Clone, good to see you. We'll be back to No Man's Sky on Saturday. Snugs think that I took to Pringle because she looks like a little werewolf baby as an infant since you grew up surrounded by dogs. That's so cute, Studs. Bro, she came here for a persimmon.
Kami, save us! Her spirit has returned!
She's back from the dead to seek her revenge!
No! She wants a persimmon! No hurry, you do you. I've wanted to know more about the game. Final Fantasy is fantastic, Clone. I've been absolutely loving it, and everyone's like, the story writing in the next 2 expansions are like next level, so I can't wait. If I've already been obsessed, it can only go up from here.
It can't be. She couldn't have survived.
But she did, though. But she's kind of different, though. Issei, don't do it. Issei? No, she's gaining more memories. Stop. Stop, Tsuyu. Stop remembering.
What did I do?
Stop remembering. Did you watch Avatar: The Last Airbender? Oh, you did? Oh god, Avatar: Last Airbender is so good. Is this Stormblood? Yes, it is. Sim, welcome in. This lady is basically Azula with amnesia. Oh my god! That's so accurate! That's so accurate! This is the beginning. We're on 4.3 already? Holy cow. Don't remember your various war crimes, Suyu. And I hated her, Hisoka. I hated her. Like I was saying earlier, I'm all for a Dami mommy, but she was too far off the deep end. But now that she's Suyu, I like stay innocent, Suyu. Stay innocent.
As if you don't know.
Good people of Namai, be at ease, I pray you. You have naught to fear.
Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So Asahi is Zuko and a good guy. No, no. She doesn't know. It's like she's getting glimpses of what she did, but maybe doesn't understand. That's a heck of a character. Hope she isn't just as broken. Oh, clone. Oh, clone. She is. Avatar: The Last Airbender is a must-watch. It absolutely is.
My lord, forgive me, but what is that monster doing here? They told us she was dead.
For all intents and purposes, she is dead. She's not the same. 14 goes hard on nurture over nature. So you losing her memory made her a good person again. Totally. Checking your schedule. Want to see if you're getting into 4.4 or 4.5 this week. Oh, tomorrow. We're probably going to get into it tomorrow. Yeah, we got 14 again tomorrow. That's a fun character. So many of the characters in the story have been so lovable. Even the villains, honestly.
I too was surprised to learn of her survival. More even than you, I would hazard. 'Twas I who cut her down, I who left her to her fate. But it would seem the Kami had other plans. By some miracle, both she and Gosetsu were spared when the keep collapsed, though Yotsugu's preservation came at the cost of her memory.
You're saying she's forgotten? Forgotten everything she's done?
Lies! Lies! My lord, she would say anything to escape punishment!
What does it matter? We have not forgotten her crimes, and we demand justice! I beg of you, Lord Hien, draw your blade and rid us of this canker!
No, dude. I can fix her ultimate. Now I'm totally understanding. Like, now I'm totally understanding why, even when we were first seeing her, a lot of you were like, I love Yotsu. I'm like, huh? It made no sense to me. After this cutscene, come find me persimmon shopping northeast of the Namai right? Yeah. You could possibly get to Shadowbringers this week, depending on pace, to be honest. Got you.
What I saw then, it's all true. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Bro.
You're sorry? And what? We're supposed to forgive you?
Here, there's no need to cry.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I haven't checked out Scorn yet, no. We might play that this Friday. I haven't decided what our game for Friday is yet. And she gave her a persimmon. Wild
Can't
Mimi
you see how
Cutie.
scared
Hi,
she
Mimi
is?
Cutie.
How can you be scared of her? She's not the same.
Dude, this is beautiful. It takes a child to recognize things for as plainly as they are.
Until such time as her memories return, this woman shall be known as Tsuyu.
I'm weeping,
and
me too,
treated
Greg.
as a citizen of Doma. I will, however, see that she is watched at all times. Rest assured that there will be no more unannounced visits to the village. As your lord, I ask that you leave her fate in my hands and suffer her to live, for now.
Oh, that was so cute. Oh.
Please, Issei.
All right. I'll keep my peace.
Let's go.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters.
Katie, me during the scene. This is a tomato. It's a persimmon. Okay, thanks for explaining the character like that. That was an emotional scene, and I know nothing so good. Clone, I cannot recommend this game enough. You can play. There's a meme copy paste, but you can play all of A Realm Reborn and Heavensward for totally free on a free trial. And the Heavensward expansion was amazing. There it is with all the emojis. It was amazing, amazing. I was like bawling during Heavensward, and my chat was like, free trial, by the way. If you have the spare time and you have the interest in like a Final Fantasy based story experience, oh my gosh. Oh. Trust me, Heavensward is nothing compared to Stormblood and Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Oh, I know. Mimikyu, it's just been going up and up and up and up and up. Whew. That scene, like that whole situation could not have played out better. Hien himself, who's basically like the king, being there to calm the people, so crucial. Fuzzyberry and Endwaka. I've heard so much of it, but here's the thing. I never played Final Fantasy except Tactics Advanced, so I feel like I'd miss. You absolutely would not, Clone. I am a Final Fantasy virgin. I've played like 8 hours of 10-2, and I've played like maybe 8 or 10 hours of 12. That's it. I have no Final Fantasy knowledge. This is its own self-contained story with some nods to previous titles. You must play 10. Mimikyu, so I actually kind of want to go on a little bit of a Final Fantasy journey, like as my story games, because I'm a variety streamer. I usually do story games, horror, and then whatever I'm feeling, which is like chill or something chaotic, whatever I'm feeling on Saturdays. And I kind of want to go on a whole Final Fantasy binge and play a whole bunch of them. It has its own enclosed storyline, totally. Might have to consider it that if you got the spare time. I can't recommend it enough. Play it with a friend or a partner as well. Go through the journey together. Oh, it'll be so good. Not sure I agree on Stormblood. I didn't find it that emotional until... Izaki, have you not been watching me? I guess to be fair, it only really got emotional towards the end. You are right in that regard. Literally, this was me when I started 14, down to only having played Tactics Advanced. Cannot recommend enough. Heavensward is way too slow. Okay, to be fair, Heavensward didn't get good until about, I think I was level 56, 57. It was good, but it got great after level 56 or 7. Whew. That would have been better avoided, but at least it did not end in bloodshed. Judging by Tsuyu's reaction, she remains oblivious to the events of her former life. This was no escape attempt. Nay, it seems it was an offhand request of Gosetsu's which brought her here to Namai. She came in search of a persimmon. And they say fruit is good for the health. I do hope Gosetsu finds the taste to his liking. Well, we have certainly taken the long way around, but let us continue on to Castrum Fluminous and meet with the ambassador. Alphino and Alize should be there conducting the search. The fact that she left just for a persimmon is like tugging on my little heartstrings, dude. That's so cute. What's our fastest way there? Oh, we should just run there from here. Ooh, it's a bit of a run. We want Shiva music. Let's change up the tone here with Shiva music. Ooh, a little bit of a emotional palate cleanser. What did you think of Xenos? Mimikyu, I shed some tears. I love Xenos. Such a good character. Can I just reiterate how loathsome Asahi is? Yes, you may. I will allow it. Heavensward is really good, but yeah, it starts slow. There's a lot that they need to set up at the start of Heavensward, then it gets good. Whoops, whoops. Where am I? I was not looking where I was going. Here we go. Agree. I actually agree, Mimikyu. I agree. Glad you like Xenos. Loved him. I'm glad Final Fantasy is still really popular. I've been playing it since the PS2. It's such a great game series. That's why I'm so excited that I don't have any knowledge of them, because I can go with fresh eyes. And with the little nods from 14 to the previous titles, it'll make it like weirdly reverse nostalgic. I'm Bobby Bidding. I didn't like Heavensward. That only like, weirdly, that's only reassuring for me, because I've loved these expansions as I'm experiencing them, and everyone resoundingly agrees that Shadowbringers and Endwalker are just absolutely incredible. So given that I'm already so invested and so in love, it has nowhere to go but like through the ceiling. 6 was my first, and I've been in love ever since. They're spectacular. I can't wait. It seems our Imperial guests have already arrived. Is it time to meet with the ambassador? And I'm so close to Shadowbringers. I'm like right on the edge. Oh. Fuck you. Sorry, it came out. I don't like that fucking smile.
What a pleasure it is to see you once more, Lord Hien. Not to mention my dear sister.
What a slimy boy.
A pleasure to see you too, Ambassador. Forgive us our late arrival. You have our people aboard the airship?
God, you better.
Exactly as agreed. We would leave you in no doubt as to the purity of our intentions. I dare say it was the self-same spirit of cooperation which prompted you to bring Yotsuyu here today.
True.
Indeed. Before excluding her from the exchange, I thought it only fair that you see her condition for yourself. Physically, she is in fine health, but her mind is unchanged.
Mimicutie, I have one counterpoint to the most punchable face in 14. Nero. I love Nero, but holy shit, do I want to punch him out. He's like my most loved hated character, if that makes sense. I love hating him. He's so obnoxious. I would kill him and revive him all the time. Yeah. 8 is my favorite, just the story around Squall and Rinoa. 7 is most assuredly a very close second. Nero is a divorcee, be nice to him. Nero absolutely has a bad case of, I don't know what that word is. What does that word mean? Oh, okay.
So I see. But all need not necessarily be lost. In anticipation of this tragic turn of events, I took the liberty of inviting some special guests.
Nero has a case of middle child syndrome. It's German for a face in need of a good punching. I love that. Some special guests. Backhand face. Got you. Whomst?
Ah.
Emotional damage.
You look well.
Bro. Nuh-uh. Bro, nuh-uh. Becky, hello. Becky, just 1 second. We'll be right with you.
Of all the people.
Okay, we can pause it here. Becky! Becky Bones! Hello! Hello, Becky Bones. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh no, Sag, we're having a bit of a revelation freaky moment. Becky Bones, welcome in, Raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, I'm a variety streamer. My name is Terra. I usually stream right now 4 days a week with horror streams. We got some drinky streams, some chill streams, everything in between. Right now, I'm so hyper fixated on 14. It's my current main story game. It's 2 out of my 4 streams a week. Welcome in, you guys. Hi, Monolith. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. Becca stream, what were you up to? What were you up to? Did we have a shout out? Oh, you're playing Bioshock still. You're still loving it? Still enjoying it? Oh. I still have not played Bioshock 1, and I want to one day, but it was too scared of it. Bioshock 2 was fine because you're like Big Daddy and you're like big armor, so less scary. But the first one, you're just like little guy man, vulnerable and scared and weak. We love Bioshock. I love the aesthetic and the scenery of Bioshock, and I loved Infinite. I've heard it's kind of like weirdly debated, but I loved it. Thank you so much for the follows, you guys. We're gonna dive right back in. Big Daddy, better than Little Guy Man. 100%, 100%. This may be mean, but the person on your cup looks like the bad This is a real person, studs. You can't say that. They look like bad fan art of Leon Kennedy. You can't. That's so mean. If I ever become a rapper, I'm changing my name to Lil Guy Man. I will fully release it to you. I give you full rights to Lil Guy Man. Okay, so for those just joining us, we are playing 14. We're towards the end of Stormblood. We got some major revelations. I just want to give a very quick disclaimer. If you have any intention of playing this game, there's big revelations happening, big story plot points occurring. May not be safe for you story-wise. Maybe spoiler territory if you want to play this game. So be advised, we're about to jump right back into it. You played Zero Shock games? Start with Infinite. I loved Infinite. And Becky also loves Infinite. That's why I love Becky. VV got a restart for an install. Clone yes, clone yes. Okay, we're going in. We're going in. Becky, thanks so much again for the raid. You have all the humans on Twitch to choose from, and you chose me. And it makes my heart so happy. And I love you so much. At some point I plan to stream them starting with System Shock. Okay, okay. So literally brought her parents to dig up.
Is something wrong?
Well, her
Dear
parents.
sister, these are our beloved parents.
Parents.
Does not the sight of them bring back sweet childhood memories?
I'ma throw hands. I'ma throw hands. I hate you. You, what a fuckwad. So you were always a piece of shit. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight.
Gossets. I have to take this to Gossets.
I'm gonna cry. I'm like so, I'm so full of different emotions. I'm angry. I want to cry. I want to fight. Oh, yes, Gil. I want to drop kick Asahi into a river. Can I join you? Can we double drop kick him in the back of the head? He's short enough for it. I can jump that high. I can do it. Lucky for me, by the time I get to this part of the story, I won't remember. You're like me. You have holes in your head. Yay. No memory. Oh, they do a great job with Asahi's evil facial expressions. I just want to punch them so badly. What a fucking... Sorry. I'm reeling it in. I'm reeling it in. We're okay. I got really overwhelmed with many emotions.
It would seem my little surprise was not sufficient.
Fuck you. Same, Hien. Absolutely
you needn't glare
same.
at me so, Lord Hien. I merely did what any loving son would do for his family. Lest you doubt, I am content to leave the acting viceroy in your care. Pray, treat her as you would any daughter of Dorma.
What a fucking... Oh, he literally just was like, let me meet with my sister once more so I can inflict intense emotional trauma on her, and then you can have her back. What a fucking... Neon, thank you so much for the primer. Love you. Thank you for the 13 whole months of primer. I hope your day's been killer. Welcome in. So this is the point where I was like, so when do I get to kill him? Why his very image brings up boiling rage and seething anger. No kidding. Okay, I'm back. Realized on the way out, you might have thought I was installing. Oh, just installing DaVinci Resolve to work for. I did think you were installing the game, Clone. I did. I got excited. It is a villain, Sib. A, to be more specific. One of the many moving pieces in this fuckery of villainhood.
Do not grow too fond of this place, dear sister. You will come back to us ere long.
Someone hold me back. Someone hold me back. No, to you.
We continue with the exchange as planned then.
I hate him. I hate him so much. I've been tired like always. How about you? Other than the like roller coaster of emotions I'm going through, I'm good. I'm good. In a good mood, but fucking angry,
Sloppy.
angry, crying, upset, everything in between. Have to look into if my PC/Wi-Fi could play it. This game is originally from 2016. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. So graphically, not insanely intensive. Post-stream lurk times. Becky, of course. Go take care of yourself. Eat food, drink water, take meds if you need to. Love you. Thank you so much again for the raid. Terry, you won't be held back because you gotta wait a long line before you can get a hidden. Fair. I will line up. It's worth it. Okay.
Very good. The structure across the river should serve our
2013.
needs.
Thank you, Dorf.
We shall await you there with the conscripts. If you would bring your captives.
I don't even want to. I don't like.
Agreed. Until then.
No,
Ambassador.
there's other people of Doma he wants to bring back. We have to be civil. We have to be civil. The minute we get the Domans back, murder. Same, Alfie. Dude, absolutely same. By the looks, it should be good, but on a low crappy setup on my end, I feel you. Oh. The studs? Accurate. Accurate. Do you have any more emojis to throw in there? Because, yeah, accurate. Asahi only gets worse. Literally, I mean, no spoilers. Literally, how? How do you get worse than that? You don't have to be civil if you're sneaky. True. I put the emotional damage video in the stream discussions. I'll check it out post-stream, Neon. Thanks for sharing. I knew better than to trust Asahi, but that was a dirty trick. Still, unpleasant as it was, we have at least put the matter of Tsuyu's future to rest. I have sent her back to the Enclave with Yugiri to give Gosetsu his precious persimmon. Come, let us follow them. Of course, of course. You have that look, Alphino. What is it? Oh, nothing of consequence. Most like... we can discuss it upon our return. Alfie looks like he's plotting. Rando! I'm bummed I missed him bending over at the waist to get in your face. I loved it, Rando, because we're Lalafell. When he was intimidating us, he was like scrunched down at our level. I didn't think it was possible either, but 14 writers find a way. Skillful, skillful writing. Reaction to the interaction that just happened, literally time. By having to have the last word. Ugh, disgusting. We should pay a visit to Gosetsu and reassure him about Tsuyu's fate. He will want to know that the Empire has finally relinquished its claim on her. You haven't gone to Endwalker? Trust me, I really don't want to spoil it. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me safe from spoilers, guys.
Are you awake?
My lord, come in, come in.
Can I just stab him now, or? Best grandpa.
When Tsuyu returned, her eyes were red from weeping. She spoke not a word, simply sat and peeled some fruit she'd brought for me.
Aww. No, that's
She then
such a...
claimed weariness and retired to her chamber. Tell me.
No.
What happened to upset her so?
That's such a sad mental image. Her just crying, like sobbing softly and feeding him persimmon. Why did I picture it? Oh, how have I lived with my cat for 7 years and she can still can scare the bejesus out of me when I turn around and she's right there. Cause cats, master hunters.
The ambassador arranged a surprise reunion with her foster parents. A misguided attempt to restore Yotsuyu to her senses. It was plain their presence caused her great distress, but she seemed otherwise unaffected.
The thing is, she's remembering, but she's not, how do I word it? She's not remembering as, I need to word this properly. She is remembering her past, but not from the perspective of Yotsuyu, if you know what I mean. She's remembering it from the perspective of Tsuyu, like an outsider looking in on it, rather than remembering herself.
Yotsuyu was mistreated as a child, was she not?
Yes.
It was a cruel trick to use her tormentors like that, knowing the pain it could cause.
Yup, that's why we fucking hate him. Exactly, time. Exactly.
I like this Asahi less and less.
That's an understatement. My brain
Be
hurt
that
there.
as it may, he has agreed to allow Yotsuyu to remain with us in Doma. Our primary concern now is to hand over the prisoners without incident and bring our people safely home.
There was one other detail at the meeting which caught my attention. I assume you all noticed the rather suspect crates within the castrum. The Imperials were quick to retrieve them afterwards, but I wonder.
And that's why we love Alfie. Always observant. I didn't even notice.
Out with it, brother. You fear they might contain bombs or war machines?
If the ambassador wanted me dead, he has had ample opportunity. No, assassination is not his intent, but we should be on our guard for other acts of treachery.
What if he blows up the ship during the prisoner exchange? I will lose my mind.
Forgive me, but the Lady Yotsuyu, she's gone.
Not again.
Gone?
I beg your pardons, my lords. I was certain she'd fallen asleep.
Wait, why?
No, the responsibility is mine. 'Twas I who gave her a room instead of a cell. She may simply have wandered outside. We will organize search parties.
Again?
Might I call upon your assistance?
Where in the world is Yotsuyu San Diego? That didn't work, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried. Oh my god, the memories. Sorry.
Help.
Carmen San Diego. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to do it. It's all my brain was thinking. Huh? She didn't.
Help. Help me.
There's no way. No. I'm so stressed. Also, hi, Tina. Welcome in. That's such a fun name to say. No, please don't.
If only I hadn't remembered.
No. Don't do it. No, Tsuyu. No.
You should hate me.
I can't look. I don't want to look. Oh, God. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't.
But I will not suffer his kindness. Not after what I did to him.
No.
Who's there?
Torment.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing out here in the dark?
I don't think she did it.
This is the Enclave, is it? When the soldiers dragged us back to Doma, you were the last person I expected to see.
The same could be said about you
You're
two.
the bane of our existence, Yotsuyu. A font of misery. You couldn't even do us the simple courtesy of dying, could you? Oh, no. You had to live and taint us with the shame of your failure.
Good lord.
We had a perfect life in the capital, and now they're making us wallow in this muddy ruin like common swine. I don't deserve this.
Foster parents, by the way.
Now, dear, that'll do. There seems little point in berating the girl when she scarcely remembers her own name. Our time would be better spent contemplating how we're to survive this unhappy predicament.
Literally monsters. Foster parents of the year. No.
You've kept your looks at least. I suspect you'd fetch a handsome price with the right buyer. Maybe enough to get us to Kugane and start a new business.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I'm turning a blind eye to what happens next because deserved.
Ah, my beloved parents. No sooner do I wake from gentle slumber than the world returns in all its cruelty.
Truly.
Yes, this is how it always was.
No.
How it was meant to be.
I disagree with the meant to be. Fake laugh. Hi, Hike. Man, that was some cringe laughing. She's like re-entering her villain era. They're her aunt and uncle. Right, aunt and uncle specifically.
Very well. If I cannot escape my nature, then I shall embrace it.
No, Tsuyu.
To the very depths I have sunk, my soul steeped in spite and rotten to the core. The self-righteous hide behind justice, but I need no such mask. Father, Mother, was it not you who made me into this monster? Who taught me the truth of this miserable world? For years I knew naught but the taste of pain and humiliation. But the time has come to savor my vengeance against Doma. Against all my enemies. And it begins with you!
Yeah, she did do it. Wow, she did do it. I know I said I'd turn a blind eye, but holy hell. I'm so upset for her. No. No. Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him.
Well done, dear sister. Did I not say you would come back to us?
They kind of had it coming, Moon. I agree, but I didn't want it to be at Tsuyu's hands. Yes, Queen Slay, Val. Yes, Queen Slay. No. I feel nothing for them, but also fuck you, Asahi. I feel nothing for them. I feel for Tsuyu to be dragged right back into that, into what she was. That's what I'm upset about, for if it's not clear. I don't care that she did it. I just care that, rather, I don't care that they're dead. I care that she was the one that did it. That's what upsets me. Remember how I said he was only gonna get worse? That did not take any time at all. Certified girl boss moment.
Brother dearest, what a surprise.
Might as well kill the brother.
You always were a cold-blooded little worm. I doubt you thought twice about sending our parents to their deaths.
What's even more fucked up is those were Asahi's birth parents, like his actual parents.
Your dagger yet drips with their blood, and you presume to judge me? To be frank, I didn't think you had the strength to slay them so cleanly. A single thrust each. I'm impressed.
That's kind of what I'm hoping, Sib, at this point. She's off the deep end, might as well full send. Anyway, I came back to say I didn't make toast. Did put 2 loaves of banana. Oh, banana bread. Oh, Gray, I have such a weakness for banana bread. You got some blood on your face, sister.
But surely you can't be satisfied with murdering a pair of doddering elders. You yearn for a deeper vengeance, and the power to see it through.
You manipulative little fuck. Manipulative little dickhead, dude. Your dog and I share that in common, Brendel.
Please. I don't want to die.
Nah. Get fucked. Nah, get fucked, dude. You are steaming hot garbage.
Any sign of her? What happened here?
Dies. I don't want to die. Got news for you, bud.
I knew what would happen if she recovered. And still, I did nothing. You say she left with her brother? Whatever he wants with her, he was willing to pay for it with his parents' lives. But this is neither the time nor the place. We must gather the others.
Guys, I'm gonna say it. I can fix her. I can fix her. I can fix her. We just have to show her she doesn't have to be Yotsuyu. She can be Suyu. I can fix her. I didn't understand you guys when we first met her. Now I understand. I can fix her. We've recovered the Neurus's remains and will hold the cremation anon. Would that they had never set foot in Doma. I broke the news to Gosetsu myself. He was quiet. I think it best that he be allowed some time alone with his thoughts. Meow. Hi, Cookie. Oh, copium. How brainwash her. Not brainwash, just re-enlighten her to what Tsuyu was and what she could be. Remember the old days when we hated Lolorito the most? Oh my god, that's literally ancient history. Lolorito who, dude? Gonna log in, K. I think we were trying to get a big party together so we could do something at item level, so that's a good idea, Neon. This is not a cult. It is not a cult. So, my friends, that which we feared has come to pass. Yotsuyu has regained her memory and returned to the Imperial fold. It is, by any measure, a cruel twist, not least for Gosetsu, but one which does not validate our agreement. According to the terms of the contract, we were bound to surrender Yotsuyu in the Garlean's hands should her condition improved prior to the hour of exchange. By that reckoning, all is, if not as it should be, then as it must be. This I can accept. But what I cannot accept are the unconscionable lengths to which Asahi went to achieve this outcome. Did somebody hydrate me? Yes, they did. Cookie, thank you for the hydrate. Once a murderer, always a murderer. There is truth in that, but I'm so blind in that I want to accept that there's good in all people, to a fault, to an absolute fault. And it's definitely the same for Yotsu right now. Oh. The party we have so far is chilling in the Dome and Enclave, Adamantoise. How is emotional damage the game? Chat, listen. Chat, it's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster. We've been going through Yotsuyu's whole journey. It's a lot. Given his recent conduct and his apparent admiration for Xenos, it is plain he cannot be trusted. And that is to say nothing of the unexplained containers he insists on bringing to our meetings. Whatever the ambassador is planning, I think it unlikely our negotiations will end peacefully. In the event of hostilities, the safety of the conscripts must be our first concern. As such, I would have an escape route plan in place before the meeting begins. It's a roller coaster, fair enough. Jet, this game is Terra Dedge. It literally is. I'm dying. Oh. A wise precaution. If the main structure of Castrum Fluminus is to be staged for the exchange, then I believe a thorough inspection is in order. The Citadel has stood empty ever since the Imperial withdrawal. While we took steps to ensure that it could be defended by an occupying force, it is entirely possible that the Ambassador has arranged things there to his advantage. I will slip inside and make certain we have an unobstructed exit. We did the event right at start of Stream Neon. You could catch it in the VOD if you're curious. Pray allow me to join you. I have some experience of Imperial facilities, and should matters take a turn for the worse, I would hope to be of at least some use. Very good. That should be enough to guarantee us a way out of the Castrum. Beyond that, however, we will need a ship to ferry conscripts back to the Enclave. Even with every skiff we have, it would take several trips to evacuate everyone. A Confederate Sekibune, on the other hand, would require only a single run, and leave us far less vulnerable on the water, assuming, of course, Rasho can be convinced to part with one. Might I take the lead on this? I've had dealings with Rasho and his pirates before. And I won't be alone, will I, sir? Alize Adventure! You can count on me. Much appreciated. I quite fancy parlaying with pirates again. It's just a shame Lise won't be there to reprise her role. Dude, Lise not being part of the Scions actually makes me sad. I am certain you would make a persuasive pair, but I think I will accompany you through these negotiations all the same. My lord, the ruler of Doma should not be seen consorting with common brigands. Come now, Yugiri. They stood with us against the Empire. If we would ask their aid once more, we must treat them as equals. My presence shall serve to demonstrate our sincerity. Have a good rest of the stream and have fun playing this game. I gotta go. Got a long day ahead tomorrow. Time, thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a good, comfy night. You need to do the Halloween event. It's pretty short, Jad. It took us maybe like 30 minutes, and that was with a lot of like reading chat and like, you know, streamer things. Indeed, my lord. Pray forgive my presumption. By your leave, Master Alphino, and I shall be about our task. I'd say the average player could get it done in like less than 20 minutes. But then there is the matter of that, what I presume to be a daily. And we should be on our way to Onokoro. Time is short, and Rasho may take some convincing. Gonna have a quick shower? Bet. I forgot that personal islands are a game. Or a thing in this game, I meant to say. It's literally, the island's sanctuary is Animal Crossing, right? In Final Fantasy, if I understand it correctly. Do. I'm sorry, but this glam is so cute. This glam is absolutely precious. Down to the little sneakers. And the backpack, oh. How do I get this top? I want little backpack. That is so cute. It's island, no! I'm so far from the island, no! I want little backpack. I'm miserable. I'm miserable. Island Sanctuary, as we were how ironic that we should just be talking about it and then see a glam that's exclusive to it. Island will be your jammy jam. I'm so excited. Get wrecked. So a demo I've been waiting for just came out. It's called The First Descendant. Oh, what kind of game is it, Jet? It's less involved than Animal Crossing. Okay. More passive with a splash of Pokemon. That's so cool. If it makes you feel any better, I don't have it either, and I haven't unlocked. Okay, that makes me feel a smidge better. Made yourself a massive burrito. Let's go, Becky. I did too. All right, logging out of No Man's Sky. Base building can wait. Let's go, Charon. Now there's a face I did not expect to see. What brings the noble Lord of Doma into the company of bilge rats such as we? Dude, I hate this guy. Can he not talk, Tansui? Every time you've talked, it's been rude as shit. What was that mount? Was it a horse? It was Kieran. Like magical. So in A Realm Reborn, if you do the primals on extreme difficulty, you can get a pony. It's a different flavored ponies. If you collect all the different flavors of ponies, you get mystical pony, which is Kieran, the one I was riding on. If you've come to offer Doman chains in place of Garlean ones, then I'm afraid you've wasted a trip. And what fine subjects you would make. With your fleet at our disposal, our restoration efforts would be hastened tenfold. But let us speak seriously. I stand before you not to demand your fealty, but to request your aid once more. And for Heavensward, they are Burb. Yes. The First Descendant, from what I can see, is a third-person active co-op RPG where you fight robots. Sounds a little bit like, what's that game called? Generation Zero, I want to say? Mayhap you are confused. Doma's liberation was but a means to an end. We aided you only to save ourselves. No, we have no such incentive. We have sworn no oath to you, and will not come running like hounds at their master's whistle. And I would not presume to treat you thus. I come to petition your cooperation as an ally of equal standing. Equal standing, you say? Seems a bit lopsided to me. Where's the profit for us in all this? Profit? You must you always think in such short-sighted terms? Have you ever heard of doing the right thing? Have you ever heard of pirates, little miss? You'll find we're simple souls. You pay our tithe, you sail in peace. You deny us our due, and we take it by force. We'll pull you out of the water if we see you drowning, but we are not in the business of doing something for nothing. Tomorrow's big paycheck for you. Let's go, Dion. Congrats. I've heard very similar to Generation Zero, and I want to buy it. Bought Gotham Knights. That game looks fire. I should go to bed. Enjoy the MSQs. Keo, thanks for hanging out with us again. Hope you have a good night. Calm yourself, Mr. Salize. We did not come here to moralize. We came here to talk, and there is more to be said. According to records recovered after the liberation, relatives of your Doman-born brethren were among those conscripted into the Imperial Army, and as you may be aware, we recently negotiated the return of said conscripts. Many, alas, will arrive to find no families waiting for them, no homes to grant them shelter. I would ask that you offer them a place in your confederacy. You would not be rescuing strangers, but welcoming brothers and sisters into your ranks. And has not the confederacy been in need of new recruits? Hey! Hien, the little genius. You seem well informed of our affairs, Lord Hien. The losses we suffered at the Garleans' hands are no secret, but since we drove them out of Doma, the Ruby Sea has come alive with traders and travelers. So many vessels to tax, so few pirates to tax them. We could do with some more hands on deck, and doubly so if they're familiar with the inner workings of the Empire. Sounds like we got a deal. Very well. The Confederacy agrees to your request. You will have your ship. But before that, you must do something for me. The vessel I have in mind was damaged during your battle with the Empire. Though we have mended her, she has yet to be declared seaworthy. She is sound enough down below.
You're my superstar. OMG 11 months WTF. Also I had me first D&D game today. I am playing as a friend's patron. I'm so happy.
Yo.
I can summon enemies and augment them as I see fit.
Yo, Lilith, that's so cool. And Lilith, thank you so much for the 11 months. I can't believe 11 months. Jesus. Jesus. Thank you for all the support. That sounds so cool, though. So your friend's playing a warlock and you're their patron? Or is it a slightly different agreement? She is sound enough down below, but when you load her up with conscripts and the waterline rises, those upper planks had best be free of cracks. Assuming you want your people to stay dry, you will do me the favor of swimming around the hull to check for weaknesses. That is, if Doman lords are not adverse to getting their robes wet. Not this, Doman lord. If we each inspect a third of the ship, it should be done in a trice. That's the spirit. The ship is moored at Quickscape Pier. Our apprentice shipwright will be on deck to hear your report. Look for a lad named Ihanashi. And I thought I had a knack for parlaying with pirates. For the record, my previous attempt was an unmitigated success. And yes, I should have quit while I was ahead. Eorzea came in so confident. If we didn't have Hien with us, I don't think it would have worked out. Well, well, I thought the rumors exaggerated, but the young lord lives up to his reputation. They're a warlock, you're their patron. Basically, your contract is like, they're a streamer and their adventures are broadcast to me. While I'm allowed to send monsters, they have to chance to spawn with super rabies. That sounds so cool. That sounds like a blast. And it's your first D&D experience, and that's what you get? Sheesh. Oops, I went the wrong way. Heaven on High is so cool. I wish you could see the top of it, but I guess that would defeat the purpose. Boop. Dismount? No dismount? Hello? Oh, I went too deep. Help! I went too deep. No signs of damage. Hi, Hien. What do you have to say about all this? The water's so invigorating. I have not swum in the Ruby Sea since, but I should be concentrating on the task at hand. It's like a happy little boy. Oh, it's your second experience. First as a patron. Got you. Once you can fly directly into dive mode. That's actually so useful. Although I didn't expect it to just happen that way. Upon closer inspection, you spot a small crack in one of the planks. Can I mount up and fly out of the water? Oh, that's nifty. I am the shipwright, apprentice shipwright. Did you find anything that might need attention? The section I inspected seems solid enough. Stay mounted underwater too, so useful. On the port side, near the bow, you say? Alright, I'll have a look and see what I can do. My apologies, I seem to have lagged behind. I could float in that gentle sea all day. Otherwise, I'm happy to report no visible cracking or holes in my section of the hull. You're Lord Hien. The captain sent you to inspect the hull? Kami, have mercy. Forgive us this discourtesy, my lord. Ha! 'Tis quite all right. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. I take it you are of Doma. Yes, my lord. The Imperials took my father away after the uprising, and I had nowhere else to turn. The Confederacy became my family. But someone told me they're releasing the conscripts now. Maybe my father will be among them. Not that I can go back. There's no leaving once you've joined. How fares Our Lady? Is she seaworthy? Captain, we found a small crack in the port side, but I'll have it fixed before you know it. I see you have met the boy. Did he tell you his story? He babbles when he's nervous. Should his father be among the conscripts, as he hopes, I mean to give him the choice to leave this life if he so chooses. I expect you to see they are provided for. I have heard that those who join the Confederacy forswear all ties with kin and homeland. Is that oath so easily put aside? If I allow it. I see in him the lad I was 25 years ago. You say the words, you mean them, but the yearning for home still lingers. My family is long dead, and I know this life is my lot, but he has scarce dipped his toes with us. If there's a life for him in Doma, he should have the chance to live it. Wow, that's so cute. Dude. They have Monster Hunter monsters in the game, and I sent in a Shamos pup. Contracted super rabies, so a buff to its health damage and all of its stats give it displacement nearly killed the party. Jesus, Lilith. Rasho is still a good egg despite it all, yeah. That's so cute to see, especially as a pirate. Well said. The Empire's conquest has uprooted many and more, be it in Yangzha or out in the Ruby Sea. We have a duty to ensure that Ihanashi and the others like him are free to dwell where they desire. Then the matter's settled. I will make preparations to cast off. Well, my friends, it seems we have our ship. Let us return to the Enclave. Such likable characters, dude. Oh, oh, oh. We're going all the way back here, are we? Alright, alright. I thought we'd have at least one more thing to say to Rasho, but I guess not. My biggest fear right now is they're gonna do something to Yotsuyu, because he mentioned giving her power, and I fear they're gonna do something along the lines of what they did to Fordola, but like more monstrous. Damn, the burrito was so good. Ah, you guys always talk food. It makes me so hungry. It seems Yukiri and Alphino completed their task before us. They've been waiting. We scouted the structure and determined the swiftest path to safety. In the event of hostilities, we will lead the conscripts outside with all possible haste. From there, the Confederacy has pledged a ship to ferry us across the One River. Now we have but to attend to the exchange and pray to the Kami these precautions were unnecessary. Infusion of intelligence, I suppose? What are these? Oh, it's just a 30-second intelligence buff? I guess if you're a raider, you use these potions during like DPS moments to do the highest damage you can. While we were putting our contingency plans in place, I left Hakuro in charge of organizing transport for the Imperial prisoners. Raid potions, yeah, thought so. He will see they arrive in the appointed hour, leaving us free to rendezvous with our Confederate allies. Come, they await us on the riverbank not far from the castrum. You right, you right. I've played World of Warcraft. I know the difference between elixirs and short-lived potions. I really like how this expansion makes you confront the ideas of morality surrounding the villains you encounter. How Fordola became what she is. And the same for Tsuyu. Totally. Totally, totally. And I can fix her. I haven't given up. I haven't given up on Tsuyu. The post-stream hunger was real. I have my supper sitting right beside me, and things are coming too much to a head for me to want to eat it right now. To take a break and eat food. I will have cold supper when we figure out what's going on. Except Asahi. Yeah, zero moral quandary there. Zero whatsoever. There are people who throw money away and use them in dungeons. Why would you? Maybe like, no, extremes aren't dungeons. Why would you use them in dungeons? Epic rock music. Whenever we have a long journey, Becky, I always mount up on the Shiva pony because I love this theme. Bones on me. Terra, help, I can't stop playing Potion Game. Dude, Echo, the way you gushed about it in Discord, it looks so good. I can't get over the art. The art is nice. Use them in dungeons for practice on an opener. That's actually smart. So you're in the muscle memory. Rendell raises a good point. It's so fun. I think you'd like it. Is it in full release or just like early right now? Still getting the party together in the Enclave. Nice. It is full release. Eyes. I kind of want to like run in circles until we hit Oblivion. We're so close. Come on, say the line. Say the line. That's what I was waiting for. Just waited for Oblivion. Didn't realize I was on top of the NPCs with your majestic burb. Is this the Heavensward Kieran equivalent? It's beautiful. Oh, I skipped some dialogue. Hang on. Your party is assembled then. Aye, and ready for what lies ahead. Lest there be any confusion though, the tower across the water is to be the scene of the exchange. That and whatever else Asahi has planned. Yeah, it's the Heavensward one. It's so pretty. I have to go back and collect the burbs at some point. I listened to the music from the latest raid on repeat yesterday while I was working on some stuff. Such a banger. Are you a raider, Brendel? Welcome back, Neon. But regardless of the ambassador's intentions, we will bring our people home. Yugiri, you are to evacuate the conscripts at the first sign of trouble. Not anymore, former raider. The guy I know uses raid level potions in the dungeon. 5 seconds or lower? Maybe just for the muscle memory, Zagi, so they don't get sloppy. Sloppy. Oh. I want the lander waffle, but when I'm in the mood to play, nobody wants to do the old extremes. I mean, I'd likely do them with you, Izagi. Then we can fight over them out. That'd be fun. I was hardcore in WoW, but decided to be a filthy casual here. Hey. The thing I've learned with MMOs is you should absolutely play them to your own enjoyment. The minute they start feeling like a second job, you're not having fun anymore. You're treating it like a second job, and you're not getting what you want out of the video game, whether you know it or not. Dang it. We, meanwhile, shall cover their escape and lend what support we can. Your ship awaits you at the Castrum's loading docks. She will see you safely home. Leaving Ausgert. Me too. Me too. Then all stand ready to play their part. Come, let us be about it. I think joining like a casual raid group, if I ever decide I want to raid, it would have to be a casual raid group. One that is not like super like obsessed with progressing and clearing all the time and is full of memes. That would have to be my raid group. No way this goes over well. The normal raids you can just pug? That's a relief.
At last, the hour has come. The conclusion to these negotiations will mark a new beginning for Dorma and the Empire. A first step on the road to peaceful coexistence.
Fuck, I hate him.
Indeed. We are ready to proceed with the exchange when you are.
You can clear normals with the Duty Finder without issue. That's how you get the music and storyline. How many more do we need for the party, by the way?
Forgive my curiosity, Ambassador, but is there a purpose to these containers you bring with you?
Oh, the supply crates. They are filled with materials we hoped might be of use in Dorma's restoration. I meant to gift them to you at our last meeting, but we had so much else to discuss.
Oh, I don't trust this. I don't trust this.
How very generous. I confess I had not expected such compassion. Welcome though it is.
Look how mad he is. He doesn't trust it either. Tops I have on Warrior and Summoner are from normal raid. Oh, got you.
But then I was also surprised by the news that one of our captives had delivered herself into your custody ahead of time. A minor discrepancy I shall overlook in the spirit of the occasion.
Are you perhaps referring to me, Lord Hien?
No, don't be fully off the deep end.
Yotsuyu.
Orphan of the Nairi, widow of Sashihai, and acting viceroy of Doma. You and your people are mine to govern, mine to punish.
No, I can fix you.
Well, well. It would seem your shattered mind is mended. As per our agreement with the ambassador, you are free to return with him to the Empire. Your authority as acting viceroy, however, is no longer recognized here.
My position is not for you to decide, little lordling. All who resist the rule of the Empire must be purged. Such was the order given to me by Lord Xenos himself.
Fuck Asahi.
I will reign here in this putrid, pestilent swamp until the last of you has been broken.
How did she fall so far off the deep end? What is that thing?
This land shall know no dawn. I will spew forth darkness and drown all in eternal night. And high above you I shall shine, uncaring, cold and distant as the moon!
Moon's haunted. I can still fix her. Kojin relic. It's why the Reds attacked. Oh. And a fuck ton of ether. Not a bomb, but crystals. I can still fix her.
What has she done?
Moon's haunted. I can still fix her. I can still fix her.
Oh gods, this is a summoning.
It is a summoning, but she's doing it to herself, much like Eorzea did. Oh, and the Pope did it too. The Space Pope, not the Space Pope. The Dragon Pope. Moon's haunted. It was giving Renala vibes for a second there. Just because Renala also is moon, but... Okay, aesthetic. Holy shit, mother? Not mother. That's such a cool design. Fuck you, Asahi. Get out of my cutscene, you stinky...
A Dorman citizen has called forth an icon in direct violation of our primary agreement. The negotiations have failed. Abandon the captives and make preparations to withdraw.
You fucking... Because she was still under the care of us, he's calling her a Doman citizen. I love how it cuts to a shit-eating grin. Fuck him. I hate him. Oh.
Ambassador!
Can we please murder him? I need it.
And you disobey the Emperor. Make preparations to withdraw! Now!
Becky, because he had something we needed. That's the only reason.
As you command.
There was still an agreement to bring back our people. Or, well, Doma's people, I should say. God, that's such a cool design. Please step on me, respectfully.
My lord, you must fall back!
You ask me to run?
If she is in fact a primal, she could literally temper people, couldn't she? So she doesn't need to like force them into it. Well, she can force them into it, but like she doesn't need to like beat them down. She can just temper them. Yup. Boy oh boy. A strategic thought. Leave this to me.
Against such a foe, I would be more hindrance than help.
Damn right.
The field is yours.
You don't have the echo.
We will withdraw, but not without our countrymen. I want every soul accounted for. Every soul!
My lord.
And she's gone. Holy shit.
I knew you would not flee. I see now the strength which flows from that baleful light of yours. But I have become Tsukuyomi, goddess of the moon,
Yeah.
and divinity of night. What power can compare to such celestial majesty?
Tsukuyomi is a real thing. Well, no, not a real thing, but like mythology-wise it is.
I shall plunge all I despise into darkness. And within that black abyss, even your light shall flicker and fail.
Karon. Asai, come here. I have something for you.
Come, let us cast the stalks and look upon the fate of Norma. I see a future in which the sun sets on this wretched land. Once and for all!
Oh. Hell yeah, dude. God, that's so cool. Can I, like... Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. We can, hang on. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I just need the angle. I just need the angle right. Where's her foot? There's her foot. All right. Perfect, perfect. We're good. I'm not gonna do like, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. Don't worry. I just want to grab a quick little, just for research purposes. Let me drop this into Discord. Gaming Central, spoiler. Stormblood, spoilers. Okay, there we go. That's just for me, for later. Normally I would go through like a lot more for a proper group post, but we'll just leave it at that for now. Bonk. Oh man. Okay, we're missing one, right? We're just waiting on Izagi. Lurk volleyball, Warlord, have fun. Clone. That's why we have it later for research purposes. Such a cool design though, like really, all sexual memes aside, such a cool design. Let me just look at those toes real quick. This viewpoint that we have of her, research later. This viewpoint that we have of her is just like, it's giving. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll just leave it like this until the party's ready. I do actually have to take a quick pee break though. I should do this before we do an item level synced primal fight. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee before you guys get Izagi in the party, because it sounds like it's gonna be very soon. So I'm gonna go quick pee break. Be right back. She's like, I have come to receive your sim pitch. Literally starts. Literally. saw butterflies. Can we get in the linen room? That's godlike. That's godlike.
Jesus, stay back!
Are you fucking joking me? I sure hope I don't heck this up again. Heck. One of us. One of us. I think it's weird that you haven't tried to get out of the mountain. I assumed I could not, Julie. I assumed I could not. Julie! 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 You debated me! Get me the fuck out of the crime scene! Oh, my horse! Bro, are you okay? Spess, you told me not to do that thing that I've been doing, right? Not to fall off, exactly like I did. Here's what I say to you. I'll fucking do it again. I'll fucking do it again. What is going on? What? Fish out of water. Mambo number 5. Mambo number 5. Do we have a full party yet? Nope, still trying to find these out. I was watching that. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. No, I'm just kidding. I'm assuming there's no objections, just leaving this on the screen while we wait, right? Who's lead? I believe it's Ray, which is Vonnie in game. Why'd they put so much detail in the toes? Clone, you know why. You know why. They know what they're doing. I heard the noise of a full party. So we're doing it item level synced, right? We love a challenge. We love a challenge. A ready check has been commenced. I am ready. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Confront Tsukuyomi in the Castrum of Luminous. Oh, wait, are people talking? Hang on. Bum, bum, bum. Party chat has been schmoovin'. Oh my god, I didn't read any of this. Oh, they're talking about mounts. Y'all mount collectors? Crazy beans. Imagine reading. To be fair, I was on the event tab so I could read the NPC dialogue that I skipped. Castrum Flumis. I seriously love this design. She's even got like the dark side of the moon aesthetic. Terra cannot read. Unless there's pictures, Terra doesn't understand words. It's so true.
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
I hope so. I mean, what?
What?
She just screamed in lowercase. She really did, Clone. She really did.
Your end is near.
Yeah, okay. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, we're good. Oh no! I got you. I got you with that Ver raise. I was ready. I had my dual cast ready. I'm a little scared. What is that? Something's happening. Oh, I think we need to break those.
Drag them.
Your death will be your
This glam is amazing. This white robe that Kieran is wearing is amazing. Ooh, ouch. Huh? Come forth, shades of the dead. I turned off the display. Oh, it's her parents. Worthless excuse of a daughter, you're nothing but trouble. A font of misery, that's what you are. Oh my god! There's an internal battle going on here. There's an internal struggle. Bane of your existence unto the very end, she said. Spectre of Asahi. Fight like your life depends on it, dear sister. You wouldn't want to disappoint me. I love you too, Bargy. How you doing? If it isn't the cold-blooded little worm always crawling through my rotten heart. Xenos. Your pitiful fortunes can bring you no lower. Whoa! You have come to deliver judgment for my failure. Cut me down then. Surely it's a simple task. Stand behind me, Tsuyu? Spectre of Gosetsu! You could do it, Gosetsu! You must survive, Tsuyu. The kami spared us, and we cannot repay that boon in death. Tsuyu must survive. Perhaps, but it is too late for me. There can be no redemption.
Sloppy!
Night bloom shall flower here on the site of my demise.
In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal height, I rise on you.
Woo! The environment.
Fused with night, I shall prevail.
Oh. I don't know which side to be on. There's a moon on me. Help! What does this moon mean? Moon shadowed. Under the influence of the new moon.
Drag them.
Under the influence of the full moon. I think I'm supposed to swap back and forth. It looks like you're supposed to move back and forth.
In night's chill, shine petals veil.
We're okay.
Whoa.
Oh, she's doing the fan move again.
Drag them.
commence.
So if I understood that dual moon mechanic, the longer you stand in one side of the moon, it like stacks up a debuff on you of that type. So you're just supposed to move back and forth between them. If I got it.
Suffused with night, I shall prevail!
Yeah, here it comes again. She mooned him? A little bit. Means you just got moved.
Your end is near.
Oh god! Barky. Barky, why are you beating me up? What did I do to you?
In sunless blue, black tendrils trail.
Oh god.
I'll grind you under my heel.
Oh my god.
Grind you under my heel.
Ouch. Holy cow. The temptation to Ver Flashbang is so real right now. I'm gonna Ver Flashbang. I'm doing it. Wait, I'm not doing it. I'm gonna wait until after this attack. And then I'm gonna Ver Flashbang. Aw, someone stole the LV. I wanted to Ver Flashbang.
You under my heel.
Ouch! Oh no! You guys can do it! Huh. You don't like a little rough set? I do, Margie. These boss fights they're very cinematic, especially the further you get into the game. Let's go! The tanks did it! The tanks survived and they did it! They were the only two to survive. Jolly, I'm so mad at you. I wanted to Ver Flashbang. Oh, her hair turned white. She gets a new aesthetic? Alright, Jolly doesn't come to the next item level matched dungeon. Stole my Ver Flashbang. I haven't actually seen it yet, which is why I was very excited. Hello? Your hair's white. You got a new aesthetic. And your robes are still Tsukuyomi robes. Interesting. Girl had her villain arc and got her hair did. A classic midlife crisis. Gamers, thanks for coming. That was really fun. Oh. Better not be Asahi. Of all the people. Of fucking course. I hate you so much.
You really must learn to finish the job.
You really must learn to fucking off
It is
yourself.
true that a gaudy mirror and a handful of crystals make for a feeble summoning. But even the weakest icon is a god of sorts. A threat that must be put down.
I choked on my spit. Goals.
My.
Asahi, stop. You're gonna get us in
hostility.
trouble.
These beings are the sworn enemies of the Empire. I merely did my duty as an Imperial officer.
Fuck you. Holy shit. Punch him already.
Will you surrender to anger then? Slay an anointed emissary to avenge a fallen foe?
Ha! You cannot, of course! To do so would burn the bridges we have labored so hard to build.
But I'm forgetting. They're already ash.
I hate
This
him.
Doorman woman has seen to that. The Empire cannot ally itself with any nation that refuses to renounce summoning. I believe I was most clear on that point.
You. You're the only reason that there was a. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
It should have been mine. The power he bestowed upon her. I should have been the one to govern Doma. I would have repaid his faith.
So this whole thing was out of jealousy that he appointed his sister and not him in charge of Doma. Wow. Oops, she turned into a primal.
Alive loves him more than I!
I mean, I love him a lot. But not...
Instead, this harlot betrayed his trust. Useless piece of filth!
Jesus.
Worthless whore!
Thank you, dear brother, for this precious gift.
Having fun, Terra? Yes.
Vengeance.
Oh, fuck him up. Fuck him up. Now just go whoop, bisect him.
They ignore the corruption which festers beneath the surface. Cast aside that which is dirty and broken. Speak not of things which would disrupt their dreary little lives.
I was so excited, Sim. I was so excited. Villain arc, it's closer to like Batman style justice arc. What is he? Not villain. Somebody, there's a word for it. Where you're like hunting criminals yourself. Vigilante. Vigilante. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for right now. Thank you. I drew such a blank. She's starting her vigilante arc. Starting with her own brother.
Like you, Asahi. Always pretending not to see. You were the first. The first I swore to kill.
And now you're doing it. I wanted to bisect him, but not like horizontally, like vertically. Because like the way the blades are in right now, I want her to like cut him in half, like from the top. This is what I want. Please finish the job. Oh, please have enough in you to at least finish the job. Ew. You so deserve it. You so fucking deserve it.
Such bliss. I had thought my hunger insatiable. But now I am satisfied.
Hell yeah. So deserved. No one is more deserving.
You should feel honored, dear brother. I saved the last of my strength. Just for you.
Yeah, Taron, you're not wrong. I'm just letting her enjoy this moment because he is so deserving of it. Oh, fuck. Please live. You did not get a fancy new makeover just to die. Come on. Please?
What's the matter? The Witch of Doma will soon be dead.
No! You are Tsuyu, and you will live. Tsuyu deserved a kinder fate. Gosetsu will mourn you. Tsuyu deserved a kinder fate.
Her happiness was never to be. Not in this world. I wonder, was the fruit as sweet as he remembered?
No, dude. Oh, dude, it's like every fucking 2 hours.
Xenos.
Oh. Just put him down, dude. Oh.
Lord Xenos.
Jad, thank you so much for the bits. That's what I was. That's why I'm choking up, Ray. Her last thought was the only person who ever showed love to her. That's exactly why I'm upset. Quality character, even if she is a monster. Mac, oh, remember how much I hated her? I don't know how fully you were paying attention, but I hated her so much. And then her, it's the nature versus nurture argument. Her whole situation of being Tsuyu and basically being given a second shot, and she was so good. She was so good. She even as her memory started to return, she went to go get Gosetsu a persimmon, risking her fucking life. Oh man, I'm okay. Post-based Stormblood content hits hard. Yeah, it does. We match, we sag, we gonna pin this man to the wall like a badge. Yeah. 14, okay. If that does not show the strength of the story writing in 14, I absolutely despised her. And I'm crying that she's gone. Whereas Xenos I loved, and he was still a villain, and I was upset over him. But I hated her. I hated her so much.
I am at your disposal.
Oh, I need some water.
Asai, you were born of Doma, yes?
This was recent. He's got the bandages on his neck. This was recent.
Yes, my lord. I am honored that you would remember me. How may I serve?
This was like, I guess just before he started doing what he was doing. Oh gosh. Sister literally just made us burritos. Same wavelength. It's never the wrong time for a burrito. After all this, you have to wonder what the hell. Oh my god. What can Shadowbringers do, considering it's far, far better? No kidding. Holy
you
cow.
are hereby appointed Ambassador Plenipotentiary and empowered to speak with the voice of the Emperor. Return to your native land of Doma and announce your intention to sue for peace.
For peace?
Once negotiations are underway, you are to locate the acting Viceroy.
She lives? That is to say, I will, my lord.
When you have found her, you will initiate a ritual to call forth an icon. I will instruct you in the necessary steps.
This just further reinforces that this isn't the real Xenos, in my mind. Again, don't confirm, I'm just theorizing. This just further reinforces that this is Elidibus and not Xenos. But, fuck, anything could happen.
Yotsuyu's faith is unreliable. But as a child raised to believe in the Kami, she will serve as a vessel for one of the Kojin's gods. She need only wish it to be so.
But Elidibus has gone around instructing people on how to summon icons, so in my headcanon it checks out.
The power will seem a gift, but the icon's essence will consume her. She will be no more than a husk, a slave to whim and desire.
My lord, ever since the day you saw fit to save my miserable life, I have dreamed of repaying your benevolence. Upon my honor, I swear to devote myself wholly to your service. All that you command will be done, no matter the cost. But I fear the subtleties of your plan yet elude me. From the reports I have heard, the champion who aids the Doman resistance would make short work of a single icon.
The icon is merely a message. The pacifist teachings of the Populares spread through this city like a plague. And I would remind the people of the threat we face. You will be my chosen agent. The hand which tolls the warning bell. The salvation of this world will not be won through the signing of treaties.
Him trying to reunite his people under a common enemy does check out. I'm still not unconvinced that it's Elidibus, though.
Your chosen agent.
Sorry, I just cracked my knuckle really loud by the
I will
mic.
not fail you, my lord.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat really quickly. I don't think he'll recover. Oh god. Oh no, he's gonna lose it. I'm done for. His dumbass smile. Me too, Brendel, me too. I hate it so much.
My master, Lord Xenos, he will come for you.
Die. Die, you fuck. Become unalive. Thank you. Roll credits. Roll credits. He has become unalive.
You have prevailed, I see.
In the span of, how long have I been streaming? 5 hours. I didn't think I could hate someone this much, this quickly, but fuck Asahi. Glad he's dead. I'm glad he's dead. Oh.
She is gone.
Don't cry, Gosetsu, please.
Wherefore did the Kami spare us, only to inflict this pain?
Death shall not want for company this day. You spared us a worse disaster, but I fear our fledgling peace with the Empire was beyond saving.
Yeah, it was doomed from the start. The fact that she's smiling at— thank you for the hydrate, by the way. The fact that she's smiling in death is because she got the vengeance she so desired the most in the very end. Hien walking in like, man, sure is a lot of death around here. Really got to get that checked out. I had one request. It was Gosetsu, don't cry. What did he do? That asshole.
Lord Hien.
Gray. I'm too sensitive, Gray. I'm too sensitive.
Maxima, is it not? I assumed you long fled.
I entertain thoughts of escape even now, but our negotiations have yet to reach a satisfying conclusion. The ambassador insisted that the summoning spelled an end to our mission here, but it seemed to me there was more to the tale.
Oh? Xenos was behind this plot. We love you, Terra. Gives hugs there.
I have heard tell of this power you wield. And in your vision, you witnessed Lord Xenos giving these orders.
Yes. Daddy. Hein is very— that's rough, buddy. Hien is very— that's rough, buddy, in that moment. Literally. Charon, literally.
And how can that be? Xenos is dead. He took his own life after the battle in Alamigo. I saw his body with my own eyes.
Multiverse of madness. So I'm taking from this that Maxima is one of these pacifist groups that Xenos was talking about.
Forgive me, but Lord Xenos is very much alive. He granted our party an audience prior to our departure. That he was gravely wounded is certain, but his recovery appeared to be proceeding apace.
So weird.
I'm afraid I share Lord Hien's confusion. The man's death was confirmed and his remains interred. These are matters of public record.
Thinking emoji.
I have no doubt you believe what you say. But what then is the explanation? That an imposter has infiltrated the innermost circle of the Imperial cause? The idea is inconceivable, absurd, but worthy of investigation nonetheless. Our movement can ill afford to have a highly placed pretender undermining our efforts.
Your efforts may yet bear fruit. Tell me, what is to become of our prisoner exchange? Though we have already taken custody of our conscripts, we have yet to release your Imperial comrades. Do you still intend to collect them?
I guess, like, they'll still honor the deal, maybe? Do we still want to at this point? He mentioned that earlier, gotcha. Maxima is actually a member of the Populares. And the Populares, just to confirm in my brain, are the ones that are seeking the pacifist route, right? Maxima is a good one, he is. Good! He was worthy of my admiration. Right, yes, okay,
As
thank
the
you.
late ambassador's second in command, it falls to me to speak on the Empire's behalf. And I'm happy to confirm our intent to proceed according to the original agreement.
Right on.
Then let us be about it. 'Twould be a pity to abandon such a promising beginning.
Yeah. Shit, are we—
Indeed. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. As soon as our people are secure aboard our airship, we shall depart straightways for Garlemald.
Hang on. Are we gonna be—
Tread lightly, Pilus. I sense treachery awaits you there.
No shit. Are we gonna have a subset? I mean, obviously don't answer. Don't answer this one. Are we gonna have a subset of the Empire that works alongside us? Cause this is what this is feeling like.
Might I accompany you to the capital?
Huh?
Alphino, have you gone mad?
Imposter or no, if Xenos was instructing Asahi on the finer points of ritual summoning, then experience tells us there is an Ascian waiting in the wings.
And if my theory is correct,
Without our knowledge and expertise, our new friends will be hard-pressed to contend with a foe for whom death is but a minor inconvenience. They need our help.
If my theory is correct, Xenos is in fact Elidibus, so boom, Ascian, right there. Whew. One of my banana loaves is so soft it's falling in half. Oh no! I baked so much banana bread, this has never happened to me before. Any bakers in chat? Anyone can help Gray save their banana loaf. I just ate and you're making me hungry. I have such a weakness for banana bread. Any day of the week.
Were you indeed willing to share your knowledge of this enemy, we would not shun your counsel.
You truly mean to do this? In full knowledge of the danger?
I have seen the Warrior of Light risk his life on countless occasions. Next to him, I'm scarce more than a distraction on the battlefield.
Wow, Alfie. This is why I love Alfie, you guys. Hi, Bannikin.
But in the meeting room or the audience chamber, there I can make a difference. I can strike bargains, forge ties, and change minds.
Wow.
And where better to do these things than in the home of our old enemy?
Okay, Alfie. This is your moment. Totally. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Dude, this is why I love him.
'Tis not for me to stop you, but I would have you consider an alternative arrangement. Rather than braving the Empire as a simple traveler, go forth as an emissary of Doma. Such a position should offer you some measure of protection.
Okay. Whew. Don't love banana, but I have a recipe for orange pecan bread that's to die for. Izagi, could you kindly slide into my DMs if you'd be willing to part with it? Spess loves baking in his free time when he has time for it, and I could definitely twist his arm into making me some of it. Oh man. I did shopping, car care, self-care, got food, treated yourself. Now a nice high. Right on, Vatican. Hope you guys are having the best Wednesday. We've cried. Wait, how many times have we cried today? 3? Have I cried 3 times? It's been an emotional one for sure. It's mostly crying. It's not an original recipe. It's from, well, I mean, if you want to slide into my DMs, I would be glad to accept it.
You've obviously made up your mind. Just try not to do anything reckless, all right?
I can't redeem I love you, but I love all of you. Vatican, we love you too. I hope you have a lot of tissue handy for Endwalker. I will literally buy a box.
Farewell, my friends.
Oh. Either that or my sleeves will be soaked. One of the two. We'll figure it out when we get there.
I love you.
Ah! That's even better, Izagi. Love you too, Jolly. I'm so proud of our boy. He's growing up. Sorry, the mouse is on screen. He's growing up so fast, you guys. He's so Alphino today is such a far cry from what Alphino in A Realm Reborn was, and I love it. I knew Asahi was planning some manner of treachery, but a summoning? Thank the Kami you were here, my friend. None of us would have escaped Yotsuyu's vengeance had you not intervened. She was a pawn, aye, but she still had a choice, and she chose to submit to the ambassador's plan. 'Tis little wonder Gosatsu departed in silence. It's true. I gather he left the same way he came, alone aboard a rowing boat. As for the conscripts, most made it to the Sekibune before the battle began in earnest, but the vessel yet waits on the riverbank for those who did not flee in time. Hi G! Good evening to you, welcome in. Alfie is so grown. Alize is still my girl, understandably. Just saying, that was a really good roasted pepper garlic sauce I made. Really pleased with how it turned out. Good on you, buddy, good on you. Then I suggest we put this doleful place behind us and make for the Enclave together. 'Twould be a shame to miss the joyous reunion. What of Tsuyu's body? Did Gosetsu take the body with him? I don't remember. My brain has holes in it. Time for shower and bed. Have a great stream, Muddy. Enjoy your unwinding process. Thanks for hanging out with us. And our little side character, Issa, I can't remember his name. Inahasi, I think? He's gonna get a second chance with his dad. Dude, I'm so happy. I shall listen through you, Tara. Listen through you too, Muddy.
How often have I imagined this moment? Thank you for helping it come to pass.
Oh, this is cute. Oh, I'm so emotional right now. Listening to Gosetsu cry fucking cut me. Oh. Dude, what a happy moment. This is nice. This is a nice family moment. And that's the end of Final Fantasy XIV. From what you guys have said, it's barely the beginning. Everything is good. Cut to credits. Oh. Gosetsu.
Ah, there you are.
He's gonna put on a tough act, and I know it. Hello, best grandpa. Oh! Oh!
Gosetsu, your hair.
Oh! Wait, haircutting is significant in like samurai cultures.
What have you done?
What does it mean again? What does it mean again? Oh. No.
An old man who cannot raise his blade has no place in the service of a young lord. Thus did I decide to devote my remaining days to pilgrimage. I will walk this land, offering prayers of repose for all the souls who left this life in suffering.
Aww.
All of them?
as much as I want to say don't leave us, Gosetsu, I'm gonna honor his wishes. It means he's done being a samurai. He's becoming a monk.
A fulsome farewell makes for an enjoyable journey.
Scarcely have we said our goodbyes to Alphino, and you leave us too. But 'tis well that my companions find their own way forward. I must endeavor to do the same.
This is okay. This is good. This is a good ending for Gosetsu because now he doesn't need to die in some honorable way. I choose this over.
I have faith that you will find the best path for Doma without me, my lord. Pray forgive me this last act of selfishness, and grant me your blessing.
Dude, he'll give it willingly. I choose this fate for him over the alternative, which is him dying in combat.
You have earned it 1,000 times over.
Easily.
Go in peace, my friend. I shall make of Doma a land where children laugh and none need live in fear.
There is no better way to honor those who went before. And with that, I take my leave.
Bye, best grandpa. Oh man, oh man, oh man. He devotes the rest of his days to living a peaceful life. Absolutely what best grandpa deserves. Totally rare. Terra, would you like to see your Ver flashbang easily? How could we go about that? Don't you dare! Don't you dare! I am running so fast and far away from this. I heard that trumpet! Not this time. Ah, what's happening? What is this? Oh. Don't run! Alright. What's happening? Oh! Guys, we get to see the Ver flashbang we didn't get to see. You guys ready? This is what we missed in the trial. Hang on, let's take everything off screen. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, that's so cool. Rando, thank you for bringing me in here so we can see it. Do an aerial view? Okay, let's pretend like we're avoiding mechanics. Ooh. Reaper? No, what? Oh, that was Dark Knight. Let's pretend we're trying to avoid mechanics, you guys. And the boss is right here, okay? You're off to bed. Mac, have good sleep. Oh my god! I love it. It's so cool. That's so cool. Is this the... Are you gonna show me the summoner one? Holy cow. Wait, the summoner one is also very flashy. Oh, since we can, how about machinist? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I need a target for this? Is it single target? Oh, I can't use it. Oh man. How about Sage? Techne Macra? Whoa. Does it grow a tree? That's cool. Sadly need a target. Oh, there's a target. I was given a target. That's very cool. That's very cool. I forgot how long-winded recipes get. I'll send DMs. Whoa. Lancer? Or Dragoon, sorry. That's so cool. Oh. All right, once more before we leave. I just want to ver flashbang once more. I just need to get it all out of my system. What? Oh, I'm still in combat. How do you, That did it, right? No? Oh, that'll do it. We need one more ver flashbang, just because it's so... it's so much. It's so bright. Total, completely aerial view. It's also just so flashy. I love it. I love it, I love it. Randall, thank you for bringing me in here so I can see it. Is this Black Mage? That's cool. That is cool. Summoners just a miniaturized 7th Umbral Calamity. Randall, thank you for bringing me in here. That was really, really cool. Oh, how do I leave? That door? Oh. How do I escape? I cannot escape, I cannot come out. Press U. Leave. Mama! I cannot escape, I cannot come out.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. Arden, I didn't give you a proper hello, but hi, Arden. Ooh, okay. Dude, for flashbang, I'm gonna have to hotkey that. I'm gonna be pressing it every single time I get an opportunity. Oh, man. Ah, Gosetsu. Fair journey to you, my friend. A bittersweet occasion. I was literally gonna call it bittersweet. That's literally what it was. But there's yet ample cause to be grateful. Pray join us in the Kienkan. I would thank you properly. Hi, hi. Also redeemed to hydrate. Thank you. Drink water. Thank you, thank you. That was Explorer mode. You can walk around any dungeon except A Realm Reborn ones. Oh. Oh. That means G-pose. G-pose. There's a lot of places you could G-pose. You could G-pose a lot in a lot of places. Because Explorer mode. That's very exciting. That's very exciting news. I didn't know that was a thing. Our brothers and sisters are returned to us, and the dream of Doma's restoration is that much closer to being realized. It is a day that will live long in memory, and one that would never have dawned without the courageous actions of the Scions. On behalf of Doma and her people, we give you our deepest thanks. Chat, thank you for pets. Lest you think me complacent, I assure you, I have not forgotten the dark cloud on the horizon. That Xenos lives is a source of grave concern, mayhap the gravest. Yet there is little to be done but wait for Alphino to send word. Until then, I plan to devote myself to fulfilling up the promise I made to Gosetsu by building a nation in which none need live in fear. I confess, I miss him already, but the thought that he has at last found peace goes some way to softening the blow. I wonder, did you ever stop to ask yourself why he showed Yotsuyu such kindness? I believe the answer lies in past tragedy, specifically the death of his wife and daughter during the invasion. Though he hid it well, they were never far from his thoughts, and Yotsuyu's Yotsuyu's childlike mien, I believe he saw not a fallen tyrant, but the little girl who was lost to him. After the loss of his family, Gosetsu devoted himself wholly to the service of his country. He suffered any hardship, strove beyond the limits of endurance without hesitation or complaint. All the games you're playing since I've been here are the games I've wanted to play for a while, and now you're doing it so I don't have to. You can live vicariously through me, Arden, and cry with us every 10 minutes. Though Tsuyu could never truly replace his daughter, I had hoped that with her at his side, he might live out the remainder of his days in relative contentment. Would that the kami had been so Would that the kami had been so minded. Even now, I labor to discern any meaning in Yotsuyu's fate, to deliver her from certain death with no memory of her sins, only to leave her at the mercy of her stepbrother. Can that truly have been their will? That I cannot tell you. The will of the kami is not for us to know. But what I do know is that for a brief moment, a girl known as Tsuyu lived amongst us. Wow! Help! Wrong, you have to play them now. I don't have time. I can watch him enjoy the games while I adult. He's my buddy for life. Let's go, Arden. and that she brought with her a whisper of respite for a grieving heart. Oh, jeez, oh jeez. Wide vibe. You really like the Stormblood quest complete, hey Golsef? I think I saw you saying that earlier. I think it's time we were going, don't you? We've done all we can here, and we have a lot to report. But before we head back to the Rising Stones, let's call in at Rhalgr's Reach. We should be the ones to tell Lys about Xenos. After everything we went through together, we owe her that. We get to go see Lys again, that's at least exciting. We're coming, Lys! We're coming! Whew. Hey Waffle, thank you for spending 20 days and 16 hours of your life with me. Hope it's been a good 20 days and 16 hours. Oh. Oop, we left Mount BG on by accident. Just because I'm curious. 2 hours, 40 minutes. Let's go. Sir, Alize, you're back. No Alpha, no? It's good to see you, Lys. As for my headstrong brother, he's off on what will almost certainly turn out to be a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Garlemald. It's a long story, but we have evidence that Xenos might still be alive. What? But that's... If this is a joke... Gods, this better be a joke. It's not evidence, it's cold hard truth if I witnessed it through the echo. Echo, 1 month, 11 days, 8 hours. Echo, I love you. Look, I know what I saw, alright? We all saw it. And here you're saying he's alive. Alive and well, and living the high life back in Garlemald. I know how ludicrous this sounds. I'm still having difficulty believing it myself. But while I might doubt the word of an Imperial envoy, I'm inclined to trust Sir's. He saw the Crown Prince through the Echo in a meeting that could only have taken place in the recent past. It was him. It was Xenos. Golsef just flexing at this point. No, it must have been. I don't know. Some kind of really convincing impositor? Impositor? What is that word even? Imposter? Sorry, my emotional brain doesn't know how to read words. Really convincing imposter. Xenos is dead. He had a great big hole in his neck. We buried him. Aye, and some went to the trouble of desecrating the bastard's grave, remember? That's Thal's gilded halls. Whatever are you talking about? You know he wanted to say Thal's gilded balls. You know he wanted to. Terra, wipe your tears and blow your nose, baby. I can't. Thancred! What brings you to the Reach? Alphino had me lending a hand at the Saltery, keeping an eye on the rebuilding work and so on, just until operations were up and running. And now that they are, I thought I might look in on you before wending my weary way back to the headquarters. Forgive me if I misheard, but there is some suggestion that the late Crown Prince could have gotten better? If so, might I suggest a quick look inside his coffin as our first order of business? Ugh, as much as I hated the man, it doesn't feel right defiling his grave. But if it will put this rumor to rest, I suppose we have to. And when there are no curious eyes about, if we can manage it. Xenos is buried up at the Blood Hoe in the Locks. His grave was set apart from the others and left unmarked so as not to upset the locals. Then it shouldn't be too hard to find. Nago, you're in charge until I get back. Blood Hoe. I was thinking it. Thancred, who feels like some light grave robbing? Me. Because I'm genuinely curious. If his body is still in fact there, it raises many a question. Can we go from here? Can I go up through here? Just be back by bedtime. Okay. I like how I have supper right beside me, and I instead choose to reach for a nib right beside me and eat that instead. Healthy life choices! I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure this won't lead me to a dead end. I think this will lead me to a dead end. Want to enjoy a game while I prepare dinner? What's for supper, Arden? Oh, there's a stairway up. Wait. No, there isn't. It abruptly ends. I'm gonna hit a wall, aren't I? I knew I should have been doing some side quests. Gosh darn you, No Man's Sky, for being so fun and distracting me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do I get up? Ooh, breakfast actually. Gonna make eggs and bacon. Comfy. No hash brown? No hash brown with that? No potat? Now you know my pain. I bounce between those two. It's like, which one do I actually want to drop 6 hours on today? Pick your poison, as it were. A guard boot. How do you pronounce that? Boot? Boot. I don't even know what it is. Oh, I don't have no potat. This is so sad. Hello, car. This is it. Gods, he'd better be in there. Someone scrawled all over the stone a while ago, but I had scrubbed it off and thought no more about it. So no one thought to check if the coffin was still occupied. Well then, we are presented with but one course of action, and we had best be sure we are not observed in the doing of it. Shall we begin? Das Boot. And I dip toes into other things when I play with my brother, like me playing Grounded. But not my brother, my partner. But after watching me stream No Man's Sky for
Oh dear. We seem to be missing a corpse.
Fuck! Okay, well. After watching me stream No Man's Sky for 3 days, Spess is like, Tara, can we play No Man's Sky? And I'm like, yes. I'm like, I will make a new save just to play with you. Well, shit. So it's not
it must be somewhere. I only hope it isn't.
It's not a copy. However, it could be still puppeteering. Like he could be zombie Xenos. No corpse now. Excuse me, Golsuf. Who? Is that a Stinian? Wait, I can't tell that face. Is that a Stinian? No, who is that? I've just now realized Ellison all look the same unless you can see their hair. I play Deep Rock Galactic and Valheim. Oh, dude, Valheim's so good. And so is Deep Rock. I'm sad I didn't invest as many hours as I wanted to in Deep Rock Galactic. Rock and stone. A miscellaneous soldier with a katana. Oh, right. Estinian is a dragoon, so it couldn't be Estinian. An Ellison soldier with a katana. Dude, I'm drawing such a blank. You found potatoes. Let's go. And a nefarious smile. If there's no corpse, then are we to conclude the rumors are true? Not necessarily. I saw him with the echo. What do you want from me? We might still be dealing with a doppelganger of some kind. An agent could have been sent to dispose of the body in a bid to lend credence to the tale of Xenos' resurrection. More and more, however, I find myself siding with Alphino's theory of Ascian possession. This is also Terra's theory. Speaking from experience, I can tell you they have no qualms about taking a living host, let alone a dead one, as they did with Thancred in A Realm Reborn. You're saying an Ascian is walking around in Xenos' body? It seems a distinct possibility. Once I have put this grave back the way we found it, I shall pay a visit to the people responsible for interring the Crown Prince. Before leaping to any conclusions, I want to know for sure if a body was ever buried here, and how certain are we that Xenos was properly dead. If he wasn't, that was some trick. He as good as cut his own head off. Anyway, Roban needs to hear about this. If you find anything out, send word to Ralger's Reach. Thancred having experience with being possessed. My guy, right? Thancred is your least fave scion? Is it because he's a twerp? I don't mind him. I think he's pretty good. I don't know why I'm surprised. With matters settling down in Doma, we were due another crisis. Shall we make for the Rising Stones then? It's past time we shared these developments with the others. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Lore. Oh, and Shadowbringer stuff. Hoary Boulder! While I was waiting for you to arrive, I spoke with Eorzea over Link Pearl and gave him a full report. Y'shtola is on her way, and should be any... No, I wanted to talk to Hoary Boulder. Son of a bitch. Now he's won you over, Charon? Right on. Alize, sir, 'tis good to see you safe and well. What news have you from the east? Like a whole shitstorm. Like a whole shitstorm, Y'shtola. Disturbing developments indeed. Given all we know, I too would conclude that an Ascian now inhabits Xenos' body. A doppelganger might fool the Crown Prince's subordinates, but sir, nay, Alphino had the right of it. Would that his wisdom extended to the question of his own safety. Capable though he has become, he ventures alone into the enemy's stronghold, and the shadowy web of the Paragons, like as not. He's a grown boy, he can handle himself. When it comes to making rash decisions, I'm hardly in a position to criticize, but... I love the camera panning up, fade to black while character's hand talks. I'm worried. I just wish there was something I could do for him besides pray. Just changed the refresh rate from 60 to 75. Chef's kiss. Can't believe the improvement. Stein! Stein! How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for pets. What? No more potato? Stein, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. There's been some developments. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, there's been some developments, Stein. Stein, I love you. How are you? It's so good to see you. We cannot suffer icons to exist. Was I not clear on this point? More than clear. The icon in question was summarily dispatched by the Warrior of Light. The summoner is dead, and the right beyond repeating. Everything proceeded according to plan, every party behaving exactly as required. I think the fact, I'm just gonna, working off my same theory, my theory being that Xenos is currently being possessed by, well, Elidibus. I don't know if possessed is the right word. They even have him wearing white robes, like as if he was like in like medical gown, as it were. I think that's a slight nod to the fact that it is Elidibus, because every time we see Elidibus, he's in white robes. So this is like a subtle way of being like, it is Elidibus. Then again, if I'm wrong, I'll accept defeat. Terrabellum, welcome back, Frago. How are you? Can you fry things with coconut oil? I am not a cooking expert. I'm the worst person to ask. Rest of chat is driven, the word you're looking for. Driving, yes. My assumption is that Elidibus is driving Xenos. My methods may seem extreme, but there is no cause for concern. I work only to ensure the salvation of this star. Illitibus Monkasteer. Is this our katana wielding Elizin? How you doing? Aside from crying like 14 times today, I'm really good. Should be able to. Haven't done it myself, but I figure it's oil. Should work the same. Might just have different like burning points. I think you can fry things in coconut oil. I think you can fry things, but coconut oil comes in jars as a solid. Might not be cost effective. There you are. What are you doing fiddling with that thing? I asked you a question, soldier. Why do I have no ideas of who this might be? A blue-eyed Elizin wielding a katana. What are you? Have you lost your mind? Oh! Rest in peace, random soldier. Katana wielding soldiers. Mystery elf. I'm looking. Let me just catch up on chat real quick. Yeah, the smoke point of some oils is too low to fry things in. Like, you really shouldn't try to fry things in olive oil because it's smoke point. Yes, exactly. Coconut oil has a low smoke point. Not great for frying. There you go. Its smoke point is 350, so that's, yeah, that's so low. When you're not looking at the screen, what are you doing fiddling with that thing? Causes one's neck to snap back and be like, excuse me, Charon. You're like, what am I missing? How's everyone doing? Super good, Stein. How you been? I feel like I haven't seen you in forever, and I know it hasn't been that long. But I love you. It's so good to see your little name in chat. Hello. Hello, Stein. How are you? Oh, that's katana wielding soldier. That's a throwback NPC to 1.0 days. When the warrior like... Thing is, I would believe you, Golsum. I don't remember that part in 14. There upon the stage I stood, prepared to take my final bow, only to find that the finale was but an intermission. Wait a sec. Wait. Crackpot theory, Xenos' soul has been displaced. Shall I use this chance to repent for my sins, embrace goodness and mediocrity? Nay, I think not. While the one I yearn to face yet lives, the hunt must go on! This is Xenos. How did Xenos get displaced? Hang on. Multiverse of madness. Haven't been around for a minute. Damn, life getting in the way. It's so good to see you, Stein. You know the drill. There's no expectation to ever show up to a stream, but I'm always happy to have you when you are. Dun dun dun! My boy yet lives. He's in a new shell, but he yet lives nonetheless. The music should be a giveaway too. Maybe that's why I was subconsciously getting the vibes, Golsif. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it and sound like a fucking idiot though. So I said nothing. Terra, can you remember a certain Sahagin priest from the ARR patches? Fucking, the ARR patches, Moonbrita? No, I don't know. Body Snatchers 14 edition. So like his soul clearly got displaced because he's like, I'm not dying yet. Tried to go back in his body. He's like, whoop, someone's in here. So he ended up in a random Elizin. Merylwib shot him and his soul. Oh my god. Yes, I remember exactly now, Rando. Man, literally too horny for the hunt to die. For literally anything that Xenos does, you can answer it with 2 words. Weird flex, but okay. Oh, I just wanted to catch up with Hoary Boulder. Hi, bud. Another mission fraught with danger, yet here I am still. Quiet moments such as this, spent in carefree conversation with comrades, I have grown to cherish most. Good to see you, bud. Anyone else I recognize in here? Yes, Clements. How could I forget Clements? No, I do remember Coultonet. 'Twould seem Master Alphino has placed himself squarely in the path of danger. As a fellow scion, I shall render whatever aid I can to ensure his safe return. Oh wait, Boulder's younger brother. Though he is but half the size of my courageous brother, 'twould seem Alphino's bravery looms twice as large. Every Hori might hesitate before, even Hori might hesitate before embarking alone into the heart of the Empire. Isn't Aenor the one who's horny for the boulders? Let's find out. I know I need to give Isildur my undivided... Isildur, is that you? Isildur my undivided attention, but these waves of brotherly love make my mind drift to naughty places! Same, Aenor, same. She's absolutely horny for the brothers. Absolutely horny for them. Focus, Aenor, focus. Oh man. This is why you should talk to extra NPCs standing around. Real? Hang on a second. The pirate dude! Hi, buddy! We gathered what scraps of intelligence we could, myself from within Eorzea and Alphino from his eastern sources, but there's a limit to what a bloke can learn about the Empire from outside its borders. Still, I'd never think to invite myself aboard an Imperial bloody airship. 'Twas impulsive, reckless. You've got to admire the lad's style. Can you blame her? Rose are beautiful. Edible? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm not blaming. I'm siding with Aenor on this one. Clemens, her sister, is just like, wait! Does Clemens have dialogue about Aenor? I thought it would be about Isildur. Sorry, Isildur, not Isildur. I hope Isildur can find someone to keep him company. With our missions, we can never linger very long. Seeing Home going about his duties with a smile lifts my heart, even as it brings a tear to my eye. Glad though I am for this nation's liberation, I shall be saddened to see him go. I still just like Aenor's horny line. Makes me happy. Ponder? That's a very sus looking emote. It's been an eventful few days, hasn't it? But I suppose all we can do now is wait for word from Alphino. I don't recall the last time I had nothing pressing to be getting on with. We should probably make the most of it. Shall I put on some tea? Tea would be lovely. You may regale me with the tale of your adventures in the Far East. And of your encounter with this new primal especially. My girly Stola, I miss you. I miss you being part of the core team. I miss her. I'll put the kettle on then. That table looks free if you'd like to take a seat. Which one? This one? Okay. Oh, that one. Oh, I wanted this one. Boop. The fact that interacting with it makes me stop sitting. It makes me sad. The last quest in patch. We're schmoving. It is recommended to sign up on top of the... Several cutscenes will play in sequence, you guys. Are we ready for several cutscenes in sequence? Should we go pee? Are we okay? I was just clicking. I didn't realize what this was telling me. Yes, we are. Let's go. Oh, that's so cute, Ray. Thank you for the backstory. Go for it. This makes me want a several cutscenes emote. Monka S is a pretty good several cutscenes emote. I fucking love several cutscenes will play in sequence. I want to set aside sufficient time to view them in their entirety. Peek and wait, yeah. Interesting. So this Tsukuyomi was summoned in much the same manner as Susanoo, via the medium of a sacred relic. That's right. They believe their gods, or kami, reside in physical objects. Given the danger they represent, it may behoove us to begin a catalog of such relics. But if we are to contain the threat, we will require a better understanding of the summoning method itself. I believe I shall pay a visit to Doma and learn what I can on the subject. Pardon me? A fine idea. And I know for a fact that our friends in Doma would be grateful for any information which can help prevent further summoning in the region. I will pen you a letter of introduction. Lord Hien will wish to welcome our resident expert on etherology. Greetings! Could it be that I'm in time for tea? And little sausages and little, is that bologna? And whatever that is. A churro? Try the churros. It certainly looks that way. Come on, sit down and tell us how your investigations went. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. After you left, I went about questioning Bloodhoe's gravekeepers. They all told me much the same story. Once Lysander officers had confirmed Xenos dead, his corpse was interred under strict supervision. There seems little reason to doubt their testimony on that point, but I mentioned the defacement of Xenos' grave. Accounts grew rather more vague. None reported having seen any suspicious persons in the vicinity, and all assumed the act to have been perpetrated by a vengeful Alamegan. Crucially, however, I was able to confirm that when the offering scrawl was removed, as per Lisa's instruction, no one involved thought to check the contents of the coffin. By that stage, 'tis like the corpse was already missing. Setting aside sufficient time is the best way to consume the story in the award-winning MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, which is a free trial. Edible, thank you. Thank you. Love it. Love to see it. Assuming Xenos has not, in fact, risen from the dead, we are left with two possibilities. Either the body was disposed of to lend credence to the claims of an extremely committed imposter, or an Ascian has taken up residence within it. The latter is absolutely the confirmation that I don't need. I don't need it confirmed. I know it. I mean, the swooping, the patches run together after running them all so quickly. Yeah, who knows? I know you guys are saying, is it that cutscene? It's probably not. If Asahi was as fervent a devotee as you believe, he would not have been fooled by an impersonation, however committed. We must assume that we are dealing with an Ascian and proceed accordingly. Thank you for echoing exactly how I feel, Ishtola. Agreed. The question is, how many more such monsters are waiting for Alphino in Garlemald? Their presence was his chief reason for going. He understands the risks. I only hope he did not underestimate the extent of the infestation. I remember Golsif in particular. Meanwhile, on the Imperial Hypersonic Assault Craft LXXV, Golsif in particular being like, I don't really remember exactly what happens in Stormblood, so I'm excited to watch you play it. And so much happens in Stormblood, you guys. So much. Many things. Master Alphino, we are making good speed towards our destination. Is aught amiss? Nay, 'tis just I can see naught from my cabin, and was curious to know the land over which we flew. Ah, I'm afraid our military craft are built with little thought for such niceties. I'm happy to indulge your curiosity, however. We are presently passing over the burn on the western edge of Othard. Even with the benefit of a porthole, your gaze would have been greeted with naught but malms upon malms of... pause champ? Lifeless earth. I have read something of the burn. It was described as a desolate wasteland, bled dry of every last drop of ether. Aye, it is believed that a succession of icon summonings was responsible. Whoa! The coconut oil actually worked, Arden. Well done, well done. I didn't remember the first half of Stormblood. When I came back, I was just after AoE dance party. Gotcha. It was mostly, I liked it. I liked the build up because the first half of it was army building, and then the huge payoff for the army building, and then it was another army building sequence, and then a huge payoff and a huge battle. I liked Stormblood so far. It's been really, really, really good. It was like it feels like it had two like build ups and then peaks and then another build up and now it's just like brrr. When Emperor Solus first came to Othard and beheld this blight, he is said to have reeled at the scale of devastation. Such devastation! He declared icons a threat to our very star's existence and issued an empire-wide decree ordering the eradication of all such entities. Whoop, shit. Report! We're under attack, sir. Magic armor. No visible designation. Magitech? But who? Ah! I just realized Maxima has very beautiful pink eyes. I'm in love. All cannons, return fire. Damage report. The main reactor's been hit. Helm unresponsive. We're going down, sir. Damn it, they knew exactly where to hit us. All hands brace for impact. No, but Maxima's eyes are way too beautiful. How did I not notice? I know we're like dying, or like Alpha Node's dying. He's not gonna die. I'm not worried about him at all. He's too key of a character. They would not. But those pink eyes though. Glad to have you back, Master Alphino. We have landed in one piece, more or less. Copium. I know. That's the only way I'm gonna survive, is just having blind faith that a certain character won't die. And then when they actually do die, I'm gonna be like, whoa. I didn't remember. I read that already. Sorry. But the air filtration system is damaged, and the ship is filling with smoke. We must gather the survivors and get out while we still can. I am very respectfully in love with Maxima. Battle? He's too key of a character? You underestimate writers. Help! In the coming battle, you will fight as Alphino. This is the burn, dude. Master Alphino, might I ask you to search for survivors? I will see to our injured helmsman. My leg! It's caught! Wait. Hold up. Give me a second. Hold up. No! I'm miserable. They won't let me make him emote. They won't let me. Can't blame a girl for trying. Hello. I have come to assist you. What do I got? I got Ruin 3. I got Heal. I got Try Shackle. It's a DOT. Okay. Sort Pet Hotbar. I hope I don't have to control my pet. I'm not equipped for that. That's what the Halloween event is for. Oh, right. I got you. Oh my god. I got you, buddy. Let me heal you. I got you, bud. I got you. Moonbreeda damn near killed me. Charon Sane. Right after it happened, I was like, I should have known! Because she was such a loving character. Or lovable character. Ha! Put these last few out of the misery. The prince wishes none left alive. The prince? Monkus. They've not come to parley, I fear. Ready your weapons. I'm gonna try shackle them all. Oh, that one's almost dead. There's no point in try shackling you. Harden, thanks for hydrate. I'm physicking myself. Whoopsies. Is it AoE? To target and all enemies near it. Thank you. It is. The buff lasts 1 minute, Rando, but I appreciate you. It's like a touch it, get the buff kind of thing. Really good. My heart couldn't take it because the connection. I know, Charon. But like right after it happened, I was like, I knew it. They made me love her so much. So the prince wants not to suffer the popularis. Holy shit, dude. Alfie, my boy, you can survive this. Confound it. Not here. Not like this. Hey. They look like a sniper. Sniper! Who? It's a Garlean. What? Who in the Emperor's name? Enemies of our enemies. Introductions can wait. You are calm in a crisis, Master Alphino. Let us finish this then. I like his design. His coat's nice. Who indeed? Oh, he went sliding by. He's a flashy boy, whoever he is. Gaius? Wait a second, let me look at you. Are you Gaius? Von Balzar? No way. Sorry, I should be fighting. I should probably be fighting. But his movements are so Gaius-like. He's moving just like Gaius moves. I'm willing to be wrong, but I had to just spit out that theory. By the Emperor, that man is a fiend! Cross formation! Deploy restraints! Help, he's restrained. I'm gonna help you, buddy. Just hold on. I'm working on it. We're gonna get you out of there, buddy. Maybe I should be helping them kill this one rather than splitting the DPS. Oh, I've almost killed it. I probably should have been helping them kill the same one. Hold on. My thanks, boy. That's what he said to us after saying Garg. I want to know who in this party is going, wah! Bum, 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 bum. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. My thanks. Your intervention proved most timely. Oh no, he's hot. Well, well. I did not think to meet an Eorzean in this place, let alone a scion. You know of me, sir? I have some small history with your order. It's the Lancer. She has female voice 5. That you almost speak as if you're coming from trauma here, right? Should be the woman with the spear. The fact that you know it that intimately, who hurt you? Who was the Lancer with the female voice 5? But I would speak of the present. Know you of your assailants and the severity of your predicament? The soldiers bore the insignia of the Emperor's personal guard. And I could venture a guess as to their motive, but you yet have us at a disadvantage, sir. Will you not tell us who you are? The disgraced Gaius von Balzar. Our names are not yours for the asking, and as for our purpose, let this be your answer. An Ascian mask. The face of our prey. So they're Ascian hunters. Every Miko RPer, that's who? Female voice 5 is infamous? That's so funny. We must away before more arrive. Come with us or stay, but make your choice now. Even should we manage the long trek out of the burn and secure passage to the capital, we would no doubt be greeted by the Emperor's guard. Indeed, we accept your gracious offer. Shadow Hunter will suffice for the present. Shadow Hunter? Shadow Bringers? Come. I'm convinced it's Gaius. Holy shit! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 masks total of Ascians? Gaius would have the motivation. I'm just gonna keep digging the Gaius hole. He would have the motivation because such devastation. This was not his intention. I will deal with you later, Ascian. It would make sense. Meanwhile, at the Rising Stones. The mask, the odd mask out. Who bore a white mask? Oh, was that literally not Gaius von Balzar's mask? That white one? Hang on. ARR. Gaius von Balzar. Hang on, I think it is. Oh, it was! Let me pull it up. Tell me that's not the mask. Like just pulled out of the black area. Tell me that's not the mask that was on there. You cannot. You cannot. It is Gaius. Googling is hazardous and you know it. That's why I put on ARR. Ah, this is intolerable. But as much as I wish it were otherwise, there is nothing we can do for Alphino. Now but pray for his success. The Black Wolf. For as much good as it did. You can Google smartly. Yeah, literally just put on the X-Pack that you're looking for, like I did. Well, that is not entirely true. While your brother journeys to Garlemald from the east, I could make my way there from Alamigo and find out what there is to be learned in the Empire's western provinces. Then I'm coming with you, and I can't very well be sit here sipping tea if there's action to be taken. He didn't see it, so it's fine. Unless you tunnel. Wait, wait, was something there? Don't tell me something was there. I'll feel so stupid. I'm gonna go back in the VOD and look. Forgive me, Eorzea, but the provinces are hostile territory and stealth is all important. No. Smiley face. Don't do. Okay, I won't do it. I could sneak well enough when the situation demands it. Don't patronize me. You literally tunneled fast. Spoilers, don't go back. There's no way. We should leave this to Thancred. I'll go with him. Do not. Don't go back, okay? Not you too. I'm kind of embarrassed. I was shocked, to be honest. I understand you. I was literally just like, okay, what did he look like in ARR? There he is. Click it. Look. I understand your frustration, Eorzea, but Sir has the right of it. We must defer to Thancred's expertise in this matter. Fine. Just promise you'll be careful. Boom, 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 boom. Either way, seeing that white mask on the side of Gaius, absolutely. I need no extra confirmation. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have... Bro, even before the mask, his moveset. His moveset was Gaius. The only other person that moved kind of like that was Nero, right? But that would make sense because they're like trained the same way, or they were trained the same way. It seems that praying is to be the extent of my contribution after all, but I will stay behind as I have bid. Or as I have been bid. We all have our talents. Mine just happened to involve a silver tongue and soft souls. I promise to send word the moment I learn aught of consequence. See that you notify me too. I mean to depart for Doma as soon as I find a suitable East Aldenard vessel to bear me thither, but I shall return if I am needed. Terra, your mind. Does it work in mysterious ways? Nero didn't move like Gaius. He had the dumb revolver hammer, but he still zipped around like Gaius. Did he not shoot crosses? Who else shot crosses? Maybe it was only Gaius. No, someone in the recent expansion shot crosses. Or maybe I'm just remembering doing Duty Finder. Fordola did. Thank you, Edible. Nero was the Seed Lord. Yes, it was Fordola. Thank you, I was literally gaslighting myself into thinking maybe I didn't see them. Normal Oreos did too? Normal Oreos? Wait, who's Normal Oreos? Nero didn't move like Gaius. Oh, I read that one already. Yeah, no, it was Fordola. I'm mixing them up. Regula van Hydrus. Oh, in that short little stint, right? Where we fought him, he also shot crosses. Was that when Eorzea was like, I'm a red mage? No, that was slightly... Eorzea showing up as a red mage was slightly after that fight. Regula van Hydrus. Be sure to drop in whenever you're next in the area, sir. With any luck, I'll have a painfully detailed report from Alphino to share. We have meta knowledge. We have meta knowledge that we shouldn't, as our character shouldn't know what we know. Learn the ponder emote. Tell me I can ponder like Alphino. Did you not? Is there no /ponder? He's not pondering. /stare. Stare does not exist. Incidentally, did you pick up on who her trainer was? No. But now it's making a lot of sense, Funkle. I didn't even think of that. Boom, boom. Sisterly act. Shadowbringers uses dramatic irony to devastating effect. Oh, sir. If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. That was the end of the patches, right? As a new player going through them, it's like, bitch, I was right beside you this whole time. But a regular player playing patch content would have had to wait several months for this new patch, yeah. Everything is exactly as it was. Y'shtola is still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces. And Alphino is still out there somewhere. I'm now in 4.4. Anytime they tell you to rest generally is patch content. Technically, she's your senpai now. Hi, senpai! There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just mean to sit around waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. For most X-Pack, the X.3 patch wraps up the X-Pack story, and X.4 starts story going into new X-Pack. Tell that to the end of X.3, dude, with the whole Alphino bit. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. In respect, you did say for most X-Packs. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Asciid interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. There's like 2 of us left. Hello, this is us. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Asciid involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on your foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. I mean, it was the 4.3 cliffhanger, fair. The normal Oreos thing is something someone in my free company said, and I loved it. Normal, regular, and Oreos. Hydrous. No way. Of course, we should be glad to assist in any way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us. By which I mean, I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust? Yeah, of course I will. I'd rather not is one of the options. Who's the sociopath choosing I'd rather not? There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in El Amigo. By your leave. What say you now, Riol? I want to catch up with him. And maybe Hoary Boulder. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than nothing I've been doing of late. Let's make ready for depart, shall we? Thancred? What's going on, man? All right, just be careful on the road back. You hear? Did I hear right, Riol? Is Thancred coming back? Calculon's back! That's like when my brain does like 40 jumps and I'm talking about something that nobody knows how I got there but me. Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Hi, Evelyn. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in the Alamegan Quarter. Understood. Sir and I will go. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be some time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Hurry! No. He fucking looked at me! He heard me, you guys! He heard me! The way he just fucking like shot over, looked at us. He heard you. Oh, it's the same dialogue. Anna, you're still horny for the boulders? Yeah, she is. Wait for me, senpai. Stop calling me that. Guys, we're so close to Shadowbringers, I can literally taste it. And it tastes like Terra needs to make a trip and get a tissue box. Boom, 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 boom. She wanna bowl the boulders. Bowl the boulders. I wanna bowl the boulders. Just saying. Respectfully. We have Riol at home, but in here we have Riol. Alright, you're not from around here. Can't imagine what you'd have to chat with me, but by all means, if you got something to ask away. Nothing. It's just because your name was Oriel. She's like, I don't know why the fuck you're talking to me, but sure, I'll talk with you. Have I seen the horse yet? The horse? Perhaps no. What's happening here? Wouldn't want me to mess up that pretty face. Excuse me, just passing through. Wonderful eyeliner you got. Why you no fly yet? I forgot to do side quests, Brendel. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky stole all my spare time, and I forgot about the side quests. And then I was launching the game today, and I was like, shit. I was like, well, shit. I love the DBZ cloud. Where am I going? Hello? I accept this explanation. Thank you, thank you. It's the only one I got. Bam, 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 bam. I know you've seen the mount, but have you done the fight yet? I'm gonna say probably no. The fate for Ixion is called A Horse Outside. I don't recall that. So I'm gonna say no. Yeah, no, I agree. It's time for Terra to take a trip for a tissue box. 100%. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territory is thirsty work. Me too, bud. Me too.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Rando, yeah.
Without further ado, then.
And we'll go to the store before stream. Imagine thinking I'm going to leave my house, Golsov. I will ask my wonderful partner
After the successful
to bring me home
uprisings
tissues on the way
in
home.
Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well.
I'm having a Thancred resurgence, like of love Grey.
The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance. But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation.
Well, a certain subset of the Empire will be.
We have the Shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
In their
There's
defense.
at least a spark of hope then.
Yeah, in their defense. A small subset of the Empire can be, but they don't even feel like the Empire to me. Really, really liked him in ARR. Bored with him later. And now that they've done it all, coming back to like, to him like, man, he's a great character. I like Thancred. I cannot be dissuaded from anything to dislike.
Yes.
Different
the Alliance
strokes.
has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight.
Different strokes, different folks.
The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire.
I actually know what you mean by that, Edible. A bit of a Mary Sue. You mean he's just kind of bland, right? It's like he's on the cusp of being a really cool, unique character. He's like a bland version of Yugiri, because Yugiri at least has being a shinobi. Just kind of does everything. Yeah. He's like, what? Okay, we need a character to fill in this blank, and we can't use Yugiri. Why not Thancred? Why not Thancred? Is kind of his role. Poor Minfilia, no kidding. Worst father figure. Like whenever they need someone to dump exposition, it's always Thancred or Uriange. How dare you? Uriange is magnificent. Albeit verbose. I still love him. What's funny is I only love him because of his interaction with Moonbreeda. That's when I decided that I loved him. How dare. I feel like all three older Scions share the duty. Y'shtola hasn't really been doing... Oh, do we count Y'shtola in the older Scions? Maybe not. Especially now that Minfilia is gone. Whoopsie. It took you a hot minute to get there. I liked him ever since Moonbreeda showed up. I just want to quickly make sure I absorb this. Okay.
That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
Of course.
And who did they think orchestrated this summoning?
Who was my starter Scion? Does anyone remember? I started in Gridania. Who did I interact with the most? Ida and Papalymo? I think I won. Having Ida and Papalymo as like your starter Scions? Yeah, Papalymo and Ida. Yeah, I loved them. I think I won. Minfilia, I hate to interrupt your exposition, but your dad's a hoe. Me too. Yeah, I think I won for sure. I would like Y'shtola, but nah, Papalymo and Ida. I unfortunately find Thancred's relationship with Minfilia the least interesting part of him, but he's one of the group of PhDs, book smart, grew up on the streets, street smart, and is also a spy, goes out and learns important things. Yeah. It felt, it was weird. His relationship with Minfilia was like, it felt kind of shoehorned in. It didn't feel important at all. Other than making you feel for Thancred when Minfilia was gone. That kind of felt like the only reason they put it in there. Which is maybe harsh to say. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too critical now.
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
Wow, 2 of you 1.0 lore. It's probably the biggest thing they lost when killing 1.0. I think a lot of it was just expecting people to have already played 1.0. So there is... Had we played 1.0, we would have experienced their relationship a lot more. Charon, I know. Charon, I know.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him.
So that's kind of a shame.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin.
That was all but confirmed anyways.
But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
Oh, shit. You confirmed it when the... Yeah, you remember, Edible. Literally, I was like, why would the Emperor gasp and say, how dare you? So I already had it. In 1.0, if you start in Ul'dah, you get Tancred and start the game at the scene where Minfilia's dad dies. Oh, so you get much deeper lore between them. He was the overprotective father type, but sucked at being an overprotective father. Oof.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding in there in secret?
I think not.
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination.
I like how I'm like, I think not. Meanwhile, we've been given the exposition already.
As you know,
like we know
Scions
full
assigned
well.
to covert operations such as Riol and myself are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency.
Arden, thanks for the hydrate.
I mention this because it was originally
Sloppy.
Alpha's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphonse?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
Let's just search the whole burn. I'm sure it'll be fine.
I had a feeling you might say that.
Right now we are in peak. Thancred isn't interesting right now, part of the storyline for you personally, but he still has room to grow. Question, do you only do main quests or do you do side missions too? Currently we're only doing main quests, but it's because I want to get to the meat and potatoes of Shadowbringers and Endwalker. At that point, I'm willing to slow down a little bit and do some of the highly recommended side stuff. I must sleep. Space, I love you. He really comes into his own in a bit. Gotcha.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphonse is in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Weren't we forced to do coils? Or is coils something else? Oh, cool, thanks for asking. My pleasure. I like how we stood up out of our chair and we got shorter. Coils is something else. He did not do coils.
Far be it from me to change your minds.
Crystal Tower, right. Coils is the other one. And there's supposed to be, isn't there a ton of Alizé lore in the coils? Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Alize, Alphina lore, and Coil's big lore too? We should go back then. Lo though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphina's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan, and Y'shtola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. Yeah, you're forced to do Crystal Tower now, Brendel. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may have any preparations for the council to me. Thank you, Thancred. Thank you, Thancred. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Y'shtola. Yeah, I really don't remember the story. Apparently I met Grahatia. I don't remember that. I know Nero was there, and then Nero was like, blah, 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 Mr. Freeman, whenever we left. And I don't remember what he said. It was kind of a... Post-ARR was kind of a blur. As of 5.3, Crystal Tower is forced before you can go on to Heavensward. Much as I received, yeah. Honestly, I'd say the patch raids aren't optional content in terms of MSQ, because a lot of characters from them reappear in later X packs, and otherwise it's just kind of a who is this person kind of moment. Gotcha. I recommend doing coils unsynced because they're basically savage difficulty. Yikes. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Nero became a lean monster. That's the story. Unsynced coils is suffering. I never want to endure again. Oh god. So do them. Having done them in 2.0, I got my fill. Thanks. Oof. Yeah. Do them when you're broken. I take it then. They're definitely an unsynced kind of thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I think edible meant synced. I read unsynced, but my brain understood that they were saying synced. Synced coils is suffering. I mean, other than NVD, most of them are just slow these days. Who? The Heavensward and Stormblood and Shadowbringer Alliance raids are all not very important to the main story. Coils, however, sounds like big. Derp. You're good, edible, don't worry. The normal raids, the 8-man series are different. Got you. So the big 24-man... Wait, are there 24-man later on? But the 8-mans are good. Okay. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Every expansion has Alliance raids. Gotcha. 24-man are the Alliance raids. Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. I'm going to say it. Maybe this is like not a popular opinion, but the 24-mans feel like they don't really have a place in Final Fantasy. I feel like the 8-mans feel good, but the 24-mans just kind of feel too much. It's too much going on. I feel like this game thrives in smaller group settings. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. Stormblood's Alliance raid is awesome. Bet we should do it. If you actually think it's good. Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. The current one is great. The fight design in Stormblood Alliance raids are way better. Maybe my maybe my views of the 24-mans are tainted because of shoot, I can't even remember. The only ones that I get in duty roulettes, which are the Crystal Tower ones. What other Final Fantasy games have you played? Oh, I am such a Final Fantasy virgin. I've played maybe somewhere between 10 and 12 hours of 10-2, and I've played maybe 8 hours of 12. Other than that, I'm such a virgin. So, Crystal Tower and not great raids. Then why do I always get them in duty roulette? Is it because I haven't unlocked any of the others yet? You really like the 24-man because you love doing things with so many other people. Interesting. So, okay, so my view is clearly just tinted based on the Crystal Tower ones. I would try more alliance raids. You have 3 X-Pax alliance raids to try still. The one Endwalker alliance raid that's out is very good. Crystal Tower ones are the lamest from gameplay perspective. Okay, so I'm just letting them cloud my view then. My bad, my bad. Stormblood is called Return to Ivalice. It's based on Final Fantasy Tactics game. Chat was also telling me there was some Final Fantasy VI music playing as well. Lots of little throwbacks. And I was saying, after playing Final Fantasy XIV, I may indeed go back and play many of the other Final Fantasies. I might go on like a little Final Fantasy journey. And I'll have the reverse nostalgia. I'll have the reverse nostalgia of experiencing it first in 14 and then re-experiencing it for the first time in the old games. Most people have access to them, so they come up the most. So is it, wait, could it be, is it me? Am I the drama? Am I the reason that I'm getting Crystal Tower raids because it's the only thing I have unlocked? Am I part of the problem? The other ones are harder and can take longer, so some people remove gear so they will only get slotted into Crystal Tower. That's so funny. Yes. No. You are, Terra. Sorry. They should just make CT a single player duty. Honestly, that'd be a good change. That'd be a healthy change for it. My view is entirely valid. I thank you. Wild Rose is a throwback too. Got it. Tactics and 12 are both set in Ivalice. Ivalice? Ivalice. I remove gear when I'm farming, to be honest. Edible, you're part of the problem. If you only have Crystal Tower unlocked and go into Alliance Roulette, yeah. It's me, I'm the drama. Come now, it hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? Ivalice, thank you. I see that uptime goal stuff. We'll think about ending soon. We're live again tomorrow at 4 anyways. If all I ever got was Crystal Tower, I'd probably stop doing that roulette. That's kind of why I haven't done it. It's kind of a little bit maybe why I haven't done it. But once we get into like the big meat and potatoes of the story, I think I'll be much more open to a lot of side things. We'll go back, we'll do some of the raids that I've missed and some of the other content that I've breezed past. Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice. A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now, he brought me one of his most recent finds. The Shadowbringers Alliance raids are chef's kiss. A recent chatter has said that the Stormblood Alliance raids are also good. Can anyone back them up? It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy, and eerily reminiscent of the de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Holy fog? That's so cool up there, dude! Sorry, indeed. But on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. That weather in the background was nice. Endwalker Alliance raid, one currently existing, is my favorite. As it should be. The newest content should have been a learning experience for the developers to create the best possible experience. I haven't bothered with the near ones yet because I didn't have much interest in the games they're based on. I heard that the near ones were good. Maybe I'm wrong. Ivalice raids are have my favorite bosses. How can you not love a man who speaks only in Limit Break 3 macros? I like the Stormblood Alliance raids, but expect a lot of dying in my experience. That's fun. When you guys have been fully partying with me in the 8-mans, and we've been doing the item synced experiences, I'm really thankful that you guys are around to do that with me, because it's giving me like such a better experience in that content. Doing the Shinryu in particular, synced, was so much fun. I love that we died like 2 or 3 times. It made it all the more sweet to win. The Nier raids are fantastic. Some of the best OST in the game, to be honest. Nier is also amazing. Got it. The Nier music is a spectacular. I don't really like the Nier raids themselves, but it's such a mixed bag. Both loved and not loved. Got it. Dude, there's so much content. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Mikote with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been exceedingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Can't wait for Terra to know 1 is not a prime number. Oh, yeah. So which one is the one that makes me do math? Because your boy's queer. He can't do math. I can't do that. Okay. Whichever raid, I just remember Gulsif like a long time ago being like, this raid makes me do math. And I'm like, I don't want. I've been playing this game for years, and just now I'm getting to the Beast Tribes. Finally completed all of ARR Tribes done. Wow, Ver. Hang on, wait a second. You have Ver in your name? Are you a red mage main, like me? Do you have a liking of it? Because it's a very fun class. Sorry. Stormblood 2. All right. Fuck. I think it's 2. Fuck. Oh, shit. Y'shtola, why do you still use ether goggles when you were... Rando? That's such a good point. She literally sees via sensing the ether around her because the bitch is blind. I mean, the lovely woman is blind. Why does she have ether goggles? She don't need that. I've been using this name for like 15 years. Okay. I just had to because I saw Ver. And there was a point where my chat was just making all Ver puns, like nonstop. Bottoms can't do math. That might be more accurate. Queers can do math. It's just bottoms that can't. I'm out. I feel so attacked. Everyone that has hyped up the Nier raids to me has acted like it was sacrilege that I didn't play the Nier games. I've concluded that there's a correlation. Yes. Y'shtola's got to keep up appearances. Fair enough. I guess it's only Kryle necessarily that knows that she's blind and seeing via ether, right? Our Warrior of Light was not there for that conversation between them, I don't think. God, the fucking, the spike in Google searches for prime numbers when Clockwork City first came out. Correlation in this case was causation. I do not care for the Nier games. The music is great, that's about it. I can't get how past everything is just gray and brown. Golsif, that is also my problem with Nier. I've heard that they're fantastic games, but it's just so washed out looking from an outside appearance that I'm just, ugh. Did you do the Matoya's cave side quests in Heavensward? Did they have ether currents with them? Because yes. If yes, then I did. You are the first person to make the Ver joke, and I'm legit surprised that no one has made it until now. It's because I'm not desensitized. I'm corrupted. There was a solid, like, it was probably like an hour and a half of people in my chat making Ver jokes. So I'm just corrupted at this point. I see Ver, I go red mage. Unga bunga red mage. Technically there is correlation. At the crossover event is canon in both games. Oh, interesting. Hello, what did I just hear? You didn't hear anything, Froggo? Just that bottoms can't do math. To be fair, I don't think many of the Scions actually know Y'shtola's blind. I think it might just be Kryle. Yeah. Kryle and Master Matoya. Oh, Master Matoya would make sense. Yes, you meet Master Matoya in the MSQ. The Ver incident, we shall refer to it as. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. So, the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. Ho-ho, correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yotsuyu being the most obvious example, she had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires to be given the form. Almost nobody does them because they're just regular side quests, but when you do all of them, you get some Matoya lore that's equally touching and depressing. I kind of got those vibes, Funkel, just from being around them and Y'shtola's interaction with her, but I would like to go back and get the full lore. Yes, I did. I cried. My heart, dude. Back to Lurkland. Froggo, enjoy your lurk. I don't care about how canon the crossover is. I mean that only the people who hype up the Nier raids are the ones who are already obsessed. Izagi, in the small example of my chat room, I can confirm that. I can confirm that observation. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which, literally, do you know what the preventative measures are? Ban crystals. Break all the crystals. Stop ether from existing and nobody can summon. Boom, easy clap. Well done, I've solved the Final Fantasy. At present, I know of naught that will avail us, save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. We need the crystals for crafting. Struggling in spoilers. I'm not obsessed with Nier, never played it. I just think the fights are fun. And the glam is great. That's another thing I've heard. I personally also hate crossovers that big. Like stuff like Monster Hunter, a trial is fine. An entire X pack of Alliance raids, no thanks. What? When can I do the Monster Hunter? I want Rathalos. I want Rathalos. Toss them into the river, problem solved. Primal man, bad, peace, good. I'm so glad we went back to an original story with Endwalker Alliance raids. Is it its own self-contained? I can do Mount Hunt stuff now, I believe. With us being so close to Shadowbringers, let's sink our teeth into Shadowbringers first, and then we'll start splitting off, and we'll do some streams where we just do side stuff. Hate the world crossover fight. For what reason, might I ask? Blue Quest and Kugane? Kuganbi? Kugane, question mark? You can do the Rathalos since you're Stormblood. Got it. You can unlock Rathalos now. Okay. New king on the block in Kugane. Okay, cool. Legitimately in lore, we use the crystals for crafting. That's why there are always shipments of crystals going everywhere, because the crafter... Okay, I'm sorry. Crafters, I didn't know. My crafter mains out there, I'm sorry. You can continue crafting happily. You're allowed to have your crystals. We'll just deal with the occasional icon. It's fine, it's fine. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Elfino? Nodders. Crafters are the issue. Ban crafters. Terry, imagine fighting Rathalos without any kind of dodging. Oh shit. I get you. Does he do the run? Does he do the run? If you've played Monster Hunter World, and it's particularly if you fought Rathian, she does the run, and you know. Hi, I love you. Are you going to bed? Mwah. Do you want to give me a face kiss? A real one? Guys, I'll be right back. Special demands kiss. I'll be right back. Axe guy. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, rival. Holy crap. Just like normal. Holy heck. You got me. Wowza. I beg. You are literally hanging on the brink of a revelation. If you think my smooth ass brain is gonna get to that revelation on its own, you got another thing coming. When they have the major gameplay tweaks, they actually go back and rewrite some quests to explain the change, like they did with the materia changes way back when. Ah! Should I feel bad for having banana bread for dinner? No. If anyone tells you you should, cut them out of your life. You don't need that toxicity. He dives at people, yeah, ugh. And the flying tail slap, no. Does it poison? Ugh. I have Rathalos, I can show you after. Oh, I've seen Rathalos. You want kiss on forehead? Oh, cause you're jealous. Gladly. Mwah. There you go, Froggo. Of course it poisons, motherfuck. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Ishtola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Healers can't heal? That's dumb as hell. I'm sorry, that's dumb as hell. Adapt the fight to your in-game mechanics. Don't fucking add stupid extra... I am upset. What the hell are healers gonna do? Just to pretend they're DPSs? Alize puts on a brave face, but she has a little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kienkan. There's no healing allowed outside of health potions. That's dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. It's kind of cool that they decided to do that, but that's dumb as fuck. To be fair, the Behemoth in Monster Hunter World added dumb mechanics too. True. They did. Like aggro, standing behind Comet. Yeah, you're right. Here's the thing about healers in this DPS. In this game, they are DPS. Oh, hang on. Give me a second. Oh, I know. I unlocked Sage. It's why I like Sage, because it's just straight up a DPS class. Boop. That being said, I only unlocked it because my friends needed somebody to heal for their low-level duty roulette, so I was like, okay, I'll try Sage. That being said, I am now 30 minutes over my usual stream time, and we're live again tomorrow at 4. So I think I'll call it here, and we'll get to Shadowbringers tomorrow. I'm gonna scream. Ballsy first choice. Oh, Brendel. When we were about to queue up in the roulettes, I was like, hang on, I just need to figure out how this class works. Something about phlegma balls, phlegma and dosis and Eorzea, and I was so confused. I was literally so confused. So I had to watch like 3 videos to understand how it works. I'll be in as much as possible. There's always the VODs as well if you can't catch the stream. I stand by Rathalos being the worst designed fight in 14. They tried to keep it too true to Monster Hunter. Pulls out class with the Glocks, exactly. I love the edits where it's Sage, but instead of the little like ships or whatever the hell they are, forgive me, it's literally just like Glocks, like guns. What did I walk back into? Nothing. We're ending stream. That's what you walked back into. Cape Westwind, Unreal when Yoshi P. He should. He seems like the kind of like person that would do it too, for the memes. You haven't played World since Ice whatever came out? Oh, but it's good, Izagi. I mean, disclaimer, I've been playing Monster Hunter since like PSP days. Freedom Unite. Or no, earlier than that. I'm a Monster Hunter fanboy through and through, so that's just that. Take whatever I say about Monster Hunter with a grain of salt. I swear there needs to be a glamour for the Sage weapons with the little Moogles. I would die for that. That'd be fantastic. Just retroactively added into the Good King Muggle Mog fight. Good King Muggle Muggle, Good King Mog. Monster Hunter World was the only one I've really played. It is the best one to play if you're new to the series. It was the most beginner friendly in a great way. As much as I shame it. Okay, let's raid out. I would really like to raid you guys into Final Fantasy. If anyone has a target that they love, I'll check my list. Even if they're ahead of me in the story, I can just dump you guys off and run. I can just run for the hills. Because I love this game. You used to do like Thorn March Ultimate? Yeah, like just retroactively throw it in there. I got a lot of people on my list. Let's have a look. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Ivory Gale is one that I follow. Which X-Spec are they in? I just need to know if I should like raid and literally run. Don't have any Final Fantasy suggestions. If they're behind me, then I can vibe. If not, I will just be like, Final Fantasy, ah! And then run. Nobody on my list is currently playing Final Fantasy. So I don't have. Doing holiday stuff. Let me go do a vibe check. Inserting query. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. I love their vibe, first of all. I absolutely love their vibe, just from like a first impulse. Ivory Gale, I'm the Fairy Tale Penguin, Nerdette, Time Lord, Wizarding Princess of Gotham. I'm what they call a variety streamer, meaning on stream we'll chat, play games, create art, crafts. I'm so down. I'm so down. So I think while they're doing the event, we can vibe, and then maybe I run and hide. Bum, 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 bum. Likely done with Headwalker. So they wouldn't be doing MSQ. They seem a safe option. Ivory Gale. Let's go meet a new friend, you guys. Here's our raid messages. The first is if you're a sub, the second is not a sub. We are live again tomorrow. I don't usually stream on Wednesday, but I've had a wild stream schedule after playing No Man's Sky. So I'm live again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. We're gonna fucking make it to Shadowbringers. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's gonna be wild. It's gonna be lots of crying. It's gonna be lots of everything. Arden, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Drink water, eat food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do. I love you guys so much. Give lots of love to Human doing the All Saints Wake event. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay? Bye. Bye. I love you.